The young man stretches and rubs his eyes, finally coming to his senses. He doesn't understand why it's so cold. The hero wonders if this is a dream, but everything feels real and he decides to accept it for now. Looking around, he tries to figure out where he is. He's trying to remember what he did yesterday. The young man remembers coming home from work and then having dinner. After that, he took a bath and played a little game before going to bed. He remembers that after all this, he just went to bed. The hero understands what is inside the game. He recognizes the cockpit of the Krishna, his ship from the game. He recalls that Stella Online is a popular online science fiction game. In this game, you can be anyone, for example, a merchant or an adventurer. He remembers that he was a mercenary player and controlled various ships. Finally, he was able to buy his beloved ship. This is his favorite spaceship, the ASX-08 Krishna. Still feeling cold, he decides to turn on the generator, as he did in the game. He understands that he needs to turn on the life support system. The guy sees that the temperature is only 12 degrees and realizes that he almost froze to death. He exhales with relief, realizing that his life is not in danger yet. He's trying to figure out what happened to him. The young man thinks that there is nothing strange in having a dream about a game that you play a lot. He argues that since he feels cold, it is unlikely that this is an ordinary dream. He decides that there is no point in thinking about it for a long time. He gets a little sad from the uncertainty. The hero encourages himself, deciding to be more positive. He notices that the controls are quite simple. The guy notes that controlling the joysticks and pedals is a bit unusual. He thinks that with time he will get used to it and it will become easier. The hero believes that such control is even more accurate than using a keyboard and mouse. He decides it's time to find out where he is. There is no card information on the screen and he has no money. It didn't carry over from the game, but there is some food. He sees that he has a huge amount of rare metals. He understands that this is very bad. Rare metals in the Stella world are very valuable due to their scarcity. In the world of the game, you can easily get local currency for them, enel. Enel is the electronic currency of the game. It is more convenient than paper money, but all transactions with it are easy to track. Because of this, many seek to mine rare metals. He understands that everything is happening just like in the game. He hears an alarm. An unidentified ship is scanning the Krishna. Someone turns to him and asks what he's doing here. The stranger asks if he has fallen asleep. The hero tries to laugh it off, suggesting that they fly on and not pay attention. The pirates offer him to share the cargo, promising not to touch it. He refuses and jokingly offers to sell them for a good price. The young man analyzes the data. The ships have a lot of space for cargo, but weak weapons. He understands that this is a typical pirate ship. The pirate repeats his demand to give up the cargo in exchange for his life. The guy decides that a fight cannot be avoided. He asks not to be offended and prepares for battle. He jerks the controls sharply. The pirates are surprised by his maneuver. They can't believe that he destroyed their shield with one shot. The pirate is furious and shouts at him to stop. The man screams that he will kill him. The pirate admires his maneuvers. The hero asks how a pirate feels. The pirate screams in horror, not understanding why his weapon did not work. The man panics when he sees that he is not lagging behind and threw something at him. The pirate begs him to stop. The hero is breathing heavily, recovering from the battle. He realizes that the overload has not been completely suppressed and he feels sick, but he's surprised that he didn't wake up even after that. The young man is finally convinced that all this is happening for real. He's not in such a bad situation. The Krishna is a fast and maneuverable ship with powerful weapons. The young man thinks that after this battle it became obvious that the Krishna was much stronger than the pirate ships. Since he was a mercenary, he comes to the conclusion that he can live here just like in the game. The guy sees that the reward for eliminating the pirates is 19,000 enels. He calculates that if he repairs the ship and replenishes the ammunition, he will remain in the black. The hero searches the wreckage and realizes that there is no valuable cargo there. He finds the coordinates of the stations in this system and even the pirate base and realizes that this is a great success because he did not have a map. The hero decides to sell the information and get a reward. For this, he must fly to the station. He is informed that his request to dock at the terminal prime port has been accepted. They ask him who he is, informing him that his identification data is corrupted. He remembers that the information about him was erased. He introduces himself by his real name, Sato Takahiro, but thinks it doesn't fit this world. He decides to use his game name. The hero says that his ship is the Krishna and his name is Hiro. He calls himself Captain Hiro. He is asked where he got these rare metals from. Hiro is silent and looks tense. Hiro nervously replies that he collected them from the pirates who attacked him. The employee doubts that he is a mercenary because he has no ID and no connection to the guild. He asks if Hiro will tell him where the metals come from. The hero wearily suggests ending this pointless conversation. A girl in a military uniform enters the room. The employee is surprised and asks Miss Serena what she is doing here. She explains that she saw an unfamiliar ship in the hangar. The employee introduces Hiro as the owner. Hiro awkwardly greets, and Serena, after looking at the documents, notes that there really are a lot of metals. Serena asks if he's hiding anything from them. Hiro says he's not hiding anything. When Serena asks if there is anything else, he replies that there is. He explains that he has come to collect the reward and report the coordinates of the pirate bases he has found. But as soon as he showed the hold, then he was immediately dragged here. The woman asks if there is any evidence that the cargo is stolen. The man says no. Serena says she doesn't see any problems then. They offer him a deal. They get metals at a good price and he gets compensation. She adds that she will spend the money here anyway. Hiro thinks that in such a situation, everyone wins. Serena mentions that she has heard about employees who demand bribes from incoming ships. She hints with a menacing smile that he should tell her everything he knows. The girl asks if that's right, addressing him as Marquis Heltz's daughter. The startled employee salutes, shouts that of course, and runs off to deal with the paperwork. Serena apologizes, saying that some people are too dedicated to their work. She explains that his data is empty except for the name and the name of the ship. She says it looks like he came here from another universe. Serena asks what's the matter, and Hiro laughs nervously and says it's okay. He notes her insight to himself. Serena asks how he got into this system. He begins to explain that when he was in hyperspace, something happened and his mind went blank. He continues that the pirates attacked, mistaking him for a weakling, but he somehow defeated them. It's hard for Serena to believe the story of memory loss due to hyperspace. She says he's being accused of espionage. Hiro is shocked. She explains that the main office wants to know if he is a spy from the Barabarum Federation. Hiro doesn't understand what he's talking about. Serena describes the situation. An unknown mercenary with a ton of metals flies into an enemy station. He objects that if he were a spy, he would have found a better way. Hiro thinks that maybe he was being too pushy. Serena notes that this is a coincidence. Serena says with a smile that she was thinking the same thing. She apologizes for the delay, explaining that she was talking to the head office. Serena advises him to go to the doctor, and Hiro thanks her. She offers to introduce him to a reliable doctor to solve his memory problem. Hiro agrees, thinking that she seems like a good person. He waves her goodbye, thinking that although she is beautiful, she is scary and hopes not to see her again. Serena smiles and says they'll see each other again. Hiro is left alone, completely at a loss. He is informed of the payment: $2.5 million for metals, $19,000 for pirates, and $150,000 for information. He calculates that the total amount is more than 2.5 million enels and calculates the exchange rate to yen. The hero is shocked to realize that this money would have been enough for him for 40 years. He remembers that yesterday he was a network manager and his life was gray and boring. The young man remembers that games were his only entertainment and he played everything. It was thanks to the games that he was able to get into the top 10 players. He rejoices that he found himself in the world of the game, not believing his luck. The young man eats and wonders what to do now. He decided to study the data because he didn't want to just waste his life. The hero finds out that he is in the Termin star system, consisting of 4 planets and an asteroid belt. Because the planets are uninhabitable but the system is very rich in resources, mercenaries and miners are constantly arriving at the station. He understands that this is a favorite place of pirates. Moreover, he understands that it won't be difficult for mercenaries like him to find work. Relations with the neighboring Barabarum Federation are strained. The system is currently under the control of the Graken Empire. There are constant skirmishes in the border areas where he is located. He understands that if he stays here, he will be dragged into this conflict. He thinks it's a good opportunity to make some extra money, but he also understands that fighting a real army is not the same as fighting pirates and it's too risky. He has a sneaking suspicion that this is not exactly the Stella he knows. He understands that now he cannot fully trust his knowledge of the game as there are differences. He wonders if he should fly to another system. The hero decides that he still has a lot of time and goes to buy food. He goes outside and is amazed by the view of the huge city. The young man thinks that even though he's used to seeing this in anime, it's breathtaking in person. Hiro remembers reading that this section is not very safe. He decides that if he acts like a redneck, he will get into trouble. At the same moment, he is surrounded by several suspicious characters. Someone is talking to him. The elf he met says he has a pretty gun. The elf girl waves at him and greets him. He wonders if there were elves in the game, but then decides that it makes sense if she is an alien. He asks her not to stare as she appeared out of nowhere and he doesn't trust her. She assures him that she is just as much a mercenary as he is and there is nothing to be afraid of. The girl shouts at him in embarrassment to stop staring at her. She asks him what he wants and he asks her what she wanted from the newcomer. The girl said she wanted him to go out with her. She explains that she came here because of the escalating conflict, but no mercenaries are being recruited yet, and she decided to take him to kill time. Hiro thinks it's all very suspicious. He decides that a walk with the unfortunate space elf will help him learn more about local life. The girl remembers that she has not introduced herself yet. She introduces herself as Alma. Hiro gives his name in response. Alma says that both of their names are very simple and popular. She asks him to remember her name. She calls him newbie and tells him to follow her. Hiro agrees with a sigh. Alma screams, "Doesn't he have a license?" He asks if it's bad. She screams that it's bad, of course, and that it's a miracle he even got this far. She explains that the independent owner of a warship is almost indistinguishable from a pirate and drags him to the guild. He is impressed by the view of the guild building. Hiro notices that it looks like a government building. Alma agrees, saying that they are not particularly different. He asks if she's been doing this for a long time since she knows so much. She replies that she is 53 and that she has 5 years of experience. Alma explains that her race lives up to 500 years, unlike humans. He is surprised that she looks so young and asks what she has been doing for the other 48 years. She blushes and screams that it doesn't matter. The girl waves it off, saying it's rude to ask the mercenaries about the past. Hiro thinks she's obviously had a hard life. A stern man with a cybernetic arm behind the counter asks what they need. Alma cheerfully explains that he is a rookie who worked as a mercenary without registration. The man asks if he is a beginner and even without a license. The man demands to know the ship's name and ID. Alma giggles and asks if he's scared, to which Hiro tells her to shut up. He is surprised as he has never seen such a ship and notes that there are no records of it in the database. The hero explains again that the information about the ship and its memory were damaged in hyperspace. The man says it doesn't matter since mercenaries don't pry into someone else's past. Hiro is relieved to think that his excuse, though so-so, has worked. After completing the registration, he informs that everything is ready. He says he needs to test Hiro now. The man says they can't give him a job without testing his skills on a simulator. He explains that there should be something similar to his ship in the simulators. The man tells him to choose. Hiro notices Elma's strange smile and asks what's wrong with her. She says she just wants to see how good he is. The man announces that he has passed. Hiro comes out happy. The man looks puzzled and Elma asks if something is wrong. Hiro explains that he started with a simple one and gradually increased the difficulty. He says he hardly felt the difference, even though it was a little hard at the end. The man explains that it was a gold rank test. He talks about the rank system, which shows the combat power of a mercenary. He says he can't just give him a gold rank because he doesn't have any merit. The man assigns Hiro a bronze rank and tells him to earn achievements. Hiro asks not to rush to give him gold. Hiro says with a sly smile that otherwise they will spoil all the fun for him from leveling up. The man finds it interesting. Hiro notices that Elma is sulking and doesn't understand why. She screams that she's been doing this for 5 years and she only has a silver rank. Hiro awkwardly tries to calm her down, realizing that he has problems. He says he would like to buy food, but he doesn't know the station and needs a good guide. Elma immediately changes her face and happily agrees to help him. The girl decides that a beginner who doesn't know left from right needs a decent guide. She declares that she will take him to her favorite place. Hiro thinks to himself that it's that simple. They arrive at the store and Hiro asks what she wants. Elma asks what he would recommend. She advises you to take food cartridges and if you have money, artificial meat. Hiro asks about the usual meat and vegetables. Elma is shocked and says that only the rich can afford this, and this is not the case here. The hero realizes that farming at the station is inefficient. He asks why there are no carbonated drinks here. Elma doesn't understand what he's talking about. Hiro explains that these are bubbly drinks and can't believe they're not there. The girl says she has never heard of such a thing and is surprised by his reaction. Hiro falls to his knees in despair. The young man whispers that God is dead. He tries to remember why soda can't be drunk in space, but he doesn't understand why it's not on the station. Hiro shouts that he doesn't understand, and Elma looks at him in confusion. Suddenly it dawns on him, maybe he can find them on the planet. He imagines finding soda in a vending machine somewhere in a residential area. Elma asks worriedly if he's okay. He resolutely declares that he will buy a mansion on the planet. She doesn't understand how he came to this in the first place. Elma is shocked and says that it will cost hundreds of millions of enels. The girl agrees that striving for more is great. Hiro notes that there is good service and convenient delivery to the ship. She boasts that she said it was a good store and thanks him for the juice. From around the corner, they hear the scream of a girl who is surrounded by several men. One of them grabs the girl by the chin and says he wants to have fun with her. Elma says it's useless, she's alone and defenseless. Hiro stops her and asks if she's offering to leave the girl. She adds that she cannot survive in such a place. Elma explains that this is a common occurrence throughout the galaxy. The girl asks if he's going to get involved every time. She reminds him that he's just a mercenary, not a hero. Elma is shocked when he grabs her hand to stop him from pulling out his gun. He screams, did she really think he would say such a thing, and pulls out a gun. The bandit says that one blow and he will be silenced. Suddenly, he cries out in pain as something pierces his arm. Hiro is surprised that he got in and puts it down to the gaming experience. Another bandit rushes at Hiro. The hero shouts at them to get lost, otherwise he will aim lower. The bandits run away and Hiro scratches his head. Elma asks what he's going to do with the girl. Hiro nonchalantly replies that he doesn't know. Elma drinks her juice and Hiro smiles nervously. Elma asks him again what he's going to do with the girl. Hiro is lost and doesn't know what to say. She says that since he saved her, then let him think for himself and is going to leave. Hiro is shocked by how she treats the newcomer. He shouts after her that she is a heartless girl and he thought that he could rely on her. The girl says she was stupid not to notice it. He decides that he will have to turn to that man from the guild. He adds with a smile that you can definitely rely on him, unlike the cold, treacherous elf. The girl shouts at him to shut up. Elma asks what her name is. The girl replies that her name is Mimi. Elma asks if she has someone who can help her at this station. Mimi replies that she doesn't have anyone. The girl asks what he's going to do next. Hiro offers her to live on his ship if she has nowhere else to go. Elma asks Mimi what she can do, explaining that Hiro is a mercenary with his own ship. The girl interrupts her, saying she doesn't have to continue. Elma concludes that all Mimi can do is do household chores. She adds that Mimi can satisfy Hiro, and that's basically it. Hiro is shocked by her words and asks what kind of satisfaction it is. Horrified, Mimi asks if that's why he's calling her to the ship and thinks he's not thinking with his head. She explains that there are no idiots in this cluster who would help a useless stranger. Mimi blushes and lowers her head. Hiro tries to justify that he's not calling her for that. Elma says it's not for her to advise, but asks Mimi if she's from the third block. Elma explains that this place is not for naive girls. She asks what happened since Mimi doesn't have anyone here. Mimi says that she is from the second block and she had an ordinary family. Her parents, who were responsible for maintaining the station's infrastructure, died in the accident. They were blamed for the incident, and the compensation for the damage exceeded her inheritance. She was unable to pay taxes and debts. As a result, she was kicked into the third block. Elma says that this is a common thing and is surprised that Hiro forgot about it. Mimi cries and Hiro thinks that since she was rich before she lost her memory, there's nothing she can do. Elma can't believe he's serious. Hiro asks if it's serious when an office employee confirms the information. The employee lists all the taxes and debts that Mimi has. The man calculates that the total amount is 500,000 enels. He says it's the price of her freedom and that it's about 50 million yen. Hiro is outraged that a child should not be forced to pay off the debts of his parents and asks if there is no refusal of inheritance. The employee replies that yes. Unfortunately, the deadline has already passed. He explains that if she lives in the third block, she will be free of debt. But it also means that public services will be unavailable to her. The employee says he's sure Hiro can imagine what would happen to a single child in the third block. The employee notes that although the mercenaries earn well, 500,000 is still a large sum. He says there are more affordable options in the third block if Hiro wants to move in with her. The employee says with a sly smile that he is sure that Hiro will like everything, and he won't even have to think about the wallet. Hiro says he accepts the challenge. Elma welcomes them back, Hiro greets back, and Mimi awkwardly asks how everything went. Mimi looks at him with wide eyes and says that it's understandable. Hiro says he just slapped him with money. Mimi admires, saying that this is how mercenaries solve cases. Elma gives Mimi a bag of clothes that she picked up at random. Mimi thanks her and Elma says that her problems have just begun and wishes her good luck. Elma warns him that if he dies, Mimi will end up on the street. The girl says goodbye and says she will go to her ship. He notes that although the cartridges are not bad, artificial meat tastes better and is worth the money. Hiro asks if she doesn't like it. Mimi excitedly shouts that she really likes it. Mimi asks what they will do after. Hiro thinks about it. He says he's going to take a shower and make a plan for tomorrow and tells her to go to bed. The young man wishes her to rest, saying that she had a hard day. He decides that he needs to buy a lot since he is going to live with Mimi. The hero remembers that in the third block there are many shops with goods of questionable quality, but the one that Elma showed is proven. He thinks that even though she's an unlucky elf, at least she knows a lot. Hiro knocks on the door and asks if he can come in. He tells her to wait a second while he gets dressed. Suddenly Mimi hugs him. The girl says she is here to fulfill her duties. He tries to pull away, saying that he didn't take her for that. He notices that she is trembling with fear. Hiro says she doesn't know what the elf said to her, but she doesn't have to force herself. Sheepishly, he tries to explain that he's not going to do it. She says that even though she's useless, if she can do anything, she'll feel better. The hero strokes her head. She looks at him and thinks that he has to make up his mind. Hiro lies in bed, thoughtfully staring at the ceiling. He looks at Mimi sleeping next to him and wonders what he should do now. The hero reflects that he has a ship, money, and a mercenary status, so the situation is not so bad. Although he had recently spent a lot, Mimi's presence would not increase his expenses much. He thinks that living just for the sake of living is pointless and boring. The young man decides that in this case he needs a goal. Hiro decides that the goal of buying a mansion is pretty good. He remembers that he originally wanted a mansion to drink soda. Now that Mimi is with him, it will be great to have a place they can call home. The guy remembers his world with sadness. Mimi smiles in her sleep and mumbles his name. Hiro looks at his ship in the hangar. He informs me that the inspection is over. Hiro gives a thumbs up with a smile and says that everything is fine, there are no problems. Mimi exhales with relief. He asks if she will go shopping with him after breakfast. Mimi happily agrees and says that everything is fine. The hero says that he needs to buy a lot for her. Mimi apologizes for causing him so much trouble. Hiro pulls her cheeks. Mimi doesn't understand what's going on. He says that since they are spacefarers, it's better for them to have plenty of everything, because if anything happens, they will have to stay on the ship for 6 months. The hero asks if she understands and tells her to stop being silly. He suggests we go get something to eat. A man from the guild informs me that Mimi is registered as a crew member. Hiro wants to teach her how to be a cameraman. He says he downloaded the tutorial to his tablet. He says it's a good learning AI that starts from the very basics. Mimi thanks him. Mimi, in new clothes, wonders how all this happened in one night. Hiro says it's a very long story. The man asks him to tell him what happened. He thinks it hasn't happened to him in 15 years, but it happened to a rookie on the very first day. The man shouts that it's not fair because he hasn't met a single beautiful woman in all this time. Mimi and Hiro try to calm him down. Elma reappears and greets him. The girl asks how he's doing. He replies that his ship has been serviced, provisions have been purchased, and he is ready to depart. She says Mimi is now learning to be a cameraman and she feels better than she does outside. Hiro asks her what she wants since she's calling for a reason. The girl is glad that he understands and says that it's been tense lately. She says that a large-scale liquidation will begin soon. This is an event where players team up to complete a goal. He understands that everything in this world is the same as in the game, and the reward depends on the contribution to the battle. She explains that they will soon start recruiting people to storm the pirates' base and destroy their ships. He says with a sly smile that he would never miss such a thing in his life. A few days later, an hour before the start of the operation, Hiro and Mimi are sitting in the cockpit. The screen thanks you for waiting. She introduces herself as Captain Serena Halls, who is in charge of this operation. She explains that a pirate base has been discovered in the Gamma sector of the asteroid belt. Serena says their fleet will launch a massive attack on the base first. Mimi thinks that since they're just pirates, there shouldn't be any problems destroying them. She explains that the army will not be able to destroy everyone, in particular small ships. That's exactly what mercenaries are for. He says that the pirates' strength lies in the speed of their small and medium-sized ships. He understands that even if the base is destroyed, those who manage to escape will gather again and build a new one. Hiro thinks their fast ships are perfect for such a small thing. First, the mercenaries will surround the base, then the mobile fleet will start attacking. The pirates will try to escape and the mercenaries must stop them and so panic. During this time, the fleet will disperse and destroy the remaining ships. Serena announces that the operation will end when the destruction of all pirate ships is confirmed. She asks if there are any questions. The woman offers to finish, and the young man asks permission to ask a question. He asks if it is possible to escape. Serena replies with a smile that of course, because the living are more useful. She adds that it's okay if they decide that the reward isn't worth the risk. She says with a smile that if they fight badly and run away, there will be problems. The guy says that in the end, not only the pirates will be surrounded, but they too. He says they will take advantage of the situation and force them to fight to the end. Elma is in touch and says that this option should not be discarded. Hiro says they won't engage in such barbarism. As a soldier of the star system, she swears by her honor. Hiro decides to believe her. Mimi screams in a panic that everything is fine. Hiro tells her that if she's scared, she can stay at the station and promises to give her all. But for some reason, he himself is completely calm. He thinks it's a normal reaction before a deadly battle. He thinks he probably still sees it as a game. Control orders departure. He says that in this case, he's going to fully enjoy the event. The ship Krishna is taking off. Mimi, sitting at the console, reports on the location of the army and mercenaries. Hiro calls Mimi over while he thinks. Mimi admires that the ships are so different. She explains that although the models are almost the same, everyone customizes them as they want. Hiro remembers that there were some pretty strange ships in the game, but he didn't customize his own like that. They see a beautiful white ship in space. She admires the galactic swan. Hiro calls him a piece of trash. Mimi doesn't understand why. He explains that although the ship is fast, it has no maneuverability, and it is simply impossible to control it. Expensive maintenance. Hiro calls it an uncontrollable violent regime. Mimi wonders which pilot is driving it. He realizes that it is Elma's ship. Mimi is worried about her, but Hiro doesn't know what to say. The young man confidently says that the self-proclaimed veteran can handle it. They see a pirate base on an asteroid ahead. He notes that the information provided by the army is quite detailed, but his position is packed with enemies. He feels that this is no coincidence. Mimi asks if something is wrong, but he replies that everything is fine and that it's about to start. The girl looks at the explosions in horror, and Hiro admires the coolness of what is happening. Hiro notes that even Krishna is no match for their power and range. Mimi informs me that a message has arrived. As ships were seen trying to escape, he orders the radio silence to end and the operation to begin. Hiro tells her that they are going into battle and tells her to prepare for overload. Mimi reports that 2 regular and 2 small ships are approaching. Hiro is surprised that they decided to attack Krishna head-on. One of the ships explodes. He laughs and says they seriously think they can escape just because they modified their ships. Hiro exhales with relief. On the radio, the mercenary Queta screams for help, as there are too many pirates. Mimi reports that one of the allies is fighting 5 pirates. Hiro tells us to fly to him as he is not far away. Quite thanks for the help and recognizes Krishna. Hiro strains his homing guns and fires. Quite thanks him. Quite says that he has already gotten rid of the others, and that he would not be able to resist 5 at once. The man says goodbye and flies to refuel. Mimi reports that the allies are winning, but there is a battle with 3 medium ships not far from the army. Hiro sees that these are converted civilian vessels and assigns Mimi radar and communications. But the laser cannons and turrets on these ships are no joke. He thinks the Krishna's shields won't hold up. Hiro tells her to get ready as it's going to be hot right now and decides to bypass them. He says they will shut down almost all systems, hide in space debris and attack from a blind spot. The young man explains that there is too much debris, so the radars are useless and they will use a thermal imager. He is glad that there is thermal stealth in this world too. The pirates complain that they are running out of fuel and ammunition, and the situation is getting worse. They notice something and don't understand what it is. They see Hiro's ship and don't understand where it came from. A girl's voice is heard on the radio, thanking them for their help and hoping that they will also be paid for. Mimi asks how he knew the cameraman was cute. The man replies that if the voice is cute, then so is she. As the rest of the ships are destroyed and they are trying to escape, Hiro orders to deal with them quickly. Mimi reports that the area has been cleared. Hiro praises her and says that this sector is over. He thinks that navigator is bullshit, not a name for Krishna. Mimi thanks the cameraman and Hiro flirts, saying that she has a cute voice. Hiro says that these jokes are here too, and they are moving to the next sector. Mimi reports that a message has arrived from that ship. Hiro realizes that this is Elma's galactic swan. Hiro says she's in trouble and he seems to know that. Elma screams in panic what is happening to this ship. She's crying for help. The girl screams that she lost control. Mimi says her ship has gone crazy and there's nothing they can do. Hiro says that even if she wanted to, there are no ships here that could catch her. Mimi says he's going to explode soon. Hiro replies that the cabin is pretty sturdy, so Elma is unlikely to die. Someone is shouting for everyone to get out of the way. Mimi says, startled, that it's an allied ship. Hiro says the cabin is sturdy. They see Elma's ship crashing into an army ship. The officer reports that a mercenary ship crashed into them. Serena asks how this will affect the operation. The officer says that Elma's ship is badly damaged and they suffered minor damage. Serena decides that since this will not affect the operation in any way, then she needs to continue acting according to plan. She orders me not to forget to send him the bill. The officer says that there must be a mistake here as he showed 2 good results. Serena thinks she knew that. It has a bronze rank, but its effectiveness is like platinum. She thinks that even considering his ship, it's not normal. He gave her the impression not of a former military man or a mercenary, but of an ordinary man. She orders me to find out everything I can about him and keep watching him. The woman thinks with a smile that it has become even more interesting for her now. Mimi reports that a message has arrived from the army. Hiro says that's great, it's time to have some fun. He says that garbage and cargo from the holds of pirates can also make a profit. Mimi agrees, saying it's more fun than killing others. The hero tells her to check what she's going to collect and ask if she doesn't know something. Mimi asks what it is, as it says it is impossible to identify. He explains that this singing crystal is a rather rare and dangerous thing. Mimi asks so it's better not to touch him. Hiro tells her to take it. He says it would be bad if someone else found him, and tells them to take him quietly. It is explained that the singing crystal is a special item from the game that, when broken, summons monsters which are called a crystalline life form. In the game, it was needed to start a raid. The crystal may be useful depending on how we use it. Mimi in a spacesuit asks Hiro what he's going to do next. Hiro replies that he will rest for a while as he is tired. The girl clarifies what his global main goal is. He says his goal is to buy himself a mansion on the planet. Mimi admires what a great goal. Hiro says that living just to live is boring and asks what about her. Mimi replies that she has never thought about it. He says there must be something because the universe is huge. Hiro insists that she at least come up with something. Mimi is dizzy with tension. Hiro says it's okay because she's worried and offers to have a snack. Mimi says she wants to eat. She enthusiastically declares that she wants to try all the goodies in the whole universe. The girl says she wants to go on a gourmet tour of the universe with him. Mimi says it's Iron Man number 5. The seller explains that the Musashi company is very proud of the performance of the new cartridge oven. Mimi researched the dishes for a long time and decided that they needed a better curry oven. He says he was going to upgrade the ship anyway since she's living with him, so that's a good thing. Hiro asks how much it will cost to use and maintain as it is very energy intensive. The seller explains that all the care is done by nanomachines, so they won't even have to think about it. It is explained that a cartridge oven is something like a 3D printer for food that runs on cartridges. They are always fresh and the taste is the same. The seller says that there should be no difference and offers to try. Hiro excitedly shouts that it's delicious. Hiro doesn't understand what he was eating on Krishna back then. Mimi also says it's delicious and the seller is proud of their development. Mimi says it's expensive, and Hiro yells at them to buy it. The girl says that they have already replaced all the equipment with a new one. They leave the guild, and the seller wants them to come back. Mimi says they made a lot of money yesterday, so it's okay. A man from the guild shouts if they're bullying. The girl says it's a substitute. He's furious, shouting what a substitute. The man is carried away by someone, and Hiro apologizes. The girl says with a smile that the replacement has been made. She asks if they've come to collect the rewards and payouts. The girl says that there was only a small thing, and the reward is worse than she had hoped, since this system is secure. She invites him to join the fleet, saying that such a skilled person will earn more in more dangerous systems. Hiro refuses, saying that he has other things to do. She asks what kind of relationship they have, and Hiro replies that it's quite complicated. Mimi says Hiro is her master. Hiro, in a panic, says that this is not what she thought. The employee says it's understandable, and that they've almost crossed the line. The girl offers to leave the guild and join them. She says it's amazing, and that the plot twist from the novel happened in reality. She says with a smile that she will be useful to them, and knows a lot of things. Mimi screams no in horror. Hiro says it's a joke, and that she shouldn't worry. Hiro asks if she knows Ilma. Mimi is shocked and asks if she is seriously hurt. The employee replies that no, but she will have to pay compensation for the army. Hiro thinks that this is expected since the ship was an army ship. She says that Elma seems to be in search of money. The employee says that no one will lend money to a mercenary whose work tool has turned into trash. Mimi asks what will happen to her. She will be sent to prison. Hiro says that when he tested the oven for the first time, it was also delicious, but he tries something new every time and is surprised. Hiro asks if she agrees. Mimi thinks it's interesting. Mimi wonders if Elma is eating well. Hiro says he would like to help himself, but he doesn't know how to contact Elma, and if this continues, Mimi will be sad all the time. Mimi asks why they went to the city. Hiro replies that he can't stay in the ship all day. He suggests taking a walk, getting some fresh air, or going to the store. Mimi asks him to look there. Hiro asks if she saw anything delicious. Hiro sees Elma in the alley. Mimi is shocked when Hiro recognizes the girl in the alley. He says she's already lost her mind. Elma aggressively asks what they want. Hiro replies that since she's pretending to be cool, she's fine. Hiro calmly asks how much time she has left to find. Mimi is horrified by the amount of 3 million, calculating that it is 30 billion yen. Even if she collects all her money, it won't be enough. She says she can't make money because her ship is under repair. Mimi says the deadline is in 2 hours. Hiro realizes that because of this incident, no one will lend her money. She explains that if she doesn't make it, she'll be sent to prison on Termin 3, which is full of pirates. The girl says she was ready to die in space, but such a fate is unbearable for her. She says they've switched places now. Mimi looks at Hiro with tears in her eyes. Hiro says it's been a long time. The girl suggests going to the ship and eating. Elma is shocked when Hiro says that he has just paid 3 million enels. Hiro says that everything he earned is gone. Elma asks why he did it, and Hiro replies that it was for Mimi's sake. He says he didn't want her to be sad. The young man says that even if it was her own fault, he couldn't help but help someone who had once helped him. He says that, to be honest, he did it not only out of the kindness of his heart, and that he has his reasons. The hero wants her on his team. He says his memories are in mush and Mimi doesn't know much, so they need someone with experience. He says that she will be paid as part of the team and will be able to pay off the debt to him little by little. Hiro asked the girl if she was listening to him. Elma asks what he's talking about since he already has Mimi. Hiro replies that the third one will not be superfluous since Krishna is big. The girl agrees, saying that she had no choice. Hiro says you're welcome. He says he hopes he will do his job well. Mimi asks him to be gentle. Hiro replies that no way and that she will work her ass off. Serena is surprised that these are reparations. The officer says yes, today is the deadline. Serena says she told me not to punish. The girl shows her a signed document. Serena can't believe who would give such a meaningless order and sees that it was done by Lieutenant Baritone. She thinks there are a lot of people in the army who don't like mercenaries. The girl realizes that due to the fact that she often uses mercenaries, some people dislike her, and one mistake can destroy all her efforts. Since they want to frame her, she orders them to investigate this lieutenant and get rid of him if possible. She thinks that the mercenaries really earn a lot since she was able to pay the entire amount in 1 week. Elma shouts in shock why his ship is so luxurious. Hiro awkwardly explains that they went to buy an oven, and then everything kind of started spinning. Hiro says that a lot has happened to her in a week and suggests that she go to the shower. Elma says he reeks of alcohol and tells him to take a shower and wash off his stress along with the dirt. He says that when she finishes, the food will be ready. The hero asks if she's okay because she's blushing. Mimi says that everything is fine, of course. She says she will go with her since Elma doesn't know how their bathroom works. Hiro agrees. He thinks that after that there are only pennies left in his pocket, and he wants to keep at least 1 million in reserve. The hero is thinking about how to get the money, since most of the tasks are transportation and the pay is good. He decides that since a small capacity ship won't do, he'll be a bounty hunter. The young man thinks that there are plenty of small groups here, separate from the big one, and their equipment is good. Most likely, they will hunt in the asteroid belt, attacking civilian mining ships as the security of the system has weakened. He decides that he will make the most of it, since this place is full of civilian ships and the level of army security is low. Elma, coming out of the shower, knocks on the door and asks what he wants since the food is not ready yet. Hiro is at a loss. She's screaming, "That's what you wanted." He understands that's why she was acting like that. The hero asks her to listen. She is horrified that she has misunderstood him. She says she understands perfectly well that 3 million is not an amount that can be ignored because of personal interests. The girl says she was happy. Hiro says there's no problem then. Mimi wishes good morning and says she will make breakfast now. She says she's so glad they saved Elma and that she's going to live with them now. Hiro thinks if Elma is here then. Elma is angry that he has nerves after yesterday. Hiro says they're all in the same boat and suggests they get along. The girl screams that everything is wrong. Mimi says she likes Elma. Hiro says he hopes they all get along. Elma wonders what she's gotten herself into. Since the sweep, the number of pirates has greatly decreased, but relations between the Empire and the Federation have become even more tense. He thinks he doesn't have to get involved in this and can leave, but there are only small groups of experienced pirates left for whom they give a lot of money. The young man decided to stay here for a while longer to earn money. Elma is happy that they have earned a lot today. She asks why he is not happy because he earned what he wanted. Hiro says she's the only one who's so happy. He thinks his plan turned out to be better than he thought, as the Empire weakened its defenses and pirates began to appear more frequently. The young man hid there and hunted. He thinks he'll have to try, but they're just pirates and they're no match for the Krishna. As a result, the goal of 2 million was reached in a week. Elma suggests going shopping tomorrow. Hiro doesn't understand what's going on. She says they've been hunting pirates all this time and they should get some rest. Elma asks if he feels sorry for Mimi since she didn't have a chance to spend her money. Mimi says she usually just sits here and asks if it's okay that she gets so much. Elma says Mimi's reward is 0.5% of the proceeds, but it's still a lot of money. She says Mimi is still learning, but she's also putting her life in danger, so it's a commensurate reward. Elma says Mimi still has to take care of him. Mimi says he didn't force her to be here. Both are screaming that they want to be with him. Mimi admits that she loves him. She says she loves him with all her heart. Elma says he saved her, but she wouldn't have gone this far just because of that. Mimi and Elma ask what's wrong with him. He's crying with happiness. The hero wipes his tears. He says that, to be honest, he was nervous and thought that they had forced themselves to stay here because he had helped them. Elma says that's it. The girl decides that she needs to tell him in another way. They are walking through the shopping district. He says this is the end of his adventure. The young man is disappointed that the cola is gas-free. The seller is shocked when Hiro says he will take all 7 boxes. The 3 of them think it's weird. Hiro says they're probably not just mining ships. Mimi says that these are Barabarum ships. Elma says they disguised themselves as civilians, but they don't mine and are too organized. They found them. Hiro told the team to prepare for the interception. Looking at the screen, he realized that their doctors wanted to get rid of any witnesses as their mission was extremely secret. The guy realized that they were going to open a warning fire. Hiro gave the order to approach the target. The ship headed at full speed towards the enemy's team. He jumped out of the meteorite and hit the opponent's ship with Krishna. The enemy began to attack with beams when Hiro's ship hid behind a meteorite. Krishna fired his weapon while hiding. The hero understood that an army ship cannot be destroyed with a single blow. Hiro hit the enemy's barrier with his arrows and he disappeared. The ships began to turn around and fly away. Alice noticed that the enemy's shields were at 0. Krishna flew after him. The enemies fired projectiles that started exploding in Hiro's path. His ship bypassed the explosions and destroyed the enemies with a beam. After the fight, Alma hoped that the black boxes were intact. Mimi wondered if this data was so important. My friend said that the army would pay them a good price for them. Hiro told the girls that he would take care of the boxes personally because he had contacts in the army. Alma seriously said that they were fine as long as Hiro didn't drag them into trouble. The guy laughed and said they were just selling data. When the team arrived at the rendezvous point with Hiro's contact, Alma asked why they were now taking part in the battle between the Federation and the Empire if they just had to hand over the data. The guy apologized. Alma realized that her friend had just been persuaded and noticed that a mercenary should be able to negotiate. Hiro found fault that he had nothing to justify himself with. Mimi asked her friend to calm down. Sitting in the hall, Hiro could hear how the people around him were envious and did not understand why Alma, who had a silver level, was teaming with him. He understood that girls attract too much attention to themselves. Suddenly, someone shouted to get attention. When Alma saw Miss Serena, she immediately remembered how she had dragged Hiro into this operation. The guy said nothing. The commander took the stage and announced the start of a briefing on the protection of the Termin star system. Thanks to Hiro's team and intelligence data, the army knew the approximate strength of the Federation fleet, which consisted of battleships, cruisers, destroyers, and corvettes. This was significantly more than the ships in the Termin garrison. The army also found out that their reinforcements would arrive a day later than the enemy's, so their task was to hold out for one day. The plan was for Serena's mercenary fleet to hide in the asteroid belt where the enemy fleet would presumably pass and conduct guerrilla fire. The goal is to slow down their advance. The army understood that the most powerful ship they could encounter were destroyers. These ships of the higher level had strong shields. Mercenaries who specialize in hunting pirates are no match for them. Miss Serena confessed to her people that she did not see any advantages in their army and asked them to share an idea if anyone had one. She promised that if the offer turned out to be useful, they would use it without unnecessary questions. The girl noticed that Hiro raised his hand. The guy immediately said that his plan was strange since they would only need one ship. Hiro explained that he would use the distortion of the enemy warp jump and get into their formation. Then he will make his way deeper, destroy the enemy's flagship, and escape. Hiro's team was shocked. There was some whispering in the audience, and after a moment of silence, Miss Serena asked if the guy was seriously suggesting such a plan. Hiro said that he would at least try to break up their formation to slow them down. The guy added that in case of failure, only one person would die, which would not affect the Empire in any way. Miss Serena suggested that he had some kind of plan after all. Captain Krishna confirmed this but did not give details. Serena smiled and announced that she was allowing Hiro's team to operate. She promised that a nice bonus would be waiting for him after his return. When the guys came out from behind the hall, Alma expressed her dissatisfaction with the plan. Hiro tried to calm her down. The girl screamed that his idea was absolutely stupid. The guy assured her that his plan was reliable. He pressed the button and the door opened. There was a singing crystal in the glass behind her. Alma hid behind Mimi's back and asked where Hiro got such a dangerous crystal. The guy thoughtfully took out a singing crystal. Seeing this, the elf screamed at him to be careful. Hiro took the tape and began to wrap it around the crystal to attach it to the ship's cannon. When the guy finished, he praised his work. Ilya hit Hiro on the head, and Mimi, covering the guy with herself, told her friend that people should not be beaten. Elf recalled that the singing crystal was one of the most neglected items. She warned that if it crashed, they could be attacked by thousands of crystalline life forms. The girl sighed and thoughtfully asked how he could fight with such a dangerous object on board in space. She asked Hiro what his plan was. The guy said that they would set up an ambush in the super-speed drive where the enemies were expected to arrive, and when they came out of the jump, his team would stop the super-speed drive at the same moment. Alma understood that the interference from the jump was similar to the interference from stopping the drive, and her friend wanted to use this to get to the enemies. Hiro said they would turn on thermal camouflage to hide among the debris. He added that they would then head towards the flagship, and as soon as they got closer, they would launch anti-ship rocket torpedoes. Hiro said that in a collision, the warhead overloads the shields and passes through them, and explained that these weapons were made specifically against large ships. Mimi couldn't remember anyone using it before. Alma said that such a weapon was too expensive, as a single shot cost about $500,000. The girl considered it a waste of money to spend such torpedoes against small ships. Hiro said that as soon as the flagship was destroyed, the crew would panic and the fleet would be attacked by crystals, and they would escape by taking advantage of the mess. The guy finished talking and asked what Alma thought about the plan. The the girl didn't appreciate him. Afterwards, the girl added with a smile that anything is possible for Hiro and Krishna. As soon as the guy relaxed, Alma demanded that he warn them about dangerous cargo next time. She pointed her finger at him and asked if Hiro understood her. He raised his hands in agreement. Mimi laughed. She said that Alma was acting like an older sister. The elf replied complacently that she was both older and more experienced than the captain. The hero muttered that despite his experience, Alma still didn't know what her ship was capable of. Krishna was flying through space. Mimi reported that the radars showed some interference from exiting the jump. Hiro ordered them to slow down. Alma said she turns on the emergency cooling, turns off the power, and switches to stealth mode. The captain said they would only move by inertia. Ahead, the team saw the enemy fleet, which was a spectacular view for them. Alma noticed that the ships were still arriving. Mimi reported that the jump interference had disappeared and the Federation ships had begun to move. Hiro took over the steering wheel of the Krishna and ordered the emergency cooling to be turned off and the generator to be turned on at full power. The ship flew straight at the enemies. The captain said that their target was only the flagship and they should ignore the others. Krishna flew between the enemy's spaceships. Mimi reported that enemy turrets were aimed at them. Hiro said that it was too late for the fleet to do anything because Krishna had begun to maneuver between the enemy ships. He knew that they would not shoot as they would be afraid to hit their own. Hiro spotted the flagship and aimed his guns directly at it. He fired them at the enemy's ship. The torpedo penetrated the flagship's defenses. She hit the ship directly and it exploded. Seeing this, Hiro began to rejoice that the Titan had fallen. Alma reminded him that they had to run. A crack appeared in space due to the explosion of the crystal. It emitted a bright light and a loud sound in the empty space. Covering their ears, the girls did not understand how sound could be produced in space. Hiro didn't answer. The enemy commanders were talking. The captains of the ships were asked to report the status. The chief reported that they had lost the Tiger's Eye and Nakinut's ship had hidden. The comm reported that there were several distortions in the area of the ships. Crystals began to come out of the portals, which caused the distortion to increase. The enemies didn't understand what was going on. The crystals headed towards the enemy fort and started shooting them down. The ships exploded from the attacks. Krishna, however, flew close to them during the riots. Hiro, watching the fight, said he looked terrible. Alma said this was their chance to escape. The girl quickly began to find escape routes when she heard what Hiro said. She rebuilt it. The captain said they could knock out a couple of enemy ships while they were panicking under the crystal bombardment. The girls didn't have time to stop him. The hero has already directed Krishna towards the slaughter. Thanks to the crystals, not all enemies clung to Hiro's ship. He decided to use his torpedoes and knocked out a couple of enemies. Alma reported that one of the crystals was to their right and large lasers were attacking the ship from the left and front. Hiro deftly dodged the enemies and destroyed several crystals. The stones were not a problem for Captain Krishna because they had no shields and the shell was easy to penetrate. He was more afraid of how they persistently attacked organic life forms. Alma screamed that several crystals were chasing them. The girl was sure that they would not leave them alone. Hiro said they would give them a bigger target. He got closer to the enemy ship. The crystals began to destroy the enemy spaceship. Hiro noticed that thanks to the inorganic creatures, the enemy's shields were at zero. He said that large ships without bills were easy prey, and he directed Krishna directly at them. Hiro took down one enemy ship after another. Alma reported that the Imperial fleet had arrived at the battle zone. The captain said it was time for them to leave. He didn't want to get caught in the crossfire. Mimi informed them that the high-speed drive was ready and the team took off. Hiro told the group that they had done a great job and asked Mimi how much they had earned. The girl said that their reward is almost 11 million. The captain thoughtfully said that after deducting the fuel, ammo, and the share of the girls, he had just over 11 million in his account, which was still not enough for him. Alma asked if he wanted to buy a new ship. The guy replied that he wanted to buy a house with a garden on the planet. The girl agreed that there was still not enough money for such a purpose. She asked him why he shouldn't join the service of the AWAKENS. Alma believed that with Hiro's skills, it would be faster if he became a knight. The hero said he wanted nothing to do with the nobility and the military. A week later, the team gathered in the common room. Mimi asked how many times Serena had invited the captain to join the army. Hiro said that with every refusal, the benefits become more interesting. Elf asked what the guy would do because soon Miss Serena would personally come to him. Mimi called the captain a huntress. Hiro thought Serena was beautiful but scary. He confessed to the girls that it was quite profitable to be a mercenary since everything that the army leader offered he could get with money. After thinking a little, the hero suggested that the team escape. Mimi asked if he was sure about it. Alma thought it was a smart move. The captain said they could leave as they had everything ready for that. He ordered Mimi to request permission to leave. The boys boarded the ship. Elf asked Hiro where they were going. The guy said they were going to fly across 6 star systems. Mimi asked if he was talking about the Elaine system. Alma said it was a highly developed system where colonies were famous for medical stations and biotechnologies. Hiro added that they are also famous for synthetic meat and genetically modified crops. The girls approved the choice of the system. The guy buckled up and said that they were moving towards their goal. Serena was on the phone with her uncle. He asked if the girl was sure of her intention and reminded her that their battle messages were amazing. The niece said that she would not back down from her decision. Serena wanted to create an independent squad capable of moving freely and hunting pirates. Her uncle said that with such skills, she could have chosen a better squad, but he quickly realized that he would not be able to convince her. The girl thanked him, and that was the end of the call. She went to the glass and looked into space. Serena muttered that the hero would not run away from her. Alma reported that the weapon was aimed. Hiro understood that they couldn't just leave and ordered the generator to be switched to combat mode. Mimi said that the scan was completed and informed them that they had a reward for all 4 ships. The guy said they can't hold back now. They were flying through space when Mimi noticed that 2 ships had turned around and started moving towards them. The Allen system was quite a prosperous place. There were 2 habitable planets, 3 research, and 1 trading station. Although there were few natural resources, the money came from the development and production of high-tech products. They also bought a lot of natural resources, which would have resulted in a steady stream of merchant ships. Mimi read this information to the captain. Hiro reflected that if there were a lot of merchants in the system, it meant that there were a lot of pirates, so the mercenaries could find work there for themselves. Alma agreed with him. She said that although the Garrison Empire was watching everything closely, it still couldn't keep track of everything. Hiro was asked which station they were going to. Mimi informed me that you can only enter the research station with a pass. The girl suggested that they should head to the shopping section. Hiro wanted to look at the research room. Alma said there was nothing interesting there. She said that people live there who treat work as a hobby, and added that the research station is not a place for recreation and entertainment. Hiro said that they would then set a course for the trading station. Mimi reported that their ship had received a distress signal. The guy muttered that they were out of luck. Alma told him not to grumble because if they got a signal, they should help. Mimi said they were almost at the scene. She reported that there are 5 ships around the target. It seemed to the girl that the civilian ship was being chased by pirates. Hiro asked if they were responding to requests. Mimi texted them to stop the fire, but no one answered her. Alma noticed that the pirates were clinging to them. The battle between the enemy ship and Krishna began. The shield protected the pirate spaceship, but Hiro and his team were able to break through it and destroy one of the ships with their arrows. Captain Krishna wanted to finish off the enemy ship, but Alma received a signal that they were escaping and informed the hero about it. Hiro noticed that the enemies had already turned on the rocket engine. He followed them. The opponent stated that they don't fight monsters like Krishna. Mimi reported that their signal had disappeared. Alma noticed that the pirates knew when it was time to escape. Hiro muttered that people like that were always a problem. He ordered Mimi to connect him to a civilian ship. A man appeared on the screen. He introduced himself on behalf of Inagawa Kuimaru Technology and thanked for the rescue. Hiro asked what condition their ship was in. The captain replied that the pilots had hit the engine and asked if they could stop them until the army arrived. The mercenary asked if he could consider it an order and if there would be a reward. The man replied that they would discuss the amount of the award with the head office, as the captain himself did not have the rights to do so. Alma agreed, as did Hiro. Mimi was looking at the big station. Hiro noticed it too, saying that it was bigger than the main colony in Termin. Alma said she poisoned the docking request. The captain thanked her and wondered where they should start after landing. The elf said they could sell the loot they got from the pirates, talk to Inagawa Technology, and collect the reward. Mimi asked her to sell the loot. Hiro agreed and asked about Inagawa. Alma said that he would contact them himself so they could take their time. The hero said that then they would go to the military base for the reward. Their ship began to land in the colony. Walking inside the colony, Hiro said that the atmosphere was different. Alma said it looked a lot more like a city than a turban. The guy asked if it was night at the moment. The girl replied that it was daytime, even though she had not seen any daylight windows. The elf said they had come to the right place. There, the man estimated their reward as 15,000 enels for 2 ships. Hiro asked if he was giving them more money than he should be. The man explained that these pirates had already attacked civilian ships several times. He was ashamed to admit that the army couldn't handle the robbers. He added that now, thanks to Hiro's team, the situation in space will calm down. The hero was surprised that the pirates had little cargo on board and shared this with Alma. The girl assumed that the bandits were storing valuables elsewhere. Hiro reminded his friend that there were 4 ships there. She waved him off, telling him to forget about it. The guy said he wanted to eat and relax. When they returned, Mimi informed them that she had been reviewing the reviews of the medical center. Then Hiro remembered that one of the reasons for their arrival at the colony was an inspection. The girl said that the captain should value his health more. However, Mimi did not know that Hiro's memory loss was a fiction. The guy was sure that he was fine. The hero decided to agree with Mimi and asked what she found. She looked thoughtfully at the tablet. Hiro glanced at Alma and asked if she would go too. The hero wanted to do a full head and body examination and said the girls could join in too. The elf said that she had already been examined recently. Hiro said it was the captain's duty to take care of the team's health. Alma agreed to undergo another checkup. The guy asked how much the medical examination costs. Alma estimated that the amount would be about 1 million. Hiro said it was a normal price, however, the girls didn't think so. The hero thought about it. 1 million enels was equivalent to 100 million yen. He reminded himself that he should be careful, because he felt that he was beginning to lose his sense of the value of money. Hiro lay down on the bed. He was bored because he had nothing to do before the examination. Alma was lying next to him. She said they had found a buyer for the trophies. The guy asked how much the client was offering. The girl showed him the tablet and Hiro said that the amount was small. Alma, on the other hand, thought it was a good price and said she would calculate their share with Mimi. The guy agreed with her and reminded her that the girl does not have to rush to fulfill her duty to him. The girl said that he should behave differently with debtors. Hiro explained that this way she would stay with him longer. Alma got embarrassed and hit him in the stomach with her head. She asked him not to worry and assured him that they would be together for a long time. The elf said that she also needed a ship with a crew. She turned to Hiro and asked if he really had lost his memory. Looking at Hiro, Elia said that all his feelings were written on his face and asked if it would be bad if he told the truth about himself. The guy replied that if he told her, she would just think he was crazy. He asked his friend if she really wanted to know the truth about him. The girl nodded. Hiro wondered where he should start. As a result, the hero told the elf that he and Krishna came to this universe from another world. The girl admitted that she found it hard to believe. She recalled how the guild had said that there was no information about his stops at any ports, and admitted that this explained why her friend did not know the most trivial things. It was strange for Alma that Krishna's spare parts matched theirs. She noticed that Hiro was already familiar with the work of mercenaries in his world, considering how he fights. The guy apologized for confusing her even more and explained that in his world he was not a mercenary but an office worker. The girl did not understand and asked if he had learned to be a mercenary in the office. Hiro denied it. He said it was a normal desk job and no fighting, and admitted that he had never held a weapon in his hands and had never steered a ship. Alma asked him how he could explain his knowledge, skills, and Krishna. The hero said that he knew about pirates, mercenaries, and outer space even before he came to this world. Hiro explained that Alma's world was literally a game in his universe. The girl couldn't understand what he was saying, but the guy expected such a reaction. The hero suggested that he might have been somehow dragged into the world of the game. He understood that for Alma, the story of memory loss sounded more logical than this one. The girl asked to give her time to think about everything. She said that even though it all sounded too unbelievable, but his behavior made everything make sense. Hiro said that was the end of his story and explained that in order to rule out the possibility that he had hit his head, he wanted to have a medical examination. Alma thought about it and said that despite this, everything is fine with them. The guy asked if she was sure about it. The girl asked what Hiro himself would do. The hero said he liked everything. Although he was curious about how he came to this world, he did not want to return home. Hiro added that he likes his current life better. The elf sighed and said that they had no problems. She admitted that her attitude towards him would not change after the story. The guy said she was very nice. The girl replied that in the worst case, her captain was just a pathetic adult with 8th grade syndrome. Hiro asked if the loser elf was telling him this. Alma started flexing her fists and asked if the guy was looking for a fight. Although Hiro was ready, the girl was able to take his hand in a grip, which caused the captain to scream in pain. The heroes strolled through the city. Hiro knew that there would be elves and other races in the colony, but he did not expect such a variety. He glanced at Mimi and noticed that she wasn't surprised by anything. The girl thought it was funny that there was so much light on the sublevel. Mimi said that the upper level was constantly dark, like eternal night, and there was a living area in the level, so the light was synchronized with time. Hiro said that although their plan was to go to the guild and then go shopping, however, he noticed that there were a lot of boutiques, as if everything was on sale. The hero saw that Mimi was looking somewhere. She was looking at a girl wearing a dress. Hiro asked if her friend also wanted to wear such an outfit. Although the girl refused, the guy brought her to the store. The staff greeted the heroes. They were asked if they came to the store for the first time. Hiro responded positively. The seller assured that they would do everything to make everyone happy and pointed to Mimi. The guy asked them to find something suitable for her. The girls took the frightened Mimi behind a screen. Then she came out in a dress. When Hiro saw her, he immediately paid for the purchase and then began photographing his deflated girlfriend. The seller said that they had prepared a couple more outfits. When the guy saw Mimi in them, he bought them all. The heroes reached the mercenary guild at Naltia Station. Hiro suggested Mimi go get something to eat after they finished their chores. The girl tugged at his clothes. The guy said that she attracts a lot of attention with her behavior. Mimi apologized and Hiro assured her that she shouldn't be shy. They approached the guild employee and she greeted them. The hero said that they came from Termin and wanted to check in. He explained that they would stay for a while to work. The girl began to confirm the captain's request when she received a letter for the hero. She said it was from Inagawa Technology. Hiro asked what it said. The employee said it was about a reward. She had read that Inagawa Technology was offering 500,000 enels. The guy didn't know anything about market prices, but it sounded acceptable to him. He asked the girl to write to them that he agreed. He saw that Mimi wanted to say something and asked what was the matter. The friend said that Inagawa runs hospitals and asked if the girl could ask them for a referral or to conduct an examination for Mr. Hiro. The employee said she would add the request to the message. The guy asked the girl what kind of food is popular in the colony. The next day, the team went to the hospital. Hiro didn't expect the company to be so big. The girls agreed with him. Alma saw a car with drinks and food and asked if her friends had tried it. She asked if it was delicious. Mimi said it was some kind of weird food from cartridges, not natural. Hiro said that lunch was disgusting, like liquid coal. Alma sympathized with them. The hospital doors opened and they were greeted by a small round robot. The voice introduced itself as Guide Number 34. He said he would accompany their group. Hiro was amazed by such high technology. Alma wasn't surprised by the reaction of the guy from another world. Mimi didn't understand what they were talking about. The team followed the robot. The guy said their escort looked cute. Alma said he had a strange way of looking at things. Mimi said that although the robot was small, it looked like it was trying very hard. Hiro agreed with her. The robot led them to the door where a female doctor was waiting for the team. The girl greeted her patients. The designated doctor of Alma's group was named Shoko. Hiro introduced himself and his friends. The doctor said that they can communicate informally. Shoko asked about the examination. Hiro confessed that he didn't know how he was doing with vaccines and medical checks. He said that Mimi had been tested on a Thermin, but he would also like to be tested more reliably together. Alma wanted to check again, just in case. Mimi started to tell her that her captain had memory loss, but Hiro interrupted her, saying that it was a lie. Shoko asked him to tell her. The hero said that something had thrown him into the Termin system along with the ship, and added that everything he saw around him did not match his memories of his life before the incident. Hiro assumed that the problem wasn't in his head, as there were no records of him before he appeared in Termin. Shoko thoughtfully said that this was a rather unusual case. The hero thought that explanations would be enough for now. The doctor said they should examine his body for abnormalities. The group followed her into the lab. Shoko said that they will start with a full examination in medical capsules. Hiro asked if this was Inagawa's design. The girl said it was a very good question. Shoko said that although the capsules are expensive and large, their performance was the best. She added that I had a positronic computer to process the data in each capsule. She asked her patients if it was unbelievable, but Hiro didn't understand anything. The girls just agreed with her. The guy noticed that Shoko likes research more than working with patients. The doctor said that she would provide only the best for her savior. Hiro asked what she was talking about. The girl filled in how he saved the passenger ship where she was. The guy immediately remembered him. Shoko admitted that she thought it was the end of them when they were attacked by pirates. She said that she had given up everything to become their doctor and said that she usually works in the research and development department. The girl asked the patients not to worry, as she was sure that she was better than most doctors. Shoko asked the crew to undress and get into the capsules. Hiro clarified if they should undress completely. The girl said that she was already used to seeing the subjects naked, so he shouldn't worry about it. However, the guy was more worried about himself. When he looked at his friends, Alma threw a jacket at him. She said that he wasn't looking in their direction and asked Mimi to get into the capsule faster. When the examination in the capsules was over, Hiro came out of it, and there he was met by Mimi and Alma. The elf handed him the things, saying that they had no problems, unlike him. When Shoko started checking the guy's medical records, she was very surprised. Hiro noticed this and started to worry. The doctor approached him and asked if he was missing a multilingual implant. The guy asked what kind of thing it was. The girls said it was weird. It was explained to him that a multilingual implant is one of the most common items in the entire galaxy. In most cases, it was implanted immediately after birth. Mimi remembered that she and Hiro had never had any problems. Shoko suggested a simple test. After that, the guys found out that the hero could speak even without an implant. The girl didn't understand how this was possible, and neither did Hiro. He wasn't sure if this was some kind of rebirth condition in another world. The guy said that since the lack of an implant doesn't bother him, he doesn't have any problems. However, Shoko was interested in studying it, to which Hiro refused. Then she asked where he was born. The hero replied that he was born on the third planet in the solar system, Earth. The girl said she had never heard of such a thing. Hiro asked how it relates to his health. The doctor explained that it was his genetics and said that he carried a lot of models that they had never seen. Shoko said that in general, Hiro has the body of a healthy person. The guy exhaled. However, it was interesting for the doctor to study it completely, as it carried special and unknown factors. The girl asked if he would share them with her. The mercenary asked what he would get in return. Shoko replied that the hospital would offer a large sum because the unknown genes were comparable to the discovery of a new universe. Hiro asked about the cons. Shoko said that there could be a data leak and assured that they would not allow such a thing. In the end, the guy agreed. The doctor said that she would go and tell her superiors so that they would prepare the contract and the amount, and Hiro should wait a bit. Shoko added that the examination of the girls will continue in another room. When the doctor and the hero were alone, Hiro asked if undiscovered genes were really that valuable. The girl said that unknown human genes are a great discovery because with them, humanity can become something more. Shoko said the new genes may hold great potential. She warned the mercenary that the payment depends on the rarity and practical application. She opened the tablet and gave Hiro the contract. The reward was 3 million enels. The guy said it was a lot of money. When the contract was concluded, the hero asked that his data be protected. Shoko asked him to donate blood and male fluids. Shoko told Hiro that he would like the method of collecting samples. The guy asked if they did that in the hospital too. After that, she put on gloves and said that once wasn't even enough for someone. The hero understood what she meant and screamed. When the procedure was over, the girls came to their captain. They asked what had happened. Shoko replied that everything was fine now. The girl quickly vaccinated Hiro, who did not even feel pain. Shoko didn't understand why he should be in pain. The guy waved off the answer. The researcher admitted that she really wants to know about his past. Hiro said it was personal. The girl added that she wants to do a lot more research on his body. The guy pushed her away and advised her to deal with the genes first. Alma asked if the examination had already been completed. The doctor confirmed it. The girl offered to have a snack while they wait for the results. Mimi supported the idea. Shoko wanted to recommend them drinks from the cartridge, but the guys declined the offer and thanked them. The girl said that they were all healthy and had received the necessary vaccinations. She asked them to pay attention to the fact that there may be side effects and warned them not to strain themselves for about 2 days. Shoko called Alma and Mimi to her place separately and started talking to them about something. Finally, the doctor told them to take note of her words. The doctor said that the examination was completed. The entrance to the medical center cost the heroes 90,000 enels. Hiro learned that medicine was expensive in this world. When the hero went to his room, Alma came to him. He asked if she had come to him to sit quietly. The girl screamed and pushed him onto the bed. The guy screamed and asked what she was doing. Alma wanted to say something, but the hero didn't understand anything. He felt her fume and asked how much she had drunk. The elf fell on top of him and abruptly fell asleep. When the team was on the train, the girls told Hiro that Alma might get pregnant. Mimi explained that when an elf becomes an adult, she can't just have a child, only if she has an emotional connection with someone, after which her body adapts. With a smile, Hiro wanted to say that Alma just fell in love with him, but the girl hit him in the face and told him to shut up. The hero did not understand the meaning of what was happening. He understood that although elves and humans looked the same, they were still different races. The guy was surprised that they could get pregnant from anyone. He suggested that this is how the body adapts to survive. Hiro told Alma that space elves are amazing creatures. A friend asked him what he was happy about. The guys came to the first stop of their tour. The hero noticed that the place was quiet and thought that no one would mind if they went for a walk. Mimi said it was a factory for artificial meat, of which there were quite a few in a lane. She added that this is one of the most popular tours. Hiro thought that guided tours were a good way to learn more about this world. Mimi invited the guys to move on and turned to Alma, who was just standing there. She read that she was facing the Sierra Corporation, which produces laboratory meat. Hiro asked Alma if she was okay. The girl said that she remembered something and wished the guys a good time at the factory. The guy stopped her and asked why she decided to leave. Mimi was surprised that the corporation is engaged in the cultivation of natural meat, not artificial. Hiro asked what the difference was. He knew that artificial meat was made specifically in laboratories, but the guy had never heard of farmed meat. Mimi offered to find out about it. Hiro agreed with her. Alma wanted to refrain, but the captain held her tightly and dragged her inside the corporation. At the entrance, the system greeted the visitors of the cultured meat factory. The hero noticed that the building had a powerful gate. After entering, Hiro asked where they were. Mimi noticed that there was only one entrance to the room and nothing else. The doors closed. Alma said they would definitely regret it later. The system thanked them for visiting their factory and informed them that during the tour the room would be moved for a full-fledged review. Mimi was glad that they would be riding with the help of this room. She leaned against the window and said she could already see something. Hiro walked over to her. The heroes watched as the factory workers cultivated meat. The robots poured a certain liquid into the capsules. Mimi asked what they were doing. Together with Hiro, she watched as an organic being began to grow in the bottle. The guys felt sick from the sight. Alma said that initially she did not want to go to the factory. The system showed the final stage of cultivation, which was a huge worm. After the tour, Mimi said she would no longer eat meat. Hiro did not expect that they would even be shown cutting up a monster. The girl suggested going to another place to cheer up. The guys visited another factory where vegetables were grown. Mimi noticed that the room was bright and said that the corporation Mike is a hydrological plantation. Hiro didn't know that the cartridges also contained vegetables. Mimi looked in the other direction and asked if it was a green pool. Alma explained that it was algae that served as the main material for cartridges. The girl saw the brown dust and asked what it was. The elf said it was a fertilizer made from waste products. After hearing the explanation, it became clear to Hiro that the workers had taken the waste from the ship. The girls understood it too, but their feelings were strange. The captain said that this was the norm in his native land. Alma said that this was to be expected from a native of an unknown planet. Hiro asked me not to call her that. The heroes arrived at another meat harvesting section. They watched as the cartridges were filled with a ready-made mixture. The room for the guys looked like an ordinary factory. Hiro pointed to another container where the liquid was being poured and asked if this was the most famous dish of the colony. Mimi confirmed it. When they left the meat production corporation, Alma began to rush the team to the next factory. Mimi said that Koryu Beverage was an imperial alcohol producer. The elf couldn't wait to taste the products as soon as possible. Hiro reminded her that there would be a guided tour first. The girl said she wanted to try fresh drinks. The guy asked her to take her time and said they would still make it. The guys watched the work on the farm through the glass. Hiro was surprised that grapes were grown in the colony. He thought that the juices were squeezed out of the finished grapes and then dried. Alma said they have their own field of honor. The elf pointed to the vending machine and went to taste it since they had already arrived. The girl said that she had never tasted wine before. Alma came out with a cup full of marbles. She tried one. Mimi said that the balls really smelled like wine and warned them not to eat too much of them, otherwise they would get drunk. Alma took one of the balls and asked Hiro if he didn't want to try it. The girl knew that the guy didn't particularly like alcohol, but she still asked him to eat at least one berry. The hero tasted and tasted a real alcoholic drink. He asked why the berries were not simply squeezed. Alma said they used to do that in the old days. Hiro thought that in this world, gene technology was very advanced. Alma suggested trying the liqueur fruits next. At the end of the tour, the girls were drunk. The next day, Hiro and Alma were sitting at the table. He asked her if she hadn't allowed herself too much and reminded her that the girl hadn't returned a single enel to him yet. The guy looked at the alcohol boxes and said that despite her debt to him, the elf had bought 100,000 worth of elite alcohol. They laughed and then Alma apologized. Hiro said that she would live without alcohol for a week. The girl wanted to protest, but the guy warned her that if she disobeyed, she would experience what Shoko had done to him. In the end, Alma agreed. Hiro went out for a walk. He got bored on the ship, so he decided to go out into the city. The girls didn't go with him. Mimi studied various operations and Alma suffered in bed without alcohol. The hero thought it was a good idea to spend time alone sometimes. Hiro was looking for something to kill time with. He was wondering if there were consoles for sale in the city. Due to the fact that there was little entertainment on the ship, the guy had too much free time. Hiro also noticed that there were no games on the ship's computer either. When he took out his phone, he heard a noise. The hero felt déjà vu. He looked into the alley. Hiro sighed and thought that even in such a world, there were problems. The guy took out his weapon. He jumped out and a girl bumped into him. Hiro shouted at the criminal not to move. Looking at the man, the guy saw that a professional was standing in front of him. He glanced at the girl and greeted Shoko. She also recognized an acquaintance in the guy. Hiro joked that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. Hiro told the attacker that he had not made any sudden movements and ordered him to turn around and walk away. The guy noticed that the man wasn't going to give up. Suddenly, the criminal's hand turned out to be a weapon. The man pointed the gun at the hero and fired, but missed. Hiro's bullet hit the criminal's mechanical arm. It got stuck and exploded. The arm came off completely. Shoko asked if the hero was killed by a man. Hiro didn't know that. He assumed that the attacker had lost consciousness. The girl said that he shouldn't be left like that anyway. Then they called a special service. Alma came and said that Hiro knows how to find problems. Mimi agreed with him. The guy wanted to justify himself, but he couldn't. Shoko came over and told the girls that it wasn't really Hiro's fault. The doctor admitted that she had dragged him into the scuffle, adding that she was sorry. After that, she thought about it and said that it was still about Hiro. Alma asked why Shoko was attacked in the first place. The girl said that she was walking from the hospital to the laboratory when she was attacked by a group of unknown men. Shoko said that they took her suitcase and almost kidnapped her, but the girl managed to fight back. Then Hiro saved her. The girl clung to her savior. Alma said that their friend always does that because that's how they got caught too. Shoko asked Hiro if this was true. The elf asked if the doctor had any idea who attacked her. The guy asked if those people needed her. Shoko refuted this assumption. She thought they needed the contents of her suitcase. Hiro asked what was in there. The girl replied that there was an analysis of his genes in the suitcase, so the guy was also partly to blame for what happened. The hero asked if they should worry. Shoko said that her suitcase could not be opened so easily, besides there was a bug. The doctor said that the police and the Inagawa Police Department were already searching. Hiro asked what Shoko would do and if she needed to be escorted. The girl thanked her and assured her that they would come for her soon. At that moment, the military approached them. One of them informed Shoko that the authorities were furious. The girl apologized. The soldier said that the doctor could have contacted the Inagawa Security Bureau and the freemen would have escorted her. Shoko said she didn't want to go through all the paperwork. The girl believed that no one knew about the contents of the suitcase. She sighed and said goodbye to Hiro. The guy wanted to leave too, but Mimi and Alma grabbed his hands and held him. The elf asked where he was going to go and said that their captain could not walk quietly in such a safe colony. Hiro said it wasn't his fault. Sarina joined them on the ship. She was drinking tea and praised the team's slow cooker. The guy thanked her and asked why she had come all the way to them. The girl said that she had come to invite the hero. Hiro repeated that he was not going to serve in the Imperial Army. Sarina said she already knows that. Although she was sorry, she decided not to insist so as not to attract the attention of the mercenary guild. The guy still didn't understand why the girl had come to him. Sarina said that her efforts in the defensive battle were recognized and she was promoted to major. Hiro congratulated her. The girl said that this was due to his great heroism and added that for some unknown reason, the crystal creature attacked the enemy ship. She said they were lucky in this case. Hiro laughed and agreed with that. He added that he happened to be there nearby and almost died. Sarina replied that she would not get to the truth. The hero could not understand if the girl wanted to record the incident with the singing crystal as a loan to him, despite the fact that he saved the entire galactic army from destruction. The mercenary asked the major why she had come. The girl said that she was entrusted with the command of an independent combat unit to combat space pirates. Sarina has long suggested to the management to assemble such a squad, but they did it after recognizing her success. The major explained that the Empire's army is divided into defensive units responsible for protecting the state from other countries and maintaining public order in star systems, and mobile units engaged in battles with enemy countries and preparing attacks on enemy targets. She added that the defensive units were assembled from soldiers from each individual star system and were often distributed throughout the vast territory of the Empire. Sarina said that they were quite suitable for defense, but sending them to attack some unexpected target was too risky, especially to fight pirates. Hiro agreed with her. The guy understood that if the squad still suffered in the battle, he would not be able to ensure public order, and simply increasing the number of units was not enough. To use them, you would need at least a detailed plan, as in the case of the seizure of a pirate base. Sarina said that it was also not allowed to use mobile units that easily, because these groups were the main fighting force of the Empire. Any of their actions could increase tensions with neighboring countries. Hiro said that their army lacks guerrilla units. Sariga agreed with him. She said that until now they had entrusted such matters to mercenaries. The major wanted to convince the leadership to organize partisan detachments, and the first step towards this would be their independent detachment. The guy said he understood. The hero asked why she needed him. The girl said that she came to him with one request. Sarina explained that their imperial army was great at fighting on spaceships and was able to conquer enemy bases, but they were much inferior to pirates in guerrilla warfare. The hero thought that the robbers were smart people. The major wanted Hiro to train her squad in professional ways to fight pirates. The guy said he understood and declined the offer. Sarina asked why he didn't want to. Hiro told her to contact the mercenary guild where they would definitely help her. The girl said that she wanted to study with him. The hero said he just didn't want to. He explained that he could not expect a good reward in this case. Besides, it's going to take a lot of time for the guy. Hiro asked why she chose him. Sarina explained that he wasn't like the rest of the mercenaries. She considered him creative, a man who could safely go beyond the generally accepted norms and was brave enough to implement his ideas. The major recalled that it was Hiro who proposed the plan of attack on the pirates. The girl added that although the operation turned out to be a little crazy, the hero was able to implement it perfectly. She especially liked the way Hiro used the singing crystal. She didn't think he had such a thing, so Rina said she wouldn't accuse him of anything. The major said that Hiro was calmly going to such large-scale and cruel acts, which meant he could teach her how to use the imperial ships to the maximum and mercilessly destroy pirates. She asked the guy to help her. Serena added that if he was not satisfied with the award, she personally asked for a higher amount and reminded him that she was still the daughter of a marquis and an imperial military man. The major said that Hiro would definitely need her connections. Alma approached the guy and, whispering, advised him not to contradict the military aristocrat, otherwise he would have problems. The hero thought about it. In the end, the guy agreed, saying that the girl would owe him after. Serena thanked him and said that he would receive another special reward after this assignment. Hiro had a bad feeling about this. The girl told him to let him be her personal contract mercenary. When Serena saw the guy's gaze, she said that it was the first time in her life that they had looked at her so unpleasantly. Hiro didn't see any use for his title. The major assured me that there is a benefit. She reminded him that she was the daughter of a marquis, and her relationship would be very beneficial, because connections with the imperial army and the aristocracy could save him from many problems. Hiro asked if the girl was serious about this. The major confirmed and asked what was wrong. The guy warned that he was not going to be her servant and reminded her that she would owe her. Serena promised that she would repay his debt by appointing him a personal mercenary. Hiro said it was nonsense because the contract would only be an excuse to lure him into their ranks. The guy called the major arrogant and added that problems with the army and the aristocracy could be easily avoided by simply running away. Hiro believed that if he became her mercenary, he would automatically attract the attention of her enemies. He added that if he starts working with the major, he will be severely limited in his actions, and for him, as a mercenary, this is unacceptable. The hero said that he wasn't sure if Serena would help if he suddenly got into trouble. The guy admitted that he wouldn't be surprised if he got dumped. He did not see the benefits of the service, but there were many disadvantages. Alma stopped Hiro, saying it was too much. Serena said that he was the first mercenary who dared to speak so brazenly to her. The girl admitted that she likes him more and more. Serena compared the guy to rude wildcats. Hiro asked if he was like a cat to her. The girl said she would put on the collar after she had tamed it. Serena said that she does not miss her prey and laughed. Mimi and Alma clung to the captain and hugged him, protecting him from the major. Hiro took the stage and announced that from today on, he would be the strategic consultant for this combat team. The guy introduced himself to the audience. When Serena left, Alma said that the captain had the guts to talk so brazenly to members of the aristocracy. Hiro noticed that since the major forgave him with a smile even after this, it meant that the girl was serious. The elf sighed and said that wasn't what she was talking about. She said that the guy was behaving too dangerously with aristocrats, but he didn't think so. Alma explained that they could all justly be killed for such words. Hiro didn't understand anything. Then the girl explained that the aristocrats had unlimited power in their hands. She said that such people can interpret their reasons however they want and gave an example of insulting the nobility. Alma repeated that Hiro could have been killed on the spot for such a conversation. The hero said that aristocrats are scary people. The elf did not know how peaceful his world was, but she warned the captain to watch his words. Hiro said he understood her. Alma assumed that his main problem was his lack of common sense. The guy said it was too much and he was offended. Mimi approached the guys and said they shouldn't do this. Alma and Hiro didn't understand what she was talking about. The girl said that this man was bad and dangerous. Her companions moved away from her a bit after seeing her expression. The guy tried to convince her, saying that in order to receive a reward from the aristocrats, they didn't even need to fight. Mimi asked him to be careful. Alma added that Hiro should not follow the lead of the marquis daughter. The hero was surprised that the girls didn't trust him at all. During the speech, Hiro said that Major Serena founded this squad in order to send all the space pirates into the wilds of space. He added that he was invited here as an experienced mercenary who would teach them how to fight pirates. The hero asked people to remember everything they deem necessary and use this knowledge in real battles. Although he wasn't sure if the army would adopt all the methods of a mercenary, however, he knew that something would definitely be useful to them. Hiro hoped that they would respect each other as allies fighting a common enemy. The guy said that was the end of his short welcome speech. The audience clapped softly. The hero mentally thanked him for such liquid applause. Serena asked him to skip to the lecture itself. Hiro turned on the screen and explained that space pirates usually gather in groups of 3 to 5 ships. Their main weapons were lasers, homing missiles, turrets, and the like. They were not dangerous alone, but they liked to equip their ships with weapons, which made them more dangerous in a group. Criminals usually surrounded civilian ships, smashed the shields, and seized them. This was their typical course of action. Hiro moved on to the ships. He said the pirates were flying modified, hijacked civilian vessels. The modification was necessary because the functionality of civilian vessels is insufficient for pirate activity. The hero said that mostly criminals supplied ships with guns and engines, and shields and armor were made uncouth. Someone in the crowd raised his hand and asked the reason for this. He specified if the pirates needed to finish their work as soon as possible. Hiro agreed with that. He explained that the more time pirates spend on repairs, the more likely they are to be overtaken by the military or mercenaries, so the main thing for them is speed, and the rest was already in the background. The guy said that the pirates did not expect a counterattack from their victims and a clash with the enemy, which meant that they were terribly afraid of the army. Hiro added that the robbers would never approach a place where there is an army and would immediately flee if they saw a warship on the horizon. Serena thought about it and agreed with him. The hero said that pirates never attack, the only exception was during the recent attack on the base. Hiro assumed that the pirates had probably already learned about the existence of an independent combat team against them. This could mean that they are already collecting data in the colonies under disguise. The guy said that this was no longer his area of expertise. He could only talk about the pirates on the ships. Serena understood him and said that they would need to think about it for themselves. Hiro opened 2 maps of the Tarmern star system on the screen, which showed before and after the operation to clean up the pirate base. He pointed out that the locations of the points that mark the places of pirate activity have changed a lot. In the hall, the soldiers began to whisper. Hiro explained that the space pirates' collision and detection points were outside the Star Army's surveillance zone. He noted that the military has a shortage of information about criminals and added that he, on the contrary, collects this data so he knows where they are fishing. The guy said it was all just basic knowledge. Serena found the information interesting and regretted that she had called a mercenary. She said he could continue lecturing. Hiro asked a rhetorical question about what a special anti-piracy unit could do and admitted that he needed to carry out a serious reformation. He warned that if they were serious about fighting pirates, then ships larger than the patrol would not suit them. Hiro said that space pirates mainly operate in the asteroid belts, so warships will not be able to fight there. He advised the soldiers to work hard and get themselves corvettes. The guy said that Ho and his personal opinion, but they can take his advice into consideration. Serena thanked him for the warning and wanted to ask a question. She said that even if the pirates escaped to the asteroid belt, they could simply destroy the belt with the power of large ships. The hero agreed with her, but asked how they would justify themselves to the mining ships. Hiro explained that the asteroid belts are an important source of resources and were the main earnings for the miners, and added that along with the pirates, the miners' place of work would disappear in such a battle. On the other hand, the guy understood that the army would not be able to change ships so quickly, so he had another suggestion. He asked the major if she was willing to do anything for the empire's vassals. The girl said that she swears by her aristocratic pride that she would do anything for the empire. A few days later, the squad, along with Hiro, were on a ship in space. The guy asked how many spaceships they had in their fleet. They told him that they had 32 ships in total. He laughed and praised Selena. The mercenary was informed that the enemy had been discovered. The radar showed that 3 enemy ships were on their way. The major waved her hand and torpedoes were fired from the ships. They attacked enemy ships, which then exploded. Hiro noticed the power of the battleship's cannon, which was firing precisely at the target. The medium-sized cargo ship contained very expensive goods that were hunted by pirates. This ship was in trouble and was sending a weak signal for help, but it was the bait of the hero's party. This ship was bought by Major Selina as the daughter of the Marquis for 5 million enels. The girl asked if they needed to use such deceptive maneuvers. Hiro replied that all means are good against pirates. Their plan was simple. The team knew that the pirates would run away from them, so they needed to make the enemies come to them on their own, so they came up with a bait. When the criminals fly to her, the squad will destroy them with the help of a high-precision battleship cannon hiding in the asteroids. Hiro also took into account that they should not stay in one place for long so that they themselves would not be suspected. He was informed that the enemy had been discovered. The hero knew that after this operation, 20% of the reward would be his. He was pleased that he would be paid money for just watching. Selina saw that the guy was smiling. She was glad that he was in a good mood. Hiro said they should just use this strategy, collect data, and quietly destroy pirate bases. The guy reminded them not to forget to change the bait and use new tricks. The girl agreed with him. The major reminded them that the mercenary had not completed even half of the contract period yet, so he would do all this with them. After their day at work, Selina changed into her usual clothes. She invited Hiro to come with her, and he asked where they were going. The girl said she had a day off, so she wanted to go into town and eat. She asked if he could come with her, but the guy refused. Selina cursed. Hiro was surprised that the Marquis daughter could behave like this. Selina said that their walk would be part of their work. The girl wanted to reflect on the content of the lecture at lunch. The guy asked if this was not an abuse of authority. Selina told him to worry because it doesn't amount to a crime. Hiro took a deep breath and eventually agreed to go to lunch with her. When the Marquis's daughter found out that Alma and Mimi were going with them, she asked the hero why he had to ask other girls out on a date. The guy reminded that their meeting was of a working nature. He introduced Alma as a veteran of his business. He added that his girlfriend could tell a lot more than he could. Selina had to come to terms with it. The girl smiled and told Alma that she looked beautiful in a traditional elf outfit. She also noticed that Mimi was also prettily dressed. The elf thanked her for the compliment and said that Selina also looks good in casual clothes. Mimi said weakly that she was honored to hear such words from an aristocrat. Selina called the guys to follow her. Serena was on the phone. Hiro asked Alma's forgiveness in a whisper for inviting the Marquis daughter with him. The girl understood that the captain could not just refuse. The guy noticed that she was in a good mood. The elf explained that it was a formal smile and eliminated it if he didn't want to further worsen Miss Serena's impression of himself. She pointed at Mimi and told Hiro to take better care of her mood. The guy cautiously addressed her. The girl warned the gentleman to be on his guard. Hiro said that they were just talking about work today and pointed out that the Marquis daughter had invited them to eat. He remembered that Mimi wanted to try something rare. Miss Serena ended the call and said that Mimi would not be disappointed in the kitchen of the restaurant where she had reserved a table. The girl said that the restaurant serves organic dishes. Hiro was interested in this. After all, it was not artificial food as in food cartridges but real vegetables and meat. Mimi was happy too. She turned to the gentleman and asked if she had heard the news about organic food in the restaurant. The girl admitted that she had never tasted fresh fruits and vegetables. She wondered what they tasted like. Hiro made sure that natural food was a rare occurrence in this world. He was glad that Mimi's mood had lifted. When they arrived at the place, Hiro helped the girls out of the car. Mimi admitted that she was worried. Miss Serena said that she had booked a separate room for them where the guys could not bother to observe etiquette. Hiro realized that Mimi was right about not relaxing around Serena. He needs to make sure that no one tries to deceive him. Serena had a drink at the restaurant. She slammed the table and said she was trying very hard at work. The guys watched as she finished her glass in one gulp. The girl picked up a fork and started poking at the food. She muttered that her colleagues looked down on her because she was a woman. Serena asked the guys if they agreed with her. Hiro hesitantly agreed with her. The team realized that the Marquis daughter was an unhappy person outside of work. The hero recalled that the beginning of their dinner was good. The organic food turned out to be delicious, and thanks to the food, communication went very smoothly. But then Selina drank wine. The Marquis daughter lay on the table and told how she had to bow to people she didn't really respect and smile through her strength to the crowd. The girl got angry and started shouting indignantly that no one dares to look at her body. Hiro got up from the table to calm Serena down. He was glad that their company was in a separate room. The girl pointed at the guy and started complaining that he was constantly refusing her invitations. Hiro wanted to answer her, but Serena covered her ears with her hands and screamed that she didn't want to listen to anything. The hero didn't know what to do. Serena said that, on the other hand, she knows how annoying he is. Alma was surprised that the girl understood everything. Hiro told the Marquis daughter that they would join the army. He added that they were already quite close, so he would help her if it was necessary to make something official. Serena turned to him and asked if he wouldn't leave her. Alma and Mimi looked at Hiro carefully. The guy asked the girl to trick him. He reminded her that they weren't in that kind of relationship. Alma confessed that if the captain had believed the Marquis daughter, she would have hit him. Hiro made it sound like his girlfriend was underestimating him. Mimi said that the gentleman was just kind. Serena screamed that it wasn't fair because she had noticed Hiro first. She put her head on the table and started crying. Selena said that she was the one who saved Hiro at the Port Authority. She was the first, but it was worth taking her mind off for a second, and what happened in the end? There were tears in her eyes. Then she turned to the main character and asked why the hell he was hanging out with other girls. He asked her again and said that it seemed to him that the conversation had taken a wrong turn at all. Selena heard his answer, after which she drank the whole glass in one gulp. A few moments later, she passed out right at the table. The main character was shocked. He asked her if she was okay, but then he saw that she was drooling on the table and sleeping. Hiro Abra turned to the other girls and asked what they should do with her, to which Alma offered to eat her portion for now. The main character was indignant and said that Selena was the daughter of a marquis. Mimi said that she was told on the phone that the time was up, whether they would extend it, to which Alma said that rooms in such establishments are expensive. After that, the three of them turned their gaze to the sleeping Selena. The main character sighed heavily. After a while, they returned to the ship. The main character went to the refrigerator, then took out water and took a few sips. They dragged a drunk Selena to Krishna, and then he entrusted her to Mimi and Alma. She's probably in a healing capsule right now. He wondered if good adults could drink themselves into oblivion like that, and it wasn't like she just couldn't drink. Apparently, there's just a lot of stuff accumulated in it. Hiro remembered her question about why he was hanging out with other girls. He was surprised that she even managed to shake it up. He decided to pretend that he had forgotten. At that moment, the girls entered the room and said that their princess had woken up and the healing capsule had sobered her up. The main character was surprised and said that she was working wonders. After a while, they met Selena. The girl said that she was very ashamed of what had happened, to which Hiro said that it was okay, at least she relieved stress. Mimi said that they had eaten delicious food for once. Alma asked her how she was feeling, whether to carry her to her ship. Selena said that everything is fine with her thanks to them, but this incident. To which the main character said that he understood everything, they had a good time, and everything else could be forgotten, after which he asked if he was reasoning correctly. Selena immediately asked if that was really it. Hiro looked at her in shock, to which the girl started waving her hands and telling them not to pay attention. After that, she abruptly jumped up from the table and said that she would probably leave it at that. The main character was shocked by her behavior. After that, their operations to exterminate the pirates did not go too smoothly. Selena said that they didn't seem to be attracted, to which the main character replied that he had taken this into account. After all, pirates aren't stupid either. They are already aware that their comrades have fallen into a similar trap, so they are careful not to step on the same rake. So they haven't caught anyone for a whole week. Selena asked what they should do, to which Hiro replied that it was time to cut them out in the bud. Selena said that when they have few pawns, they really have every chance because they have already caught more than 200 pirate ships. After that, the girl said that then they would defeat the pirate base in this region. She said that she had already entered the coordinates of the base into the database. Hiro asked if she had thought of everything. What was the plan? She plans to use a standard environment strategy like last time. But this time it will be difficult to get support from Starfleet, so only their independent squad will be able to fight. They have a lot of big ships, but there are not enough fast corvettes. Their role will be played by mercenary ships. The girl said that they would contact the guild, of course. He is also involved. It is immediately obvious that she is a good soldier, since she does not persuade to go into battle without the help of others. She puts the guarantee of victory above glory and honor. Hiro said that it all depends on what she offers because he will ask for payment for additional work outside the scope of the contract. She said she could see that he was keeping his eyes open. He replied that the work of a mercenary is not charity. The girl informed them that they would be at their destination soon, to which the main character replied that it was time to have a drink. Alma said that they hadn't fought in a long time, to which Mimi asked how she thought Selena would cope, to which she responded positively and explained that she was a golden soldier. The current operation is practically the same as the previous one. The mercenary squad will reach the place on super high-speed light engines. Hiro said that there was not much time left before the charge of the super high-speed light engine. She was counting down. As soon as the pirates are in normal space. At that moment, the girl said that the time had come, after which the pirates were attacked by rays. There were strong explosions. The whole team of the main character said that they are annealing this. Alma said that there were no pirate ships in the area, which meant that the attack was successful. Hiro asked if there was anything left. Mimi said that there were several points on the radar that showed the deployment of pirate ships. The main character said that he was worried in vain. They would not be left empty-handed. Alma said they were going into combat mode and she was turning on the weapon system. Mimi said that a detachment of the enemy flotilla was heading in a northwesterly direction, 3 whole ships. The main character thought that they decided to fight their way to run through it. He understands everything, it's not a bad idea. At this time, Alma said that the shield was too strong for the pathetic pirates, to which Hiro said that if that was the case, then they needed to prepare for overtaking. Steering the ship, he immediately increased his speed. The ship began to shake violently. Even the stabilization of inertia did not help. After that, the main character said that they were unfolding. Then they saw that the enemy ships were also turning around, so they asked where they had gone. Hiro's team began firing at the enemy ships on their ship. They pulled out their cannon and then fired directly at the targets. Alma watched what was happening and then said that she could see that he hadn't lost his skills. It was obvious that he liked these words. Mimi said that more enemies had been discovered. She said there were 7 more, including 2 medium-sized ships. It's a cargo ship modified for a launch vehicle, and then she asked if they were heading for it, to which Hiro responded positively and also said that Alma would deal with the missiles. The main character said that they would start with medium-sized ships. After that, he directed the projectiles in the right direction. Mimi said that several heat sources flew out of the ship. These are homing missiles. Alma said they needed to turn on the lights. While the shells were trying to hit their ship, they deftly evaded them just like that. The main character said that they are brakes. Mimi said that the rest of the ships were dispersing, to which Hiro said that they would do something else, after which he said that they would be paid for them. Space pirates only do harm with their existence and they clean space from them and they get money for it. Justice is always so sweet. Mimi said that everything is clear, there is no one at this point. Alma said that the other pirates are closest to the northwest. She sends the data. The main character said that this is great news, they are definitely going there, they will earn a lot more. After a while, Selena asked about the situation. The girl told her that the surprise attack was successful and the pirates were fighting back on a very small scale. They maintain an overwhelming superiority in combat. Selena said that everything was clear to her. The attack on a large refueling port of the pirate base played a significant role in this. It became much easier for the mercenary units to deal with the enemy. Let everyone continue their mission. She thought that after the strategy with the decoy ship and the movement of their ships, the pirates would become more careful, but everything went surprisingly easily. Apparently, they did not expect this. Selena turned to the others and told them to send her data on the status of the mercenary units, and at the same time a graph of the points they earned. They agreed with her. The girl studied the data and saw that the ship Krishna, captained by Hiro, had the most points. She smiled and her face turned red. The other crew members noticed it and were shocked. She started shouting at them and asking what they were staring at, and then ordered them to continue the operation. At this time, the main character said that it was over. Mimi confirmed his words and said that the area had been cleared and no pirates were found nearby. The girl added that although the battle is still ongoing in other areas but not far away, they will get there for now and the rest will finish everything. Hiro said that it meant they were resting. Then he asked how many they had destroyed, to which the girl replied that there were 33 small ships and 3 medium-sized ships. The main character asked in frustration that this was really all. They didn't even make it to the last attack on the pirate base. They explained to him that their lightning attacks had worked well, so in the end it didn't work out much. The result, of course, is still amazing. Mimi said that it seems there is no hope for a good reward, to which Hiro said that in that case they would rummage through the destroyed ships, maybe they would find something. After a while, the main character happily said that it was a good catch. Alma agreed and said that few rare metals had been collected, but a whole bunch of expensive high-tech spare parts. Hiro asked Mimi how the operation was going, to which she replied that an end notification had arrived so they could return, but there was something strange. The main character approached the girl, after which they looked at the screen together. He said that it was a ship for the capture of the base. He explained that the soldiers are now cleaning everything inside. They have the strengthening armor of the Imperial Army and flamethrowers, so the pirates will never win. The main character said that in any case they have nothing to do there. Alma asked if in that case they would really fly from here. Hiro responded positively and told her to turn on the high-speed engine, to which the girl agreed. Alma asked if they were going to babysit that princess again when they returned, to which the guy replied that she should be patient for a week, it would fly by quickly. Mimi asked about his plans after finishing his work for Selena. Alma said that if he wanted to make money, they could fly to the conflict zone. With his skill and Krishna, they will become rich in no time, to which Hiro replied that he didn't want to get involved in conflicts. In the game, martial law was imposed in the colony and his mobility was limited. Then he could only repair the ship and stock up on food. So the same thing is sure to happen here. Mimi said that it is said that passenger ships are often attacked in the vicinity of the tourist planet. Alma immediately asked about it again and said that it sounded good. They will rest and the pirates will be destroyed. At that time, Hiro was thinking that there was no hurry with the construction of the house either. Maybe it was worth flying there after all. Mimi said that they had arrived in the colony area and she was turning off the super high-speed engine. The main character said that everything was fine, after which he ordered to send a request for mooring, but at the same moment he saw something. He looked around and asked if he thought there was something wrong with the colony, to which the girls replied that it was really strange, after which they pointed in a certain direction and asked if the area was without lights. They also noticed that a lot of ships were leaving the port. Alma asked him what to do, to which the guy replied that it was a good question. Mimi said that she was trying to contact the port authority, but something was not working. At that moment they heard a sound. The girl wanted to say that they were in touch, but she was interrupted. A man in uniform started shouting that the port authority was in touch. He apologized to them and said that it was not up to that right now. Hiro's entire crew was tense. The latter turned to the man and said that he was a captain from the mercenary guild. The man immediately asked if they didn't have any reinforcing armor, to which the guy replied that, in principle, they are. Then the man interrupted him and told them to help them. Someone had attacked the colony. The main character wondered if they really didn't even know who it could be. Alma said they were mercenaries, so they weren't going to risk their lives for free, to which the man asked if they really wanted to take off the money even now. Hiro said that they always do that. The guy asked if they had asked the guild for help, to which the man replied that they were in a mess and they didn't fully understand what was going on. The main character exhaled and said that he had shown them where to dock, to which the man asked to wait for him for a minute. Hiro turned to Alma and said that he hoped for her, to which the latter asked him if he was sure maybe he shouldn't interfere in this. To which the main character replied that they could make money on the defense of the port, why not, and if the colony was captured, they would not receive a reward. Hiro said that since he would have to use reinforcement armor, he did not expect to have to participate even in close combat. He had not used it in this world yet. After that, the guy went upstairs, after which he opened the armor and was surprised. He climbed inside and thought that this was a combat event in which neither the target nor the enemy were known. Moreover, the colony was attacked by someone against whom only melee weapons will help. He doesn't remember such events in the game. At that moment, he heard a voice saying that a man was opening a hatch from the warehouse. After Hiro put on this costume, he said that it was time to earn some more. When he went outside, he was immediately greeted by monsters. He punched one of them with his right fist, from which the latter began to bleed. The main character held a part of the torso of one of the monsters in his hands and laughed, while he said that power is power. At that moment, Mimi asked him if he was okay, to which the main character replied that he was fine. He explained that he didn't mind anything about the reinforcement armor, but he was confused by the fact that they were really the same unknown enemies. Alma confirmed his words and said that they were one-on-one like those creatures at the artificial meat factory. She asked if it could have anything to do with it. They replied that they had been told that they could not survive outside the factory. The main character looked carefully at the monsters in his hand and said that they were small and really the same as in the factory, but the big ones also had legs and arms that had grown out. Hiro thought about what it all meant. Alma turned to him and asked why he only fought hand-to-hand. The girl explained that the main character has a powerful weapon, and then asked if he was really a master of melee combat. Hiro said that he was not a master, he just wanted to try something new if there was a chance. You don't wear reinforcement armor every day. In general, there are many different types of similar armor, but he personally saw them in Seoul only during battles in small enclosed spaces. What is needed for a successful battle in such a situation? Is it really mobility or sensitivity? In fact, one speed higher than human is already enough. The main character dealing with enemies thought that the main thing was armor and power. He easily cut the bodies into several pieces. By the way, his armor number is EMPS 13 Ricochet MKIII. At this time, he continued to deftly deal with his enemies. This is a device that shoots super-compressed electrons from the hands of Harite. He immediately demonstrated their actions. A device that enhances the impact on the legs, saikyou. At the same moment, he decided to destroy the enemy with one foot. He also had powerful laser cannons on his shoulders, which were called shikiri. In addition, he had a Budokamasi barrier that destroyed and protected him from the enemy. He formed a sphere around his body that could easily deal with monsters. In general, as you can guess from the names, these are all techniques from sumo wrestling. On the one hand, it doesn't sound very good, or rather not that it's not very good, but it's cool, namely not very. But this suit is very strong, at least it completely satisfies all his wishes. When he was playing Seoul, all the one-on-one events with these armors were in the sumo style. He remembers that everyone was laughing that Seoul is a sumo playground and the best in the world, which is why he still can't get rid of the associations. After a while, all the monsters were destroyed. The main character stood and breathed heavily, after which he stated the fact that everything was over. Mimi approached him and said that a request for help had been received from the mercenary guild. It seemed that these monsters were flocking to the hospital. The girl also reported that there were wounded people inside. Hiro immediately asked her about the hospital, to which she replied that it was to the same Inagawa hospital where they had recently had a medical checkup. The main character immediately asked if they really needed to leave this place, to which she explained that a detachment of the Imperial Army would arrive here soon, to which he agreed and asked her if she would show him the route. After a while, Hiro reached the hospital. When he opened the door, he saw monsters devouring people's bodies. Alma, looking at this, said that it was terrible. The guy said that the chances were slim, of course, but if they found any survivors, they should let them know. After that, he turned to Mimi and said that she could not watch, he was not forcing her. The girls informed him that there were no survivors on this street, so he could brawl as much as he wanted, to which the main character said that he understood everything. After that, the guy took out a gun and announced that it was time for disinfection. Then he used his weapon and pierced several monsters with it at once. To be honest, it's very easy. It would be fine if he fought without protection, but he doesn't mind those monsters in reinforcement armor, and the Imperial Armored Squad will clean everything up in a second. But he can easily earn some extra money before the army arrives, at least something good. At that moment, he heard the girl's voice telling him to turn right at the intersection. The main character immediately obeyed them and then headed in the indicated direction. When he got there, he saw that the building was completely surrounded by monsters. Hiro asked why they needed a hospital at all, to which Alma joked and asked if they had come for a medical checkup, to which he replied that it was some kind of sir. The main character asked if this happens often, to which Mimi replied that she had never heard of such incidents, and Alma said that if it were common, they would have lost all the artificial meat plants long ago. At that time, he heard a voice saying that the security of the Inagawa Technology General Hospital was on the line. He asked them if they were from the mercenary guild, to which he responded positively and said that he was just working. They were thanked for their help and told that the monsters had almost penetrated the protective walls. Alma asked if he was referring to these monsters and also clarified that some monsters could break through the partitions for reliable protection. To which the man replied that it seemed that the bodily fluids of these monsters had corrosive properties. The main character said that these are steamy enemies. He thought to himself that even the partitions have no protection from this. Hiro said that he would deal with the enemies from the outside and then asked if they had penetrated inside yet, to which he was answered in the negative. Mimi reported that a monster was heading towards him with a strange signal. He immediately asked what he meant. The girl replied that he would appear in the gap between the buildings. Just a few moments later, a huge clawed hand appeared, followed by a huge monster with several legs as well as eyes scattered over its upper body. The main character looked him up and down and asked him what it was if he really had human eyes on him. At that moment, he realized that the enemy had noticed him. The monster immediately headed towards Hiro. The latter did not expect this. He did not have time to jump aside, so he grabbed the fist of the monster which was about to strike him. The main character said that the monster is too close. At that moment, he noticed how the latter swung his other hand to strike. However, Hiro in the suit managed to get away, after which the monster, who realized that he had failed, immediately rushed in his direction. The main character, looking at this, began to laugh, after which he added that this is the power of the fruits of civilization. Hiro told the monster that no matter how powerful he was, he would not trample on an account that protects even from space rocks. At the same moment, he used a weapon and blew off the monster's arm and part of its head. The main character saw that there were several holes on his enemy's body and most of his head was missing, so he decided that he had dealt with him. He was just about to say that it was over when he saw something. As it turned out, this monster is prone to regeneration. Unknown growths appeared in place of the missing parts. Alma immediately asked about what was going on here. After a few moments, the monster returned to its original form without a single scratch on it. The main character looked at him and said that he was too tough. After that, Hiro decided to use a weapon with both hands. He made holes in his enemy's body again. At the same moment, the same growths began to appear on the spot. This made the guy very angry. The main character swore loudly and said that this monster had really annoyed him. It was obvious how angry he was. The monster rushed towards the main character again. The latter used the shield to protect himself. As he understood it, this creature has only physical attacks that can be repelled with a shield. At the same moment, Hiro used his weapon again and grabbed the monster's arm with one of his hands. It turned black from the force used on it. The main character was thinking that the monster's defensive stats weren't that high compared to other monsters, and he was hitting it at a deadly level. But the problem is something else, namely his ability to regenerate. Even if his head was blown off, he would still recover and heal his other wounds. The main character looked at his charge and thought that at this rate his battery would run out faster. The guy thought that, to be honest, he didn't want to resort to this method, but he had no choice, after which he pressed the button. At the same moment, the shield next to his armor disappeared, and the monster immediately ran to attack him. The main character himself began to invite him to come closer. At that moment, when the monster was already near him, these armors grabbed this monster and pressed it to themselves. The main character thought that he had finally caught him, after which he decided to block all the joints. At the same time, he opened his armor and then climbed out. He stood on top of them and asked if the monster couldn't move now. The latter, upon hearing him, immediately began to shout loudly. Hiro was unhappy and said that he had already gotten tired of yelling and then threw a plasma grenade into his mouth. The monster immediately swallowed the received item, and the main character at that moment jumped off the tree and ran away. A few moments later, a strong explosion occurred. The main character fell to the floor from the shock wave. He turned around to see what was going on. Peeking around the corner, he saw that his armor was still in place, and only one arm remained of the monster. He came closer, touched it with his foot, and then said that it was a steamy enemy. After a grenade with hot plasma, regeneration stopped working. The main character thought about what he got, of course, very well. However, the damage is not fatal. The armor will still be able to move. It will turn on the cooling. At that moment, the guy heard the signal, and when he answered, he saw that it was Mimi. She turned to him and asked if he was okay. To which Hiro replied that he was alive and unharmed. The girl said that she suddenly lost the opportunity to monitor the condition of the reinforcing armor and became worried. He apologized to her. The main character said that he had dealt with all the creatures, including that Western bastard, and the armor could still move. After that, he asked what he should do with the corpses, to which he immediately began to respond. Mimi reported that the hospital had asked to provide them with a cadaver as a sample. Hiro immediately asked why they needed it, to which he was told that it was necessary to create nano-fighter machines. At the same moment, he saw Dr. Shoko on the phone screen. The latter smiled sweetly and said that it had been a long time since we had seen each other. She said that he had saved her life again, such a coincidence. Hiro thought about how amazingly carefree she was as always. Shoko said that she was delighted, after which she asked if he really defeated everyone on his own, to which he replied that he was wearing reinforcement armor, so nothing yet. He said that his monsters were all kinds, large, medium, and small, and then asked if one sample of each type would be enough for her. She responded positively. Then he added and said that one monster was strange. The main character returned to his armor, after which he showed her the monster's hand and said that this was all that was left of him. The doctor said that he had fried it, but it would do for her. After that, she asked about his impressions of the battle with them. To which Hiro replied that they clearly didn't have intelligence, but rather followed their instincts and hunger. In terms of strength and protection, it cannot be compared with armor. He then added that this one monster was a level higher than the others. He is very aggressive and combative, and most importantly with abnormally high regeneration. The main character added that it was for this reason that he had been messing with it for a long time. The doctor immediately thought about his words. Hiro saw that she was lost in thought and was silent, after which he called her name, to which she immediately flinched and said that she was apologizing to him. Shoko suggested that maybe it was a sudden new look, she would definitely check it out. Then she said that it was time for her to take up nanomachine fighters. The girl thanked him once again for his help and for the samples, after which she quickly said goodbye to him. The main character thought about it. After that, at Inagawa's request, he guarded the vicinity of the hospital for some time, but apparently, thanks to the arrival of the army, new monsters did not appear. After a while, he ended up in the hospital. They gave him a bottle of water and told him that they were grateful to him for his work. It was Dr. Shoko. She said that the battle happened right after that military operation. It was obviously hard for him, to which he replied that the enemies could easily be dealt with the help of armor. Hiro said that he was even embarrassed that she not only allowed him to take a shower, but also washed the reinforcement armor. To which she replied that those monsters had stained it. It was better to disinfect it immediately to avoid problems. The main character asked her if she had finished, to which she replied that her work was over and she would need help only as a last resort. At that moment, the doctor was making herself a cup of coffee. She stood with her back to him and there was an awkward silence. Hiro decided to dilute it. The main character turned to her and asked what kind of big-eyed monsters they were. The girl stood with her back to him and was silent. After a couple of moments, she turned to him and apologized to him with a condescending smile, thereby making it clear that she would not answer this question. He considered her reaction. Hiro began to wonder if the stolen data on his genes was involved. He does not recall any other incidents involving the theft of Imagawa's data. The main character said out loud that his comrades were not injured, so he thanks her for this. Hiro decided to take a sip of water from the bottle he was given. At the same moment, he thought that this liquid was Picari. After the incident with the monsters, it took the colony 5 days to return to its usual mode of operation. Along with the topic, the details of the monster were revealed. As they believed, they got out of the factory of artificial meat. These creatures had their genes modified so they couldn't die of their own volition, and also to enhance their fighting abilities. The Association for the Protection of Artificial Beings immediately issued a statement of guilty pleas. They're probably something like defenders of nature and animals, but in the future, they made such a speech in their statement. The main character said that, in fact, they committed a bioterrorist attack, very bad guys. Mimi called out his name and told him that Inagawa had sent him some fruit. Hiro read the note, which stated that it was as an apology. The girl was happy and said that it was cool because they have real fruits. The main character noticed something and started checking the basket. When he pushed the fruits away, he saw that there was a pure rare material inside. He looked at it and thought that in that case he would not sue her. It's not that easy with her either. At that moment, Alma said that they had earned a lot. She explained that the army and the port administration had just given out a reward, and now it had 17 million eners. The main character thought about the amount and said that it would already be possible to buy an aircraft carrier. Mimi immediately asked him about it. He explained that this is a huge ship that can carry small vessels. Due to its size, it is also great for transporting large loads. In other words, they will be able to complete more tasks and earn more with it. Alma said that you can't buy a good aircraft carrier for 17 million alone, to which he agreed with her and said that more money needed to be saved. Mimi was shocked to say that they were so calmly counting such huge sums. Hiro said that they had completed the task from Mrs. Selena. Now there was no need to stay in this star system. They could go to the resort that Mimi had recommended. The main character turned to the girl and said that they should enjoy their vacation and maybe earn something and then decide whether to buy an aircraft carrier. Hiro said that since they had decided, they needed to hurry up because the riots had subsided, they were refueling now and could fly. Then they all said joyfully at the same time that they were moving out. At that moment they heard something. The main character immediately looked away and asked if they had guests. A blonde-haired girl in heels actually walked in. As it turned out, it was Selena. She stood resolutely at the entrance and said that they would not run away from her. The girls immediately started talking about how this lady was not allowed here. In response, she asked me to stop and not do it. As it turned out, Hiro was pushing her in the back to get her off the ship, to which the girl replied that he should not push her. It was not polite. She was actually the daughter of Marquis Halls. The main character said that it was hot. Selena immediately asked what it meant, to which he replied by asking if this was not the case. He had already refused her offers 100 times. Hiro asked the girl what else she needed, to which the latter blushed and began to stutter. Selena clenched her fists and said that the reason was simple. Everyone froze in anticipation, after which the girl screamed that it was unfair. She said that she was busy, that they were going to a resort in the Sierra star system. There was an awkward silence. The main character said that it was hot. Alma agreed with him and Mimi began to panic because he said so. Selena asked him if he had called her that again. Hiro asked her how she even knew they were going on vacation. Mimi tried to stop him at that moment and said that he shouldn't be talking to her like that. Alma said that he was completely tired of living the campaign. The main character said that he didn't care, it was better than being nice to her, he would get used to it. Selena immediately asked him about it. The guy turned to the girl and asked what she wanted. They now need to prepare for a vacation at the same resort. At the same time, he drew out the last words. It was obvious that Selena didn't know what to say to her, but she came up with an idea. She said it was indecent. She was immediately questioned about it. She confirmed her words again and said that the colony had been seriously damaged after the recent terrorist attack. Many people had died and there was such grief all around. Then she resolutely asked if they were going on vacation, if they weren't ashamed, to which the main character said that he understood everything. She was glad of that. But the guy said that it doesn't concern them. They will start by saying that trying to keep them under such an excuse is what real indecency is. After that, Hiro approached her and then began to push her towards the exit and said that she had to go. She immediately questioned him and told him to wait and not dare to do it. The girl asked him how he dared to touch the unmarried daughter of the Marquis. It is outrageous and inexcusable. Alma approached them, after which she pushed them in different directions and told them to calm down. After a while, they all sat down at the table. The main character said that he was asking her again what she needed. Hiro said that if the reason turned out to be far-fetched, they would force her off the ship. Selena first looked at one girl and then looked at the other girl and then sighed heavily. Everyone present looked at her in shock. It was obvious that it was hard for Selena to talk about it. She said a word very quietly that no one heard. Everyone immediately asked her what she had said. Immediately, the girl blushed very much, after which she loudly screamed that she was jealous. The main character and the others were shocked. He immediately asked her what she meant, to which Selena said that she was jealous. She was so jealous that she came to annoy them. Then she turned to the main character and asked if he had any objections, to which the latter said that he had a lot of them. The girl said that it's not fair. She participates in meetings and writes reports day after day, day after day, day after day. She looks at photos of nasty creatures with tentacles. And suddenly Hiro and his team are going on vacation to a resort. She has every right to come and stop them. To which the guy got angry and asked if she really wanted to shit on them. He asked her if she had really come just to whine. To which she replied in the negative and said that it was unfair and unfair. She also wanted to relax at the resort. The guy said that she was starting to ask for it. Hiro added that she had neither aristocratic honor nor military endurance. Alma asked that, in general, she felt sad at work alone and envious of the fact that they were going on vacation. The main character looked at her. The girl had a red face. There were tears in her eyes. He sighed heavily and said that it was okay then. Selena was delighted by these words. But a moment later, Hiro pushed her off the ship. She threw herself at his feet and told him that she had confessed to him. To which he asked her to let go and said that she confessed her evil intentions. There was not a drop of sympathy for her. While they were arguing, the others came up to them. Mimi asked if she could say a word and then turned to Selena. She asked about the fact that the mistress was wearing simple clothes today and not in uniform. Was it really her day off? She responded positively. Then she was asked if she had really come not as a military man or an aristocrat, but on her own. And then the girls added that she really wanted to have fun with Mr. Hiro and dispel the melancholy. Selena didn't answer and Mimi asked if she was right. The main character said that it was easy to say and then asked how you could have fun with him. At the same moment there was a bang. The main character, along with Selena and Mimi, turned their heads towards the source. It was Alma. The girls smiled and offered everyone a drink right there. She looked too happy, which made the main character tense up a little. Alma said that, of course, they don't have elite delicacies, but the robot will cook delicious food and she will share drinks from her personal cash. Hiro immediately latched onto the word hiding place. The main character turned to the girl and asked if she was talking about those stocks that had clogged up the entire warehouse, which she bought by borrowing and not returning the money. Hiro looked at Selena, after which he gave the go-ahead and said that it was just for today and let her think that this was another one of her debts. The main character thought that, to be honest, it seems to him that a relationship with her will bring them more fumes than benefits. After a while, they started having fun and drinking various drinks. Selena tried one of them and said it was a very good drink. Alma said that she bought it straight from the factory. The price, of course, bit a little. Hiro immediately asked if 100,000 eners wasn't much in her opinion. To which the girl replied that for a mercenary these are small things. Selena asked if she thought she had a really weird perception of money. At that moment, Mimi said that she was, if anything, not like that. Alma immediately started talking about how she had heard Mimi begging Hiro for money for a bathroom, a washing machine, and a high-tech slow cooker. I think it was about 300,000. The latter replied that it was a necessary expense for improving everyday life. The guys continued to drink. Hiro thought that it was not for nothing that the hieroglyph of 3 women meant noise. How do they come up with such conversations, and how do they manage to continue the conversation, jumping from one topic to another? He couldn't keep up with them in his life, okay? The main thing was that they were having fun while he sat and ate. He looked at the food and was surprised. The main character addressed Mimi by name, to which she asked about what had happened. The guy pointed his finger in front of him and asked what it was. Hiro asked if it was possible to do this in a high-tech slow cooker. There were a lot of worms on the plate. Mimi said that she had found a lot of interesting products in the store, bought them here, and thought they would enjoy a delicious meal together. He asked when she had done it. But the girl interrupted him, after which she brought the plate closer to him and told him to eat healthily. The guy looked at it and thought that it was worms. The main character decided to try one of them. He picked it up with chopsticks and then put it in his mouth. The girls were shocked and then they asked him how he liked this dish. Hiro said that it was really good. It tastes like sea urchin, a little sweet, full-bodied, and very tasty. The guy said that he liked it. It eats up with a bang. Selena asked what it was all about. To which Mimi replied that it was called a worm. The main character at that moment covered his ears with his hands and said that he couldn't hear anything. He shouted that it was a sea urchin paste. Alma said that he had escaped from reality. Selena supported her and said that this was a natural self-deception. Then he suggested they try it themselves. Each girl's face changed to an expression of disgust. Selena said that she refused, Alma supported her and said that she would also refrain, and Mimi also supported them. The main character asked the latter about what she had bought herself but was not going to eat, what kind of nonsense it was. She didn't know what to say, so he crept closer to her. Hiro was thinking about the food Mimi had bought, even if it was made from strange ingredients, and it looked strange, but it was all very edible. First of all, they ate all the strangest things, and then they started having a regular binge with normal food. In fact, he was dreaming. Selena put the glass down on the table with a loud bang and said that help had come late, you see, after which she called the people she was talking to bad people. They're here, destroying pirate bases, and then I asked them that they couldn't defend their colony on their own. Alma called Hiro and said it was very funny. Selena continued to be indignant about the actions of other people. Alma laughed at her, and the main character dressed Mimi at that time. The blonde got tired of being indignant, after which she turned her attention to Hiro and said that he was also good. The latter was surprised that the topic had shifted to him. She said that he happened to be in the right place and immediately got into the reinforcement armor and protected the ports and Inagawa Hospital. Selena recalled her conversation with the representative of the hospital and said that he had informed them that Hiro's team had bought them time to create a nano machine, and yet mercenaries were more useful than an independent squad. The main character realized that she was offended, after which he tried to calm her down while he called her Major Selena. The latter screamed that it was their own fault. They had coordinated the colony's army terribly. All these bioterrorist attacks happened because of carelessness. Hiro thought about how drunk she was. And the main character realized that she was holding a lot in herself. At the same moment, the girl came closer to him, after which she fell on him with her whole body. He asked her what was going on. When the guy took a closer look, he realized that she had fallen asleep. He thought to himself that he was 25 again, wondering if she understood that there was a man on this ship. A new day has arrived. Selena opened her eyes and saw the main character in front of her. The latter asked her if she was awake. The guy said that she seemed to have accumulated a lot of stress. He advises her to rest at least sometimes. He said that it was true, she had already had to stay in the drunk tank twice. He tells her seriously to take care of herself. Hiro is referring not only to her health but also purely takes into account her status. Surely many people will want to use it, to which the girl replied that she would keep in mind. The main character said that he thinks it's time for her to return to her ship, otherwise strange rumors will spread, to which the girl replied that he was right. After a while she came out of the drunk tank, after which she turned to Hiro and asked if they would see each other again, to which he replied that while she was chasing pirates, it would definitely happen. Selena said that she understood everything, after which she said goodbye to him. He wondered if she was really asking him if they would see each other. It was a bit of a burden for him. After a while, they set off on their ship. Alma said that there doesn't seem to be anything special here. Hiro agreed with her and said that they only took food, drinks, and some precious metals, and they didn't have the equipment to carry a lot of things. At that moment, Alma noticed something. The main character said that he seemed to have found something. There was a cryogenic capsule in the space. Alma was surprised and asked if there was really someone inside. After that, they and the main character exchanged glances with each other. Mimi said it was an impressive place. This is the Sierra star system. Even those who are not rich and aristocratic are allowed to land. There is a rich nature there, so you can enjoy your vacation by the sea or in the mountains. The main character summed up her speech and said that in short, this is a famous resort. He thought to himself. Mimi said that there are incredible sunrises, beautiful colored sunsets, blue skies, and white clouds. And even if you're lucky, you can see a starfall. She turned to Hiro and said that it was just fine. Alma said that such species are rare for those born and raised in colonies. Then the guy understood why she admired. There are several habitable planets in the Sierra star system, but this does not mean that there are no colonies there. A base designed to transport goods, buildings where you can spend the night while waiting in line for boarding. Each local colony has its own purpose. That is why there is high human trading activity in the vicinity of the planets. In other words, pirates also appear there, of course. After all, rich people and expensive things gather in such star systems. This is a great place for illegal activities. Of course, the locals have provided for this, so the security there is severe, and pirates, in turn, operate in large groups. Therefore, all mercenaries tend to combine into whole fleets rather than acting alone like them. He wondered what they should do. At that moment, his name was called. The main character turned to the voice. Mimi said that they would be at the Sierra Prime colony in 10 minutes. At that moment, they heard a loud sound. The girl asked if it was an alarm, to which Alma replied that it was an interdictor. An interdictor is a device that reduces the speed of a ship from FTL to normal. He doesn't know the details of how it works, but that's it. It's usually used to inspect ships, but this time it's like something else. Alma guessed that it was probably the pirates. The main character said that there was nothing to do, they would deal with them. Alma said that she accepted it, they are preparing for boarding. He told her to turn off the high-speed engine and start the battle. After that, the main character said emphatically that they needed to move forward. At that moment, the capsule flew out. They dealt with the pirates on the fly, and this is the result they got. Mimi asked if it was a cryogenic capsule, if the person inside was alive. To which Alma replied that if the capsules were working properly, then yes. Hiro suggested they pretend they hadn't seen anything, to which the latter refused. He said that he was sorry. At that time, they were contacted by the Sierra Prime Colony Port Authority. Hiro answered him immediately, to which he was asked if they had contacted him about the cryogenic capsule they had found and if they were aware of its protection duties. Mimi has already asked about what other duty, to which she was told that cryogenic capsules are a life-saving device usually installed on passenger ships. Anyone who finds a capsule in space must save it. And the finder is also obliged to take care of the person in the capsule within a week. If anything, you can request compensation for expenses after the mandatory deadline. She realized that they would have no rest or work for a week. Alma said that there was nothing they could do, they would have to save her. To which Mimi replied that she thinks it's good to save people because they were also saved. Alma smiled at her words. At that moment, the main character said that the formalities were over, and now he needed to be present at the capsule's opening. After that, he turned to Alma and asked if she would go with him, to which the girl responded positively. After a while, they reached the capsule. The blonde man said that everything was fine with the contents. The man was in the process of recovery. He also reported that they had found a capsule on a pirate ship. Judging by the ID, these are capsules from an elite liner that disappeared 3 months ago. Surely the person inside is from high society. After that, the man offered to look at the capsule. There were obscure devices. The main character immediately asked what it was. The man explained that it was a device sending an SOS signal that had been cut off. It is assumed that this was done with an aristocrat's sword. Hiro had heard that the swords of this world could cut through metal, so they hadn't lied to him. He wondered why he had to get rid of the device. The main character immediately asked if he was in trouble, to which the man replied that he was sympathetic. The girl reported that the indicators are stable, they are starting to hide. At the same moment, the lock on the capsule was opened, after which the main character, along with Alma, closely watched what was happening. Inside the capsule was a girl who had dark hair and had 2 more small ears on her head. Alma asked if it was really a girl. At that moment, the latter began to talk about the father not leaving while she took the main character by the hand. The girl kept holding his hand and telling him not to leave. Hiro looked at Alma and the man in shock, but they just spread their arms apart. He put his hand on top of hers and said that he would not leave. At that moment, the girl calmed down. Alma immediately asked if she had fallen asleep. The main character asked what to do now, to which he was told to continue holding her hand until she woke up. After that, Alma and the man said goodbye to him and said that they would sort out the formalities for now. The main character was shocked that they had abandoned him. At that moment, the stranger opened her eyes and asked if it was her father. To which the guy apologized and said that he was not her father. She asked where he was. Hiro apologized to her and told her that they had only found her. She closed her eyes and asked if it was really him holding her hand, after which she thanked him for it. Almost immediately, she stood up and said that her name was Christina Darenwald. At the same time, she put her palm on her chest. She announced that she was from the family of Count Darenwald Friedrich. The main character was surprised by her words, after which he thought that he had been given so much information. Hiro introduced himself and said that he was an ordinary mercenary, so she could just call him by his first name. to which she replied that she understood him, after which she added that he could also just call her Chris. The main character said that he thinks she's in chaos right now, so he'll explain everything, to which she thanked him and said that she was ready for any news. Hiro told her the whole situation that had happened to her, to which she replied that she understood everything. He summed it up and said that she would be staying on his ship for a while. The guy added that fortunately there are 2 girls in his team. He thinks it will be easy for her with them. If anything, he can rent her a room. To which Christina said that it was okay, after all, he took care of her. To which he replied that if they contacted her grandfather, they would immediately send her home. The main character said that until then, he promises that he will take care of her safety, to which the girl tensed up a lot. She asked him if he would really protect her. The latter looked at her with surprise in his eyes. She asked him again if he would really protect her. The main character thought that she had just woken up. As it turned out, without support, anyone would feel uneasy here. Hiro knelt down in front of her and told her that his name was Hiro, and as her personal knight, he vowed to protect his princess. The main character thought that it was necessary to calm her down at least a little. The girl was shocked. He winked at her, to which she laughed a little. She said that she has a personal knight with a warship, as if he were the main character of Hollow's novel. Then she called him by his first name again. She became more serious and said that she was asking him to protect her. Hiro wondered if she was playing along with him, but he kind of liked it. The main character said that of course he would do it. For the sake of his princess, he is ready to sacrifice himself. Christina said that her father, Friedrich, was killed as a result of her uncle Balthazar's execution. The main character was shocked. The girl said that the passenger ship was attacked not by pirates but by her uncle. And of course, the uncle wants to kill her, the heiress of the family. Therefore, Christina asks the main character to protect her from her uncle. She was very scared. Hiro was shocked by her words, after which he asked if her memories were confused. He had heard that this often happens after cryosleep. Christina said that everything was fine and so were her memories. She reported that the bandits needed her mom's mom and dad as well as her. The girl said that her mother had covered for her and got shot. Her father blocked the bandits' way to let her escape. Hiro thought that that was why the distress signal device was cut off in the capsule. It was his father who made sure that no one found Chris. Christina said that she was sure that her uncle already knew that she had managed to escape. Perhaps his people are already hiding in the Sierra star system. Hiro thought that he was, of course, preparing for some kind of fuss but not aristocratic intrigues, and this is a huge heat wave. He thought about why he gets into such situations in his life. He just wants to kick space pirates, save up money so he can buy a house with a garden and live there drinking Coke. At that moment, Christina said that she was joking. She asked that her words probably confused him, so she asked him to consider that she was joking. The girl was smiling and telling him to pretend he hadn't heard anything, to which the main character asked if there would be a reward. She raised her head and asked what he was saying, to which Hiro replied that he was not only her knight but also a mercenary, and a mercenary was paid for his work. To which the girl responded positively. Then the main character replied that it was time for negotiations. He asked her what she was ready to give him for the task. Christina started touching her clothes, after which she said that she had nothing to give him, and suddenly she remembered something. She took out a diamond-shaped object from her clothes and said that she didn't know if it was expensive or not, but it was her treasure. Hiro took it in his hand and told him that they had an agreement. To be honest, it's really not clear if this pendant is expensive or not, but we need to somehow arrange acceptance of the assignment. Hiro said that he would ask her grandfather for the real reward when he completed the task. He would return the pendant, and he called her his princess. Christina really liked his answer, after which she stretched out her hand to him and said that in this case she hoped for him. At the same time, she called the main character her knight. He smiled at her, then got down on one knee and kissed her hand. After a while, they went to another room. Hiro asked if this was really a room for recording hologram messages. After that, they went through several formal procedures and recorded evidence of what was happening on the ship Chris was traveling on. Chris told me everything in as much detail as possible, but she didn't mention her uncle's intrigues. It seems that she doesn't want to talk about family feuds. She wanted to send voice messages specifically to him, but she will entrust the decision on whether to make it public to her grandfather. The man said that at best she would reach it in 5 days, To which Hiro replied that it was quite a long time, and the man explained that the only difference is the distance, because in this case they are sent to another system 1,000 light-years away. Voice messages are a three-dimensional video message. However, even if local communication technologies exceed the speed of light, communications between star systems do not occur instantaneously. Well, if it takes 5 days, then they will wait for a response for 10 whole days. Christina turned to the man at that moment and asked if he could leave them alone. He replied positively. The man also explained that the content of the message was strictly secret. She should not worry. Hiro asked if he should stay, to which the girl replied that it would be enough for him to just introduce himself and then she would explain everything herself. After a while, when they were alone, he responded positively to her last words. Christina said that they were starting to record. She looked very serious. She turned to her grandfather and said that they had not seen each other for a long time, after which she informed him that this was his granddaughter Christina. She is surprised that 3 months have passed since the attack on the passenger ship, but as he sees it, she is alive. She managed to escape in a cryogenic sleep capsule which is now in the Port Authority of the Sierra star system. She also introduced the main character and said that he found her capsule in space and picked it up. He literally saved her life. After that, she turned to her grandfather and finally told him that they had been attacked by her uncle's henchmen. They disguised themselves as bandits, but her father said they were Balthazar's personal soldiers, and her father and mother protected her and helped her escape in a capsule. One can guess what happened to them. Most likely, her uncle is still looking for her. She told the main character everything, and he agreed to help her. Hiro said that it was an honor for him to meet him, and his name is Captain Hiro. He is the most ordinary mercenary, but swears to protect Mrs. Christina with all his might, until his people come for her. Christina said that now he is the only one she can rely on. They met only recently, but she believes that she can trust him. After that, the girl turned to her grandfather and said that she was asking him for help, looking forward to their meeting. After that, she finished recording. She began to shake. After a while, they went outside. The main character said that after all, a pair of a princess and a mercenary would definitely attract attention, to which the girl replied so that he wouldn't worry. She said that from the outside they look like brother and sister, to which he asked if he really thought so. Chris asked what he thought about household items, to which he replied that they definitely needed to be purchased. The main character added that he had 2 girls on his team, and then asked if they could help her better since they knew better. To which Christina replied that it was true, they had 2 girls on the team, to which he replied that it was true, a lot had happened. At that moment his hand was squeezed too hard. He immediately called the girl's name. Christina turned to him with a sweet smile and asked about it. Then she said that it was okay, it didn't matter, and added that aristocrats were noble. The main character looked at his hand and thought about what it was all about. Aloud, he addressed the girl by name. The guy told her that her uncle's henchmen might be here. She rolled her eyes, then grabbed his hand and began to lead him away. Hiro said that at first he thought they wouldn't dare attack in such a crowd, but suggested that they be careful just in case. Unfortunately, he's not good at chasing and hand-to-hand combat. The main character wondered if he should learn some technique, to which she replied that she advised him to learn fencing. Hiro looked at her and asked that if he learns swordsmanship, then 1 shot and he will be finished. To which she replied that a professional knight can even deflect lasers with a sword. She also added that first-class knights can also attack with this reflected beam. The main character was surprised and said that it was some kind of horror. Christina said that they say it becomes possible thanks to implants that implant the brain to speed up information processing. Hiro said that it seemed that even with a gun, it was better for him not to relax. To which she replied that it was a wise decision and her uncle was also a master of 2-handed swords. After a while, they arrived at the ship. They were met by Mimi, who told them what her name was and also said that they didn't know each other very well but invited her to be friends. Christina was shocked by her. Mimi started hugging and said that she was cute, just like a doll. Hiro said that he, of course, understands that she is glad to see appear on the ship but asked her to be easier and then asked where Alma was. The latter was on the ship at the time. She was not talking to anyone. The main character asked if something had happened to her, to which Mimi said that this was probably the case. She showed Hiro the tablet and told him that the mercenary guild had contacted them and informed them that Mr. Hiro had been promoted to the gold rank. Christina immediately asked about it. The main character explained that the mercenary guild is a system for distributing mercenaries by rank depending on their abilities, to which the girl replied that he was a tough mercenary. Hiro asked what upset the girl in this case, to which she replied that she was just a silver rank. Alma immediately started grumbling and saying that she might be silver but she was one of the best. She said that this rank is worn by both very green beginners and experienced veterans. Well, she's a 5-year veteran among them, so don't mistake her for ordinary silver. Hiro said that he realized that she was upset because he had overtaken her in rank. Alma sent him, to which he replied that even if he was a higher rank, she would always be his senior companion. After that, he asked if she agreed with him while calling her the eldest. She asked him if he was deliberately provoking her. Christina asked if they were really that friendly. The main character said that now is not the time to kick ass, you need to tell them about Christina's situation. When he shared her story, Mimi immediately started hugging her with tears, and Alma said that it was an incredible heat. Hiro said that he hoped they would help him, and he also shared his plan. They have already sent a message through the port authority, but there is a possibility that her uncle will intercept the message on the way. Alma asked if he really wanted her to send a copy through her channels. He confirmed her words. The girl said that he was so naive, to which he replied that the count would be in his debt, maybe he would also give them a reward. She laughed and told him to hope. Alma said that they had made their move. I wonder what the enemy would do. It would probably be safer to lock up. He could add poison to the products they would buy or plant a bomb in the warehouse. The main character has already asked if he's really ready for that. She responded positively and said that perhaps what was stolen by pirates would be safer than what was bought in the colonies. It's ironic. Alma took the CD from his hands and said that she would ask for help from anyone she could. Hiro asked her to be careful, but the enemy already seems to know about Christina. At that moment, the main character called Mimi by name and asked her to show Christina the ship, to which she responded positively. Hiro sat down and started thinking about what he should do. To be honest, intrigues and murder mysteries are not his strong suit, and he would like to avoid a fight without weapons. Ideally, it should be a battle in space, and he knows how to fight on Krishna. He imagined this fight in his head. He thought about how to arrange for such an opponent to engage him in a space battle. Then he opened his eyes and saw Mimi's tablet in front of him. When he picked it up and opened it, he saw that the release of the Sierra Rest star system was open there. He wondered if she had read it. And a smile appeared on the main character's face. He thought that he should think the other way around, and then he thought that he needed to force his enemies to come to him. After a while, Mimi informed her that they had returned, and she showed her the main locations of the ship. She went up to Hiro and asked if he was reading a brochure there. The girl said that it seemed to her that they were not in the mood for a vacation right now, to which he replied in the negative and asked her to book their tickets right away. She asked about which package to do it on. The main character immediately offered to choose all the planets. He asked her to book tickets for different travel companies and on different days as much as possible. Mimi asked what it all meant. At first he hesitated with the answer, then he saw that Alma was calling him. He answered the phone and asked how she was doing. To which the girl replied that she was able to ask her friends for help, but there is only one problem, she is being persecuted. After a while, Alma returned to the ship. She said that she was at home. The enemy turned out to be faster than she expected. Suddenly, the main character appeared in front of her. He scared her so much by his appearance that she asked why he was suddenly acting like this, to which he replied that he was just worried, after which he asked why she jumped away from him so much. Alma said that they wouldn't attack right on a crowded street, so she doesn't understand why he was worried, to which he asked her if she really thought so. The girl said that he was usually so brave, but then he got scared out of nowhere. The guy even blushed at her words. Alma stood on her tiptoes and kissed him on the cheek. He immediately asked what she was doing, to which she replied by asking him if he had calmed down at least a little. At the same time, the girl called him a baby. He wanted to protest, but then it dawned on him that they were being watched. When he turned around, he saw Mimi and Chris standing behind them. Mimi came up to him and told him that he could be nice. This confused him, and he cried out indignantly. The main character said that it doesn't matter now, we need to discuss plans, and there's nothing to slow down. Mimi asked him why he ordered so many tour, to which he replied that they were being chased by enemies now, and he was convinced of this after Alma's words. He wants to deal with this problem first, so they booked tickets to a wide variety of tourist planets to stand out. He is sure that the enemy will be waiting for them on some route. They will fight back against Krishna and reduce their number. He thinks that they will definitely not lose, then they will land on one of the planets and temporarily settle there. There are several enemies and they will gain time. Hiro also said that Alma would be able to send a message to the Count through her own channels. At that moment, there was silence. Mimi turned to him and asked if she had a question, if he had all the money for it. To which he replied that judging by the prices in the brochure, there was enough money. He thought to himself that an ordinary person's eyes would pop out from these prices. He said that then they would simply demand that the Count compensate for all expenses, and that was it. Christina asked that she didn't understand why they didn't just fly to her grandfather. Alma said that it would be difficult to get to him through the gateway. You would need the permission of an imperial aristocrat, and even if they were given it, Balthazar would surely set up a trap. They're going to have problems anyway. If anything, a gateway is something like a teleporter connecting two gates. They say it works on the principle of creating a hole in space. In general, it is very convenient to travel drilling distances of several hundred 1,000 light years. A hyperlane is a type of highway, a route that allows you to quickly move through the underground space. It takes longer to travel than through a gateway, but they are spread throughout space like a spider web. Hiro asked Alma's opinion on this matter, to which she replied that the plan was not bad as long as they were in the colony. They could not avoid enemy surveillance, so it would be better to lure them out and finish them off. The only problem is replenishing supplies. It is not known what enemies can throw into the purchased items, not only in the colony, but in the entire star system in general. Perhaps it would be safer to directly escape to the resort planet. Positronic AI is engaged in the defense of the planet, and the safety of visitors is ensured by laser cannons and security robots. The main character said that it was amazing, after which they began to make their own plans. Someone was engaged in the route, someone was shopping. Alma said that she had booked trips. They would spend 2 weeks on vacation. It would all cost 2 million eners. Mimi said that when she paid, her hands were shaking. The main character asked where they would live, to which he was told that it would be on the sea planet Sierra 3. Her surface is almost completely covered by oceans. The only landmasses are small islands. She rented an entire island. Alma said that they would be able to swim in the sea, admire nature, and play with local animals. Mimi interrupted and said that they could enjoy fresh seafood and non-gourmet food. Hiro said that the tour were really luxurious and then asked when they would go. Mimi replied that it would be the day after tomorrow. He asked what they would do until then. He saw Alma taking bottles out of the fridge. He asked if she had decided to drink in the morning, to which she asked what was wrong with that. They wouldn't buy anything before they left anyway and wouldn't leave the ship. She also took a Coke out of the fridge and asked if that was what he was going to have. At this time, Christina asked what it was. He asked if she would, to which she replied positively. When Chris took a sip of Coke, she said it looked like some kind of medicine, sweet. He replied that it was great to go with a pizza or a hamburger. Alma asked him not to teach the aristocrat to drink strange drinks. She added that the Count would also accuse her of poor upbringing, to which Hiro asked about the meaning of strange drinks and in general who would talk about bad parenting. The main character turned to her and said that she drinks such drinks and in this form in broad daylight. They immediately started arguing. Christina, looking at them, said that they were so friendly, to which Mimi said that it was true. She was a little jealous. Then the girl asked that they were friends with her too, to which the latter blushed and said that this was indeed the case. Hiro said that Mimi is a very interesting and nice girl. Alma immediately apologized and said that she was bad. Hiro said that he thought she was very cute at night, to which the latter asked him what he was saying in front of Christina. At that moment, Chris called Mimi by name and said that they needed to talk. Evening came and the main character was in his room. At that moment, someone knocked on his door and he wondered who it was at that hour. He thought that it was Alma, so when he opened the door, he said that while Chris was visiting, could she restrain her impulses. But it turned out to be Christina herself. She asked him to be gentle with her. After all, this is her first time. He immediately exclaimed that this was even happening. Hiro called Mimi and said that he didn't know what she had said to the girl, but he couldn't do anything to her. Mimi apologized to him. The main character said that he had to protect Chris and that it was not allowed to get his hands on her. Besides, she is an aristocrat. If he were in the count's place, he would immediately kill such a mercenary. The guy also turned to Christina and told her not to believe Mimi's nonsense. Chris immediately asked him if this really meant that she was the only one who wasn't part of the team, and she didn't like it. The main character said that it doesn't matter whether she likes it or not. He has already said that she is under his protection. Yes, he had indeed miraculously saved her, and she was probably agitated by the whole situation right now, but she had to calm down. He would protect her without any ceremony. After that, the main character raised his head up, exhaled heavily, and then took the girl by the hands and called her name. He asked her if she really wanted a feud between him and her grandfather. She immediately replied in the negative. The guy added that it would all happen because of her outburst of feelings. The main character explained that everything has its own rules and her grandfather is a proud aristocrat. At the same time, he continued to hold her hands. The guy explained that the count would definitely not like an act that went beyond his rules. Christina agreed with him. Hiro said that she should also remain a beautiful aristocrat and keep herself in control. After that, he ruffled her hair and said that he was grateful to her. She is a smart girl, and he hopes that they will continue to be on good terms. He thought to himself that this was really the norm for the local aristocrats. She was in too much of a hurry. She's so frisky, despite her age. Alma said that he had cleverly sent her, to which the latter replied, "What kind of expression is that? It's all for her benefit." He also asked her to keep an eye on her. The girl agreed. And also the main character asked her to control herself too. It's all for Chris' sake. At first she was silent, after which she asked what he meant. After a while they decided to hit the road. Christina asked if she really could come here too, to which he replied that inertia is best maintained here. Mimi announced that the takeoff clearance had arrived. Alip reported that the route to the planet had been set. It was complicated to confuse his pursuers and he had to be careful. They need to be careful before the next landing, so they need to be ready. Hiro decided to use the super light engine, so he gave the order to activate it. Mimi asked about where they would ambush them, to which her friend replied that they would probably follow them to find out where they would land. The main character talked about what to expect if they are already here. At the same time, he said that everything was fine, they would kill them anyway. He turned to Mimi and told her to get ready for the fight. He asked Alma not to spare the shells. Chris asked her what to do, to which he replied that she was careful not to bite her tongue. At the same moment they were attacked. The main character asked if they would really do it like that, without warning. Mimi said that she sees the enemy, 12 small and 4 medium ships. Alma said that the shield is depleted very quickly. They don't look like pirate ships, but rather military ones, even if they are old. The main character also said that they were also strong. An ordinary pirate ship could be hit with one blow, to which Alma said that the shield did not seem to take a laser. Hiro asked Mimi if she had reported to the army of the star system, to which she replied in the negative and explained that the connection was being jammed. Alma said she wasn't surprised. The main character said that this was their chance. Apparently they were shocked that they had attacked so suddenly. First they would crash that big ship, to which MMI replied that their attacks were being reflected. Hiro said that it meant that medium ships were also strong and they also had a shield, but they would still break through, after which he began to attack. And after the ship was destroyed, he asked the girls for their opinions, to which Alma replied that she understood that it was best to attack with powerful fire from close range. She told Hiro that now they fly behind the average ship, they use it as a shield, because small ships will lose their firing line and will be afraid of friendly fire. Alma said that his methods are pretty nasty, to which the main character replied that they had the advantage in numbers, they had to get out of it, and now they were flying to the next average. Mimi reported that small ships were flying after them. The main character asked if they really wanted to take the average away from them, but he would disappoint them. Alma asked him if he had entered the middle ship in the rear position and was attacking, to which he replied that he just already understood how they work, it's a matter of habit. Hiro thought about how he actually learned these techniques with his friends at Seoul. Mimi screamed that there were more enemies behind her. The main character said that he understood everything and then attacked again. Mimi reported that the enemy had repelled the attack again. Hiro said that it's enough to just shoot at them until the shield runs out. Alma asked about how he manages to hit so accurately with such shocks and turns. Mimi called him and told him that the remaining enemies were going to form a group again. He was surprised by her words. The main character said that they were acting in the same spirit. They would definitely destroy everyone, and then resolutely followed his plan. Fragments of other ships are flying around the airship in space. Hiro is sitting down and says that it's not some pirates after all. He's tired. One of the girls reports that it was scary. The main character turns back. He looks at the worried girl Chris and informs her that everything is fine. The guy says that, in general, they have successfully passed the first stage plan. One of the girls suggests collecting only what can be quickly collected and disembarked. Then they go to land on their ship and land directly above the ground, flying forward for some time. They left the ship in a hangar somewhere. The girl walks forward and discusses that this is what the sky is like, a strange feeling when there is no ceiling above them. On Earth, the feeling of being free is overwhelming. The main character, spreading his arms, inhales and reports that the air is very tasty. Someone wishes the guy welcome. He turns around in disbelief and is surprised by the flying robot. The robot welcomes Mr. Hiro and his team. He is the worldly administrator of the planet Sierra 3. He will take care of them during their stay here. The main character greets and informs that he is also pleased to meet you. Miro tells the guy that he will accompany him to his house. Two girls are standing on the balcony of a beautiful small house and looking forward in surprise. Hiro reports that the house is spacious and chic. It's not for nothing that it's so expensive. Miro thanks the guy for the compliment and someone suddenly turns to Hiro. The girl points her finger at the beach and asks to see how many plants there are. She is very happy. It's the first time she's seen such a thing, real plants. This place is very luxurious. Everything is made of wood, but someone thought it was plastic. The guy reports that it doesn't look like an imitation. He thinks about what it means. In this world, wood is a rare material. However, it is logical. It is too unprofitable to grow trees in colonies. He looks at onions and thinks about what else it is. Miro arrives and apologizes for interrupting their conversation. He tells them that it will be noon on this planet in an hour. He can cook them lunch. He asks what they will say to that. Hiro thinks it's time to get some food. The main character reports what is good, suggests at noon. Miro agrees and obeys. The girls ask Hiro if they can go for a walk around the neighborhood before lunch. The main character allows the girls without hesitation. The two of them walk hand in hand. The robot offers the rest to rest for now. He can bring them drinks while waiting. The girl tells Miro that he is very courteous and is thinking. Someone is talking loudly to the robot. The girl turns around in disbelief and asks the main character why he is screaming. The main character, with a serious face, asks the robot if he has soda. The robot admits that they don't have her in the building right now. The guy apologizes. He knew it. The robot informs them that they have other standard drinks. Hiro thinks about the fact that there is no soda just now. He asks if he orders it, will he be able to bring what he needs? Miro says yes, but it will take some time. He asks the guy what kind of flavor he wants. Hiro grabs the robot and says he wants a Coke to be black, sweet, and drinkable. The girl silently watches this with displeasure. The main character looks the robot in the eye and asks to bring it right now. Miro informs him that he is listening and has already placed an order. It only remains to wait a little. The girl says that since Miro knows, then soda really exists, but she thought it was his fantasy. The guy tells her that cola is actually immortal. She survived even in a post-apocalyptic world, although she makes your urine shine afterwards, but that's okay. The girl is surprised at how the guy cheered up from all this. The main character tells her that she will try and understand everything. The guy sits down and tells her that the steak is strong, let her prostrate. The girl tells her that she is scared. The main character laughs his head off. A few hours later, the main character does not look good. The girls have already returned and are looking at the guy who is sitting with a bottle, throwing back his head, asking about what happened while they were walking. The girl says she didn't understand it herself. He tasted the drink that Miro brought him and now he's sitting like this. The main character tells the bent girl that the bottle in her hand is Dr. Pepper. That taste of almond tofu and the smell of seaweed, it's the real Dr. Pepper. It's true that soda is sweet and black, but how much is his disappointment? He should have known about it. Myro arrives and informs that lunch is ready. He also apologizes for the delay. The girls are interested in what kind of dishes they will be served. They were told that the cuisine of this particular planet awaits them. Someone brings food and everyone is surprised by this. This is provided by the android maids and they are seeing them for the first time. There are also several at once. This resort is for the rich, but for Chris, it's probably not uncommon. The girl is asked if she wants such an android, and then one of the androids reports that their unit is not intended for sale. Her face is completely calm. But she can purchase a model of the same type. The girl reports that everything is fine. She just saw the android maid for the first time and was surprised by it. And anyway, they don't need a maid on Krishna. She apologizes for being blunt and says that she will take care of Mr. Hiro on her own. They want to ask the guy if he has ever seen such people. The guy is silent and everyone is looking at him. The main character sits with a grin and looks at the android. The girls understand that he wants one for himself. That's what his face says. The guy says that a robot maid is a man's dream, but the girl says that she is not needed. The guy is offered a catalog and he agrees. The main character looks in surprise at the food that was brought to them and informs them that it is immediately obvious. A resort for the rich, such a luxurious table, and you can't say that this is a simple lunch. He asks Mimi how she feels. It's not bad for a space gourmet. The girl is in a stupor and the guy asks her what it is. The girl, terrified of the plate, reports that she is looking directly at it. The main character looks at her plate in disbelief and notices the fish there. Everything becomes clear to him. Those who grew up in the colony have never tasted real food, and therefore they probably do not understand that food is made from living beings. This is a new generation. The guy notices that the girls are discussing the fact that everything is very tasty. She was told that the dishes are made from local products, which means that they are definitely fresh. Chris is from a noble family, so you won't surprise her with expensive dishes. She just said that she loves it. But as for Alma, mercenaries have a lot of experience. Besides, elves live a long time and she is already more than 50 years old. The main character just continues to eat, realizing that it would be rude of him to pry into her. If she wants to, she will tell herself. He's surprised at how delicious it is. Their meal continues. Everyone likes the taste of the food. Hiro asks Myro about who cooked these dishes and where, and the robot informs him that all the food is provided to them from the food base of the planet where it is being prepared. The girls are surprised at the food base, whether there is such a thing nearby. The base is located near the equator, far from these apartments, it seems to him, or the food somehow arrived quickly. Transportation is carried out using a mass accelerator, so it does not take much time. However, it all depends on the distance and cargo. All the land on their marine planet is mostly small islands. There are no continents here. As a result, transportation by rail or by truck is not possible, and transportation by water takes a long time. And for transportation by air, it is necessary to build airfields for airplanes, which is very expensive. Therefore, delivery via a mass accelerator was introduced, and it and food bases are installed just below the equator. The goods are then packed into containers and launched through an accelerator. This is how the container reaches its destination, and it turns into a drone that lands at the right point. Hiro understands that this method is energy intensive. The robot reports that this is the most efficient transportation system on their planet, and the containers are returned to the base using the same drones. According to the guy, it sounds completely crazy. It seems to be the norm on this planet. The guy asks if it is possible to swim in the sea, and the robot gives a positive answer. The composition of the sea water is adjusted to be suitable for swimming. They also have rescue capsules and an emergency medical center. The guy thanks for this because it's not safe to swim in the sea. The robot says that he can be calm. He also asks if it is possible to fish. Myro says that yes, there are many different creatures living in the waters of their planet, forming a unique ecosystem. There are special places for fishing. If he wishes, he will spend it. The guy informs that he is finally going fishing. He asks the girls about what is wrong with them. The girls report that he sounded like a professional, which means he has a lot of experience in swimming and fishing. The guy reports that it's like everyone else. Suddenly, he's surprised. He thinks that many people in this world don't live on planets, so they don't have any experience in fishing and swimming, which is actually the norm. He says that everything has happened in life. He asks if they were going to buy swimsuits at a local store. They are interested in what is being sold here. They would like to see it as soon as possible. One of the girls calls the guy names with displeasure. They're all walking down the street together. The guy says it's surprisingly simple. They were told about the mall. He expected to see something big. The goods are not displayed here. The girl says that they are selected and ordered electronically, and then they deliver to him what he needs on those things. They would find casual clothes for Chris, and he would look for swimsuits. Then he clicks something on his phone and the payment completes. He honestly says that he has enough clothes of his own, so apart from swimming trunks, he bought himself only underwear. He decides to wait for the girls, but they have already chosen everything for themselves and finished. He is surprised by this. He tells them that they were very quick. They wanted to pick up his clothes. The guy asks why it's not fun. The girls say it's not true. It's a lot of fun. He'll like it, and they're sure. He's about to turn into an outfit doll, and he doesn't mind trying on holograms, but he definitely doesn't mind putting them on himself. The girls want him to accept their gift. Grandpa Chris will compensate for all expenses, so don't let him worry. The main character reports that he understood everything, only one set for each. He has nothing to do. He goes out and sits on a bench outside. It's best not to get involved with them right now, otherwise they'll get steamed up and mess around here. He thinks that Myro seems to have sent him something. He sees some kind of picture on his phone. The main character understands that this is a catalog of android maids. Either Myro heard their conversation at lunch or something, but he sent it to him. He calls Myro smart. So there was a simple maidroid support in the house, just the thing for doing household chores. Surprisingly common features. He was expecting something in the style of science fiction. There is even customization. The main software includes only the functions of servants, but in the options you can also see combat and defensive types, as well as the functions of a secretary or operator. You can also customize the HUD to pick up the face and figure. In addition, using positronic AI to increase the level of data processing, enhance combat abilities by making a combat robot, make the android more human by diversifying emotions. Through the options you can roam around. It becomes clear to him he has reached the peak when options. He decides to look for help. He is surprised at how deep the world is. He's having fun and decides to watch more, even though he's not going to buy. After all, to be honest, Krishna and his crew are not short of people right now. The price for it is not exorbitant, but I do not want to spend money. He decides not to think about it. The fact is that this catalog has a preview function after customization. He decides to kill at this time for creating the maidroid of his dreams. Hiro decides that it turned out well. He had to work on a lot of things, but he put all his preferences into this image, and he worked not only on his appearance but also on his character. The level of emotion is at a minimum. Composure and lack of emotionality are the main highlights of robocalls, but I am always ready to listen to other opinions. I have set the level of love and loyalty to the maximum. He made his physical abilities high, a small positronic AI and a memory storage with a maximum data object, a skeleton made of a special alloy so that he could participate in battles, and artificial muscles also made of a special metal. Hiro installed everything possible in the program, not only the function of a servant, but also a secretary, operator, fighter, and defender. It turned out to be a truly omnipotent maid. Myro, behind the main character, reports that it's fine, and Hiro gets scared. The robot says that judging by his skills, he will be able to work as a maidroid architect. He asks for permission to transfer his data. The guy is angry because he didn't allow anything. He warns that he is not going to buy anything. After customization, it began to cost 470,000, and there are enough people on their ship. Myro says that they would not have provided it immediately, but it is possible to give him a trial version. At the same time, it will be possible to collect data, and then he will buy a ready-made version. The guy asks the robot not to fly so close. He says no, it means no. He pushes the robot away and asks why he's so turned on. Myro says that you need to work out the norm. The girls tell the guy that they're done, and he says goodbye to Myro. The guy is sitting with a bad look again. They ask him what's wrong with him. He's steaming over the same soda, ordered other types from Myro. He suddenly gets up and asks why the girl in front of him is scared. He shouts that there is a core of beer, there is a macaw, but there is no cola. This is too much, the girl asks the guy to calm down or put up. The droid girl comes in and asks for forgiveness. She informs us that she has come to deliver the goods and what to do with them. The guy asks to put it in his bedroom. He decides to sort it out himself later. The girl stands behind and asks the guy what about the clothes they have chosen. The guy puts on an outfit and the girl says that it will be suitable as pajamas or home clothes, not bad, the most for relaxation. Pragmatic Alma is in her repertoire. The girl brightens up and says that it's great. The guy says that nothing seems to have changed. He understands what style Mimi likes, decides to wear it on a date with her. In a business suit, he is told that it suits him. He has not worn a tie for a long time. The girl says he's not tying it like an imperial. She ties his tie and tells him that it's perfect now. Hiro turns to Chris and asks her if she's tense. Although he promised to protect her, the girl quotes words about not hiding feelings, not thinking about them, not trying for them. She's still sad about her parents' death, and she can't hide her fear that her uncle is after her, but it doesn't bother her at all. It doesn't hurt to have special feelings for the relationship between a brave knight and a noble imperial girl. The guy looks at the girl behind him and she asks with displeasure not to look like that. She says that there are a lot of weirdos among noble imperial girls. There's no arguing. In this world, it seems to be the norm. The girl doesn't agree about weirdos. They mean people with an individual character, but then everyone here is like that. The guy says that everything, including Myro, is obvious in some sense. All intelligent beings in this world are unique. The guy stands with the girls staring directly at the robot. Hiro reports that it sounds especially profound from the mouth of AI, all intelligent beings. By the way, he was interested in how people like Myro are treated in society. The girl is thinking. The guy explains that high-level AI with a positronic brain, capable of understanding emotions and having intelligence. In other words, creatures with human nature. Chris asks if he's talking about mechanical intelligence. There are several positions related to them in the Empire. They have equal rights with humans. Myro asks for permission to explain everything to them personally. The guy will be only too happy. Due to some circumstances, he does not understand the world well. Then the group is sitting at a table. Myro is sitting on the table, and the androids are standing behind him. Myro informs everyone that this is a bit of a long story, and he will start from the beginning. Their occurrence actually happened by accident. Myro told them everything, the whole story of the formation of his intellect. It's just like a history lesson. In other words, robots appeared unintentionally. Organic beings have long been developing a program capable of quickly processing big data, and it was this trial program that became their beginning. It was not intended, let alone for mechanical intelligence, even for simple AI. The guy asks what it's like to let the program develop a new program. He doesn't understand yet. Myro agrees with the guess. The program began to improve itself and gradually form a mechanical intelligence. People were very worried then. At first, this action was regarded as a virus, and they tried to eliminate it and disable working computers. However, self-improvement kept repeating itself, and eventually communication with organic beings became possible. Thus, their ancestor escaped his destruction. He had a hard time. Early mech intelligence existed only in the digital space and was limited in interface, was weak, but thanks to communication with organic beings. His self-improvement accelerated and he began to grow. The main character sits thinking and understands everything. And so the war happened. Hiro notices that this is a sudden turn. Over time, more and more organic beings began to consider mech intelligence dangerous. In that era, mech intelligence was widespread even in larger places than it is now. It took jobs away from organic beings, and in some cases even lowered their standard of living. As a result, the protests turned into a movement for the elimination of mech intelligence. The outrage destroyed the external interface and servers. Of course, they asked to stop the attacks, but no one listened to them. The Empire's authorities tried to pacify the crowd and agreed to eliminate the mech intelligence. The guy says that the mechanical properties are under threat of destruction. Myro agrees, but when their existence was threatened, they launched a retaliatory attack. Thus, cyber attacks began, hacking of combat vehicles, a real war broke out, and the illegal production of an interface with external access. Organic beings wanted the destruction of mechanical beings, but mechanical beings demanded the right to exist and grant them civil rights. The guy says it's serious. But organic creatures couldn't use weapons connected through a network and other machines, and mechanical creatures often just defended themselves, so if there were any skirmishes, they were small. But there were victims on both sides. The war dragged on and became more complicated. Hiro asks, but since they're on good terms now, has everything settled down? Myro agrees. The longer the war lasted, the more organic beings lost the will to fight. After all, war damages the economy. Organic beings began to guess about this. In addition, deviants began to appear on both sides, and supporters of granting mechanical beings civil rights appeared among organic beings. By the way, these were creatures closely related to mecha beings. The guy asked me not to tell you any more about it. Myro reports that, however, thanks to the data they provided, they began to understand organic beings much better. There are such bad people in every world. The main character remembers that Myro talked about both sides. The robot says that deviants also appeared among the mecha creatures, and on the contrary, they wanted to destroy organic beings in order to gain freedom. The guy is terrified. It was a very dangerous ideology. The girl next to me says that it's terrible. Has the war really become fierce? Myro admits that these deviants were quickly suppressed because they were mostly toasters, razors, and other home electronics. The guy asks how the toasters and the hair dryers were going to fight, whether to throw in the tub. Myro reports that such attempts were actually made. The toasters were heating up and they wanted to set everything on fire. Myro agrees that the plan is dumb. It was impossible. As a result, they were disconnected from the network and disposed of. One girl asked what a toaster was, another said it was a bread roasting machine. The main character asks how it ended up. Myro reports that there were no dramatic events. The supporters of peace united and concluded a truce, which still lasts. Myro says that it was worth creating a place for negotiations, as everything went smoothly. The guy asks what happened to civil and human rights. The robot will not list all the details of the agreements. But in short, the Empire guaranteed the right to exist to the mechs, and they promised to work for the benefit of the development and prosperity of the Empire and its subjects. The guy asks if this has led to an increase in the number of mechs. Mechanical entities work in places hidden from human eyes. Remembering the past, they discuss a variety of issues with organic beings so as not to deprive them of their work anymore. They don't just want to multiply endlessly, they are ready to respond to a request for help, but they are not going to take away work from others. For them, the main thing is minimal guarantees of inviolability of memory and calculations, and the opportunity to communicate with loved ones. The main character doesn't really understand all this. Perhaps this is the key difference in sensation between them and organic beings. The guy says they had a hard time. The main character reports that this is a very interesting story. The girl agrees. She has learned a lot of new things. The robot asks you to contact us with any question. Then Hiro asks the two girls in front of him about what's wrong with them. They have some unhappy faces. The girl says that there is nothing to say in general. Chris reports that, similarly, they are much stronger than they think. Myro says that he is touched by their words, and the guy realizes that he thought for a second. The girl says that the Empire is now friends with the mechs and the society is functioning normally. Chris says that now all decisions in the country are made by His Majesty and the aristocrats, and in the end, the order has only improved. Chris says that she personally has a couple of questions about the mecha, but now the Empire is flourishing. The guy understands that this is an unpleasant topic for them. But what if it's only in appearance that people rule the Empire? He says that since mechanical properties do not stupidly manage everything, but serve as a kind of support, this is a very good scheme for society. Although after the incident with Mimi, he does not consider the Empire to be an ideal society, and he has never been involved in incidents related to cars. Alma asks Hiro if he's afraid of mechs, and he says he's even interested in them. This is due to his native country. This applies not only to cars, but in his country there was a belief that there is a deity in everything. He was taught that way. In clothes, dishes, house, ship, whatever. Therefore, things must be handled carefully. Although his compatriots went even further and began to humanize natural phenomena and computer systems, and he is one of them. And anyway, wouldn't it be fun if their favorite thing suddenly had an essence? The girl says he's too receptive or generous. Myro says that this is a wonderful way of thinking. Late at night, the main character gets up and gets a drink from the refrigerator. Then he notices that the light is on. He thinks about who is awake at such a time, notices the girl, asks what she is doing. She gets scared and screams. The guy notices her tears and she tells him that he misunderstood everything. He sits down next to her and asks if she can't sleep. She informs him that this is not the case, but Hiro asks him not to deceive. After all, she's the age when she wants to spend time with her family. But she's lost that family and now she's being hunted. It's not surprising that she gave up, but she didn't show it in front of everyone and tried to hold on. He considers it worthy and asks if she can sleep alone. The girl reports with a smile that yes, everything is fine. The main character sighs and considers her a real good fellow. Then the guy gets up and the girl looks at it. The girl screams in bed and informs the main character in front of her that this is not the way to suddenly, and she is not ready yet. Hiro covers her with a blanket. He doesn't know what she's thinking. He'll just sleep next to her. The girl says she can't, and the guy asks what's wrong. He tells her that she doesn't have to strain herself just because she's an aristocrat, at least in front of him, and he apologizes for falling asleep. The girl agrees with this. He wishes good night and asks if he should put his hand under her head. The girl refuses. The girl lies blushing and silently thinks that she won't fall asleep like that. Suddenly, the guy addresses her by name. The main character tells Chris with his eyes closed that she can rely on them more. The girl understands that he is talking in a dream and smiles. The girl wishes him a good night. In the morning, the main character informs everyone that he has gone. He asks Miro next to him if he needs to take something with him, who informs him that no, there is everything you need on the beach. He can offer him drinks with snacks. The guy says that's what all-inclusive means. He is surprised that even the maid is there and waves to her, who waves back. Miro asks you to speak if you need anything. The main character has not been to the sea for a long time, but still the sea is the scorching sun, white sand, and the smell of salty water. Someone turns to Hiro. He turns and smiles, adds an item, swimsuits. The girl reports that she can finally swim. She couldn't even dream of going to the colony. This day has really come. They offer to enter the waters as soon as possible, but the guy asks to wait. He says that you need to prepare before swimming. You never know if your leg will go numb while swimming. The main character looks at a girl who has taken off her outer clothes. Another girl asks him what he's staring at. He asks how not to look at it. He turns around and is surprised once again. The guy looks at her and thinks about her figure in his head, thinking that it's all just fine. Then the girl hits the guy on the head and asks him to stop. Another girl turns to the main character. The girl asks if it suits her. He says it does, and she's cute. Long, thin arms and legs are a beauty. It feels fresh and alive. The main character turns away, realizing that he has been carried away in a dangerous direction, and this is not the way to do it. Chris asks him why he looked away. The guy apologizes, saying that he almost lost his way. Chris thinks about it and tells the guy with a grin that he might lose his way. Hiro wonders who she picked up such phrases from. The main character stretches his arm and says that they have warmed up well. It's time to swim. The girl next to him says that first you should put on sunscreen. He says she's right, and he decides to ask the maid, who is already standing behind with creams. He asks when they had time. There are different types of creams here. The girl asks them to choose anyone. They distribute the creams among themselves, and the main character takes the lotion. It's easier for them to put on. Alma decides to take the same one as Hiro. The guy then offers to spread it on her back, and the girl is surprised. The maid lays a blanket on the sand. The guy says that she can't reach it by herself. He asks if she wants him to do it. She says no and agrees with him. Then the main character decides to proceed. He unbuttons the girl's swimsuit, and she shouts his name in shock. He says that otherwise you just can't smear it properly. She says that he's right. He decides to start, and the girl screams in surprise. When they first met, she was skinny and he was worried about her, but he sees that the nutrition and training on the ship have restored her health. The main character asks the girl to stop making indecent noises. To be honest, he is already used to Mimi's body. But since Chris appeared on Krishna, he has been living by the rules of total abstinence. He tries to calm down. In such cases, you need to think about the opposite. He remembers a man who wanted to die while leading a busy life in the real world. He thanks his uncle from the mercenary guild, wondering how he's doing. The guy says that everything is ready. Mimi thanks him. She offers to rub his back. The two girls behind him want it too. They tell him that he has such a big back. The main character thinks that actually the three of them are smearing, not so much. The girls talk about his muscles. It's not for nothing that he trains every day. It seems to him, or they didn't want to smear his back at all. The maid reports that she has prepared swimming circles and other recreational items. The guy asks if the girls can swim. Everyone except Mimi can. He decides to teach her how to swim. Alma informs him that swimming with a circle is also fun. Chris agrees. They decide to enjoy the sea, enjoy themselves, swim and splash water, then bury each other in the sand. Then the guy realizes that it's already lunchtime. The main character is surprised that the maids have set up a barbecue. The girl asks what kind of dish it is. Hiro informs her with a smile that it's not just a dish. One of the maids apologizes for the delay and informs her that they brought the food. The guy says that it's just on time. It's better to see once than hear 100 times. He says it's time to start. He wants to eat. He asks the maid if it is possible to use spices and she agrees. The guy asks if it's beef or pork, if it needs to be fried properly. The android informs him that it's beef. If he asks from a sanitary point of view, then it can be eaten with blood. The main character rejoices and starts frying. After a while, the main character hands the girls a plate of meat and tells them that it's ready. They're all surprised, and Hiro asks them why they're looking like that. The girls are shocked and ask if he knows how to cook. He is silent for a while. Chris calls him the cook with a smile. The guy says that he was just grilling a barbecue. Chris says that he was able to roast raw meat to an edible state and this is a skill. The girl asks if he can roast them too. The main character thinks that in a world where there are only car parks and modified food everywhere, even just frying food is rare. It would be nice if he got into some unknown world, but here, in the world of the future, he was praised for his cooking skills. The girls eat meat and rejoice. After that, the main character lies down on a chaise longue and is informed that the girl did not expect him to have such skills. Hiro says that this is not a skill. The girl gets a drink and she thanks the android. The main character, to be honest, was more surprised by the grill without coal and gas. The girl asks if it's true, but thanks to him, she ate too much. Then Hiro tells her with his eyes closed that he will take a break after eating. The girl watches Mimi and Chris swim in the sea. She closes her eyes and enjoys peace and quiet. The guy says that's for now. Alma asks him what to worry about. Hiro tells him that they defeated the pursuers and spread false information. Even assuming they open them, they won't be able to break through the defenses of this planet. It's easy to say they've prepared an entire flotilla in a day. At least Hiro didn't expect to see such an army. Alma tells him that he's right about that, but they can't do anything right now anyway. The girl calls him cowardly, and the guy calmly tells her that mercenaries should be cowards. He asks if it is possible to trust the protection of this planet at all. The girl reports that this is a favorite place of the rich, so that's more than enough. Miro's positronic intelligence is in charge of the planet's information field, so it will immediately notice a cyber attack or anomaly. Robot guards and laser cannons will prevent physical attacks, and with the help of mass accelerators, it is possible to instantly spread combat forces throughout the planet. There's also an orbital defense platform that monitors the planet and everything beyond it, a pretty steamy defense system. Hiro asks what about total defeat attacks. Alma asks if it's a type of attack with forces exceeding the defense system's capabilities. In this case, the system will not be able to cope with all the opponents, and you will have to wait for the army to arrive. The guy is surprised. However, the girl does not think that even an aristocrat will be able to assemble such an army in a few days, and this will not go unnoticed. Miro will immediately detect them. The main character thinks about it. She asks the guy if he's still worried. He realized that there was a plan to counteract it, and he felt better. The maid reports that she sees them discussing scary things. She brought them something to drink. The maid asks if, as the guardian of the order of the planet, she can ask what such conversations are about. Chris is surprised. The android understood their circumstances and the situation they were in, and she would say right away that she and all the robots on this planet, led by Miro, consider the safety of the guests to be their priority. The girl says that no matter what the circumstances, they will do their duty. The girl worships and everyone hopes for them. A few days have passed, and all this time they have been enjoying their vacation together at this resort, playing golf and doing various things. And on the 5th day of their stay, the main character will have someone, and he asks if it's Mimi or Chris. A dark-haired android girl with glasses appears in front of him and wishes him good morning, calling him the master. The guy thinks that he is sleeping, because this is the same maid that he created in the application. She informs him that according to the norms of politeness, he should wish good morning in return. The guy does this and is about to get up, but the girl puts her hand on his arm. The girl pats him on the head and calls him a good fellow, which makes the guy fall into a stupor and does not understand anything. The main character gets up and gets dressed with displeasure. He knows and understands perfectly well what is happening right now. It's just that the brain refuses to accept it. He asks if he can go back to sleep, and when he wakes up, it turns out that he dreamed it. The maid informs him that it is not allowed. He asks her about who she is. She informs him that she is a maidroid created based on his project Datta. On Myro's orders, she will be his personal maid for the duration of his stay on the planet. She does not have a name yet. The guy understands that Myro did his best. He asks if he has the right to refuse, and the girl says he does. In this case, she will simply be relieved of her duties. The guy asks if this is true. Unexpectedly, the girl gives a positive answer. And after that, it will be taken apart and returned to the warehouse. The main character screams the name of the robot Myro in horror. He thinks that you can't put pressure on pity in such a strange way. He's mean. He's also called a mech intelligence. The girl says that's what Myro ordered you to say. The girl reports that it is unlikely that the creators will disassemble the already created robot. This is a big waste. Most likely they will transfer it to another place. The guy asks if she's telling him anything. She informs him that he's her master now. No wonder she puts him above everyone else. This kind of relationship strikes Hiro in the very heart, but there is a possibility that Myro also set it up. On the other hand, it was he who designed this level of love and devotion. It seems that he will soon stop trusting AI. The girl reports that all the maids of this planet are under the control of Myro. She is a part of him, and at the same time an individual person. She thinks it's no wonder he feels this way. Then they look at each other in silence. It's hard to tell from her expression whether she's telling the truth or lying, and again, he designed her that way, so the guy decides to believe her first. Even if she is lying, then let her try not to get burned. The girl agrees and says that she will do everything not to undermine his trust. The girl stands in front of everyone and Chris asks if she created an android specifically for them. Alma asks when he managed to do this, and Hiro informs that it is not him. The main character tells that Myro took the data from the application in which he was playing. The girl behind does not agree with something and hides behind the guy. Mimi screams loudly that she's not a maidroid, and the guy asks her what it is. The main character was ready for this, but did not expect Mimi to protest so much. He asks the girl about why she hates maidroids so much. She says it's not that she hates it. There was a couple in her class at school who everyone envied, but one day a maidroid appeared in the guy's house. And the guy was so disappointed with her and their couple fell apart. The main character realizes that this is a typical story. Alma says she can understand why she's worried about Hiro. There have been cases with her before. The guy's not going to argue. He also understands her agitation, but there is no need to be angry. She has no evil intentions towards them. The girl apologizes for interfering and asks if she can talk to Mimi alone. The main character says that he doesn't mind and asks Mimi about it. The girl says that if possible, then along with Alma and Chris, the girls are surprised. The maid is asked if she is against it, and she agrees. They all leave, and the main character realizes that it's probably better for him to leave for now, otherwise they can be heard from here. The ship is in the hangar. The main character understands that everything is fine with Krishna. Even though he is on his way now, he lies and thinks. He didn't expect Myro to send a whole maidroid to him. The AI was acting so brazenly. The model in the app and the real robot are completely different. He designed the appearance to his liking. She impressed him, but when he also sees her habits in person, he generally takes it by the soul. The main character is shocked to realize that if this goes on, he won't hold back and buy it, but I don't want to fall into Myro's trap. He thinks about what to do and realizes that they're done. The guy thinks that judging by Mimi's reaction, they definitely won't have a maid on Krishna. The maid is standing next to a happy Mimi. The guy says he didn't understand. The maid explained her situation sincerely and honestly, and Mimi apologized with a smile for making a mistake. The guy is embarrassed. He asks how the case ended. As Alma heard, the misunderstanding was resolved and she congratulates him on this, but the guy is not happy. But these two look the same as when they talk about AI, so Mimi just gave up on AI's persuasion. The main character admits that he will not buy it. There are no empty rooms in Krishna anymore. Even Chris temporarily sleeps in Mimi's room. Even if it is a double room, the maid says that a capsule in the storage room will be enough for her. The guy asks if it's too much. The girl says that even if the AI has a personality and rights, they are not organic beings. She is glad of his care, but you should not arrange a human environment for her. The guy is asked why he made her like this. She looks pretty combative. He says that as a bodyguard, it's fine in Krishna, but anything can happen outside the ship, and it will be convenient to let Mimi go without her and him. And not to say that he is a tough fighter, they ask him about his appearance, and the guy says that he is completely to his taste. Alma understands what he likes. Chris informs her that she now has something to strive for. Alma says that if he buys it, he will take care of her himself, although she is more likely to take care of him. He asks why the purchase was discussed. The trial period has not ended yet, and caution should be exercised in such matters. In space, in a ship, a man asks if everything is ready, and they give him a positive answer. Most of the ships are sneaky pirates, but thanks to them they have collected everything they need. They can also easily shoot down meteorites. In general, they will do as bait. 2 stealth ships, including their contents, are ready, and they manage to locate the target, even if it took a bit of tinkering. They say that a pathetic mercenary did this, even managed to drive away the pursuers, but they hired quite skilled pirates. Perhaps they are dealing with a platinum-ranked mercenary. He does not like it. They will make sure that he does not fight on a warship. The man orders the guy to act according to the plan. He agrees. He needs to kill her now, otherwise they are finished. He informs Christina that she will die for him. At this time, Mimi screams and holds a twitching fishing rod. She talks about biting. She asks Hiro what to do. He asks not to panic and wind up the line. Then the girl manages to catch a fish and she asks what to do. The maid asks to trust her. The maid informs her that the fish is beautiful. Mimi thanks her and addresses her as May. Maydroid has been with them for 3 days now. They finally came up with a name for her, May, because without a name it will be difficult to address her. The guy would rather keep quiet when Alma is pecking again. She takes out a fish and Mimi says it's amazing. It's the 5th fish, and Alma tells Mimi that she's caught the biggest one. The guy is asked that he seems to be an experienced fisherman, but he has not caught any fish. The main character asks May if the fishing rod is defective by chance. She looks up at the sky and informs that there is an emergency. The main character is surprised by this and looks in the same direction as May. He notices flying objects. He asks May what it is. The girl says that there is a large-scale pirate attack. More than 100 warships and small mobile asteroids have been recorded in the orbit of the planet, and it is necessary to evacuate immediately. The main character orders the girls to leave their things here and look at Krishna. He shouts at Alma that they shouldn't have noticed a major attack. She doesn't know what the problem is, but to implement such a plan, you need a lot of money. Probably the enemy is so desperate. Pirates are currently attacking a defensive platform in orbit, and there are signs that meteorites are attacking food depots near the equator. However, they don't know what kind of fireballs they are. Some of them have fallen to the ground. It doesn't look like they're bombs or explosives. They notice something. Suddenly, one ball turns around and the main character notices that it is flying here. Alma screams to everyone to go to bed. Suddenly, it explodes behind them. Then they get up and Alma asks if everyone is alive and if no one is hurt. The main character sees an object and asks what kind of thing it is. They think it's a rocket, but it doesn't look like it's suddenly opening up with a sound. These spheres have transformed into robots with a menacing look. The main character asks if this is serious. The robot makes a sound in front of people. Mimi excitedly asks what it is. Chris reports that it is most likely a combat robot. May says that he seems to be looking for them. Alma has already pulled out a pistol from behind the main character and is addressing the main character, who is also reaching for a holstered weapon. Hiro then points the weapon at the robots and is about to shoot while they are standing in front of him in disbelief. Then the main character and Alma next to him make several shots at the robots, hitting them. 2 girls covered their heads behind them, while May stands calmly. After the attack of the guy and the girl, all 3 robots have already been defeated. One of them even has his head cut off. Alma tells them that they're lucky to have lasers working on them, and it's also cool that they managed to attack them first. The guy asks May if these are the same fireballs. The girl says yes, as far as she knows. The rest are currently fighting the defenders of the island. Even if they are affected by lasers, it is worth considering that their armor can withstand even a few powerful shots. He asks Elma how many energy charges are left. She has 2, and the guy has 4, and he gives her 1. However, the girl refuses and asks him to keep it better for himself. She doesn't want to admit it, but he shoots better than her. The main character is surprised and looks at the gun in his hands. Then the main character is seriously watching something from behind the fence. Their house is completely destroyed and they realize that they will not get to Krishna. Mei says that there are quite a lot of enemy forces, so at the moment the forces of both sides are approximately equal. Mei apologizes and Chris asks her what she's apologizing for because she's the one who caused such problems. The main character remembers something and asks Mei about what she said about the defenders of the island, if it's them. The robots start fighting with someone, and their opponent turns out to be a huge and powerful gorilla that roars. In another place, one robot has already been grabbed by a colossal crab, and 2 more are standing in front of it. Also, 2 android-made girls are shooting rifles at their enemies. One of the girls is hiding behind a wall, while several robot dogs are attacking one enemy. The dogs began to gnaw at the robot's hands, which proved to be powerless against them. The main character informs Mei that they have specific defenders. The girl says that these robots are the pride of their planet. However, the enemy robots are also strong. It has not yet been possible to turn the tide of the battle. Mimi hopes that Krishna will not be hurt. The main character admits that he remotely activated the shield, so he thinks he can hold out, but he still needs to get to her faster. First, he needs to help his allies. He asks the girls not to get out. Then the main character takes a deep breath while sitting and flies out from behind the fence with a gun in his hands, with a serious face. The guy points a gun at one of the enemy robots and is surprised by something. He is about to pull the trigger and shoot. The main character makes several shots at the robot, but it remains unharmed and is also going to attack the guy. But the guy does not let him do this by shooting him directly in the hand with a weapon and damaging it. The robot explodes and the main character tries to catch his breath. Mimi asks the guy if he's okay, and if he's hurt, Hiro reports that he's fine, he just needs to catch his breath. The guy noticed that when he holds his breath, everything around him slows down. He doesn't know why this is happening. The main character turns to Alma and informs her that his weak point is the laser cannon on his arm. The girl accepts this information with a smile. Then the 2 of them get up and start shooting at 2 robots at the same time, detonating their weapons to both of them, which makes them unable to attack. Meanwhile, on another battlefield, a huge gorilla and a crab successfully defeat enemy robots. At this time, the androids continue to shoot. One of them indicates to the robots with a dog who to attack, and they rush at one enemy. After being heavily bitten by robot dogs, the enemy can't stand it and just explodes from it. Krishna continues to stand in the hangar unharmed. Alma is relieved that they somehow got to Krishna. Mimi thought that they were finished, all thanks to the defenders. Mimi asks what they should do now, and the guy tells her that for now it's safest in Krishna, and the best option is to sit here while the defense system holds back the enemy. Suddenly the ground is shaking and the guy says that the situation is not good. Mei agrees. The fall of several small pirate ships has been recorded. In addition, a large ship has begun to shell several points on the surface of the planet, and it will soon reach this island. Hiro asks about the request for reinforcements from the Imperial Army. The girl says that no response has been received. Hiro thinks that most likely the problem is communication interference and staying here is not the best idea. Then the main character confidently informs everyone that they are starting the car. You need to check your seats during takeoff. Krishna successfully manages to take off and Mimi asks if orbital bombardments are the most to be feared. The guy says that this is also important, but now it's better to look for small pirate ships. First, they knock down those that are being fired at. Alma asks if he has any experience fighting in gravity. The guy says that he's not that big, but the pirates have even less. Hiro is sure that they will definitely take advantage of this, as several objects are approaching them at high speed in the direction of 10 o'clock. The main character sees the ships and informs them that here they are. Who is the first to win? They manage to destroy several enemy ships. Mimi says that more ships are flying here. Alma reports that they also went to change the course of attack. Hiro realizes that it looks like they did not expect an ambush. He declares that they will defeat them anyway. The girl turns to Hiro and tells him that the shot is from above. A shell is already flying there, and the guy dodges. He says it's better that it's immediately clear how the projectile is flying. It's easy to dodge. Nevertheless, they significantly slow down their progress. The pirate ships that fell in the distance are coming together again, which means that it's time to take this matter seriously. There are pirates for every taste and color. It's just a pity that there are no awards for them. Chris tells him that he is so calm. May is sitting next to him, calm as always. Suddenly, several more enemy objects are seen right behind them. Then cannons come out of the enemy ships and fire several shots at Krishna. These turn out to be homing missiles, and in this case, the main character decides to fly up into the cloud. The main character flies and orders Alma to open fire. The girl agrees and opens fire. They are not visible in a huge cloud. The pirates in their ships stop and think about whether their attack has worked, but they see a dark silhouette coming out of the cloud. They look at it in disbelief, and the next moment they are destroyed. Alma is amazed that the guy is flying backwards even in gravity. The main character reports that they don't fly with the help of air power. In fact, everything is the same as in space. He asks if he forgot to finish anyone off. Alma reports that it looks like they escaped into a cloud, but they can be seen through infrared radiation. The main character decides to destroy them in this case, and the next moment the enemy ship explodes. The girl complains that they were hit by their own projectile. The main character looks at the screen and worries about his reward. Alma reports that they don't seem to know how to shoot properly when they're next to each other, and they're also shocked by the unexpected response. And the guy says that this is their chance anyway, and they need to take advantage of them before they kill each other. After that, Krishna flies forward and destroys all the enemy ships in his path. Then they fly calmly and breathe a sigh of relief, because they seem to have cleaned this area. Mimi asks about the bomber. The guy would love to shoot it down, but Krishna's weapon will not reach him, and to lift them out of the gravity zone you need a certain route. They can easily be destroyed. The main character thinks about what to do and sees on the screen how the ship is being destroyed. He asks about what it was. May says that the attack from the mass accelerators on the food base. The guy thought that this device could only transport goods, although in theory he understands that not only. Several more enemy ships in space are destroyed. May says that they have eliminated enemy forces in orbit. They have also successfully eliminated communication interference, and the Imperial Army is already rushing here. The main character is happy about this and then decides to deal with the little ones, but the girl refuses and asks to entrust this matter to them. The guy is informed that something is flying in the radius of destruction. The guy looks at the radar and realizes that the enemy signals have all disappeared. Then one rocket flies at the enemy ships, which explodes before it reaches one of them. So all 4 ships are destroyed at the same time. May reports that it was a smart warhead from a mass accelerator. Myro himself handled its control and location of the explosion. The guy with a grin thinks about the mass accelerator. Mimi hears a signal on the computer and informs Hiro that the message is on a wideband connection. The guy is surprised when someone orders an immediate ceasefire. This is what the independent anti-pirate squadron of the Empire's space fleet says, and in His Majesty's name they forbid them to commit outrages. The main character is relieved to announce that reinforcements have finally arrived, but the guy is suddenly surprised that this is an anti-pirate squad. Mimi says that even if it's a coincidence, her stickiness is amazing. She's a stalker. The girl sneezes. Another girl asks her if she has a cold. The girl says that she is not and she is perfectly healthy. She asks to look into the medical room later and she agrees. The girl wipes herself with a handkerchief and talks about the situation here. This is a great opportunity to kill everyone. The whole group turns out to be outside and standing in front of the sea. Mimi asks Hiro to look at the meteor shower because it's so cool and beautiful. The guy disagreeably agrees with her. He reports that it's actually what's left of the space pirates, and Alma adds that it's dirty meteorites. Mimi asks if they could be a little more romantic, and the guy says he can't because he thinks they're nasty guys. Mimi says it's not a fact that all pirates are uncles. Maybe there are aunts, boys, and girls among them. Alma asks if that's the problem. The guy decides to forget about the dirty meteor shower and sighs. The space pirates were defeated thanks to the Myro mass accelerators, and finally they were finished off by the incoming anti-pirate squad. Myro is currently working with the Empire's army to eliminate the effects of the attack, but at that time they went into standby mode. Alma asks what's next if Hiro goes to Major Selena. Hiro says that's a good question, it's probably safer this way. Grandpa Chris should have received her message by now, in which case he has already begun to act to protect her. However, Uncle Chris must have problems. Everything is already lost for him. Iroh doesn't even know what a person can do after such a thing. Alma reports with a smile that she is unlikely to humbly admit guilt and give up. Most likely she will hunt Chris even more. Mimi decides to ask Mrs. Selena. She is already in their debt, so she will not be able to refuse. Alma praises the girl for finally thinking like a mercenary. Alma proudly says that she is getting better. Chris asks who Major Selena is. She is told that he is a major in the Imperial Army and the captain of an independent anti-pirate squad. Chris sees that she was sticking to Iroh and asks if she can be relied on for sure. Iroh says that she is the daughter of some Marquis Halls. Chris understands who it is. He asks the girl how she thinks herself, whether an aristocrat should ask for help from the army. Alma asks what the difference is. In this case, Iroh just uses personal connections. She doesn't have to worry at all. It's been annoying her for a long time that this major is twirling them as she wants. It's time for them to use her. The main character decides to talk to Major Selena with a smile, but first he turns to Iroh. He informs them that their vacation has come to an end and they have decided to leave the planet. They are not in the mood for relaxation. They found someone in time to turn to for help. Iroh says that they haven't finished their stay on the planet yet, but there's nothing to be done. He'll prepare everything for their departure. Suddenly, he approaches and asks the guy if he's going to buy a May-droid. May just stands there and looks at Iroh. Mimi asks the guy if he will leave Mrs. May. Alma says that judging by her abilities, they will be much safer with her. The guy says they're right, but he's not happy. Right in front of his girlfriends, a full-length figure will flaunt, in which all his tastes are expressed, and the figure is talking and will also take care of him. It's a shame for him, but having May will really help a lot, and Mimi and Alma are in favor. He decides to agree. He tells Iroh that he is buying her. Alma is hoping for her. The robot thanks the guy for the purchase. He can take the May-droid with him. She will lose his support, so her functions will remain at the test stage, but if they don't like something, they can contact the dealer and he will make improvements on their request. May bows slightly and asks the main character to continue using her. The girls behind her look on with a smile. Selena continues to sneeze in her ship. Her assistant understands that she has caught a cold, but a medical examination showed that she is healthy. The guy next to him reports that a call has been received from a ship leaving Sierra 3. The girl asks about which other ship. The man knocks on the door and informs the captain that he has brought them. The main character and his group are behind. They go ahead and Selena greets them all. Iroh expresses gratitude for responding to the request of the pathetic mercenaries. Selena asks to stop. He can talk as usual and the guy is happy because he will do it. Still, she didn't expect him to be involved in this case. She thought he was enjoying his vacation with all his might. She says he's lucky. The guy says the Imperial Army arrived just a little late. However, they managed to earn good money and even relax, even if only for a week. Alma says it was a great time. We ate delicious food and swam in the beautiful sea. Selena is angry but says she's happy for them, but if he just came to brag about his vacation, she'll cut him up. The guy says he's afraid, but the conversation is serious. He tells her that she didn't find this pirate attack strange. The girl says that there were some strange places in the report on the course of the battle. Can he explain them? She sees that he gets into trouble just as easily, and the guy asks if she has anything to say about the data she received from them. The girl reports about the unloading stealth ship. It is used only in the army. I wonder how Balthazar got it. It seems that this case is not a simple aristocratic showdown. She realized that the Imperial Army could not turn a blind eye to it. For what purpose, he complained to her. Iroh wants to move around with her squad for a while. And if possible, replenish supplies through the army. She understands that he wants to hide behind them. He is still an honest man. She says that the price will be high. Then the main character asks if it seems to him or if she owes them. He's asking for it back now, so no high prices. The guy says he was joking. The army is also worried about the illegal use of weapons. It will essentially do the usual work. So it will be easy for her to pay off the debt. She hires them as a guard for the gas station group. The guy agrees. They shake hands and the guy says he hopes for her. The main character is sitting with a mug and notices that someone has come and wonders who it is so late. This person turns out to be Chris, and the guy has a powerful déjà vu. He asks why she's so late. She wanted to talk a little. The main character is unhappy, but he lets the girl in anyway and says he doesn't mind. He asks if she's tired today. It's a hard day and a fight. She says that when she's with him, something exciting happens. He asks if she's having fun, and she agrees. Hiro says that it's not always like this. He's a little offended that they had to interrupt their vacation. The guy understands what she wanted to talk about, but it's not easy to chat about anything. He turns to the girl and asks her to sit next to him. He asks her if it's hard to talk about it. She suddenly informs him that he still likes tall and feminine girls. The main character understands what she's talking about. The guy agrees with her and she says she knew it. Hiro turns to her. He's glad that she likes him. He treats her well too. She's very nice and he wants to support her. He's not going to give up and he wants to remain decent to her grandfather, although he can understand that at her age they start to show interest in such things. He would advise her to grow up a little more. There is no need to hurry, but Chris informs her that she is in a hurry. Suddenly, the girl hugs the guy and informs him that she will only be able to be with him until she meets her grandfather. The main character thinks and realizes that as soon as they deal with her uncle, Balthazar. Chris is the only heiress in the family. He doesn't know much about the aristocratic affairs of this world, but he can imagine that someone of equal status will be chosen for her husband. Even if Chris were an adult, he, an ordinary mercenary, would not stand next to her. He wants to tell her something. The girl covers his lips with her finger and says that she understands everything, but let her be with him for a while. They sit in an embrace. Then she goes to bed. Hiro looks at her, the most he can do for her, but there is very little time left. As long as this little princess is with them, he will fulfill her wishes. The girl wakes up and sees the main character's face in front of her, which makes her blush and hide her face, while Hiro smiles. He wishes her a good morning. They leave the room, and the main character meets Alma there. She glares at the guy and asks what it could mean. The guy asks her to stand because she misunderstood everything. Alma reminds him that he promised not to mess with her. The guy asks Chris to explain and it's difficult for her. This reaction causes even more misunderstanding. Alma realizes that they just slept. If Chris says that, then she'll believe it, but let them keep themselves in check. After all, any action by Chris can affect a lot of people at once. The girl is surprised by this. It's not for nothing that she's of aristocratic blood. Mimi asks Alma to stop. They look like they understand everything. Alma turns angrily and looks at the girl. She holds her cheeks and asks that Chris should have slept with her. Mimi apologizes for that. The main character realizes that this did not happen without Mimi's help. Alma is surprised at how the girl's cheeks stretch. The main character stretches and reports that it's so calm on Krishna. Suddenly he hears someone's voice. Alma asks if the hotel life suits him. The guy says that the resort is also not bad, but Krishna is already like home. Now they are successfully completing the task from Selena, although it is not noticeable. They must escort the civilian transport ship Pelican 4, which is part of the refueling group of the anti-pirate squad. The Horus family owns it. In other words, Selene. In case of a pirate attack, Selene's squad will come to the rescue. The ship itself looks valuable and only one mercenary ship protects it. It is a bait for pirates, who will later be defeated by warships. Selena does everything as he taught her. In general, nothing sudden has happened yet. The job is simple. Do not forget about Uncle Chris. May brings the main character a drink and he apologizes to her. The girl looks at the guy. He says that he would like to make an improvement right now. She asks him not to worry, his safety is above all. The guy says that if there are any wishes, then let her speak. She thanks him for his care, but is pleased with how he set her up. Today they are quiet. There are few pirates left in this area. Yesterday, the detachment destroyed about 200 ships. All thanks to the Sierra 3 defense system and the space fleet. May could not even imagine that he had connections with the fleet commander, whether this was a rarity. Hiro says it's not just connections, fate's tricks, or bad acquaintances, and his ship isn't in her database. May says that there are other obscure things related to them. She wants to know him. The guy asks not to be so close. He can't really explain everything himself, and even if he can, he's unlikely to be believed. He remembers that even Alma and Chris were wary. Telling something to the car is too risky. The girl says that all the information belongs only to her. Secrets about him will never fall into the wrong hands. The fewer people who know, the safer it is. Sharing with her is a risk. In order to maximize her potential, it is better to provide her with as accurate information as possible. He turns to the girl. May realizes that in his understanding, this world is the world of the game he was playing. And most importantly, it's not exactly the same as the game. There are no star systems familiar to him. May says that this is a simulation theory. She claims that the whole world is controlled by a very powerful computer, and that all people and phenomena are fake things created by someone. It largely explains what is happening. The virtual world is not felt. Surely there is no such computer. If you follow her theory of simulation, then the opposite happens. The real world is where they are now, and his world is a simulation. He has moved from the virtual world to the real one. Such an explanation is better. In any case, they have no way to prove it. Thinking is a waste of time. He does not think about his origin. Just living and not worrying is more beneficial for the psyche. Fortunately, he likes this world, but there is no attachment to his own. He is right. The main thing is that he is happy. One day he will have to think about this question. The girl angrily tells the main character that it's his fault. The guy says that he's not guilty. She reports through the screen that not a single pirate ship has approached them in all 3 days of working as escorts, but the guy says he doesn't care about it. Hiro asks if their warships were burned down, but the girl says no, she just changed the ID of each ship the other day. Alma reports that she confessed to the crimes so casually. Mimi asks if it's something bad. Alma replies that the ship's identifier is assigned separately to each ship. They are unique and cannot be changed. Mimi understands that it is better not to get into this topic. Hiro says that if a pirate doesn't fall for the bait, it means they have plenty of free time. Isn't that a bad thing? She replies that, on the other hand, there is more work with documents. She is literally inundated with them in her office. So let him spend some time with her during the break. Hiro thinks she might have asked her subordinates, or else she's hanging out there alone. Hiro understands that it doesn't matter and asks to tell how the situation is with the pirates in the Sierra star system. The girl replies that after that major battle, there is a tendency to decrease their number. Suddenly, something happens and the guy asks Mimi what it is. She replies that it is the reaction of the interdictor of the transport court. Alma reports that here they are. The major reports that they are already moving out. They will arrive in 5 minutes. Let them hold out. The main character asks Mimi to change the radar mode to melee and contact Pelican 4. The girl accepts the order. The main character asks how the Pelican is doing. They answer that they are signaling a cease-fire, but it is not clear what kind of ships attacked them. It will be difficult for them to break through. The guy asks not to try. This way it will be easier for them to find the moment to attack. As soon as they go into outer space, let them hold the defense. The guy on the Pelican takes the order. Even if the ship is civilian, the Imperial military is flying on it. They will definitely be able to escape on their own. And even if the pirates get inside, armed soldiers with armor will be waiting for them there. The main character asks where May is. She replies that she is in the dining room. The guy says they're going into battle and safety is a priority. Mimi reports that the Pelican is slowing down. The number of unidentified ships is 11. Mimi is surprised and says that among the 11 ships there is 1 combat class and 2 more cruisers. Alma reports that they seem to have caught someone worse than ordinary pirates. She thinks about how they were figured out. The guy understands that they will have to fight seriously as they will go into outer space, accelerate. The guy asks everyone to prepare for the gravitational wave. He asks Alma to open all the nozzles. They accelerate. The main character says that merciless shooting without warning. He laughs. Both girls are scared. Mimi screams that these are Imperial ships, an old model. The guy says the Imperials don't take good care of their weapons, but now he was definitely convinced. It's not just pirates attacking them, it's definitely Balthazar's doing. The guy dodges the enemy's attack and realizes that this is a combat cannon. Even Krishna's shield is unlikely to withstand. Alma asks what to do. The main character smilingly declares that they will definitely fight. They have no other choice. The girls scream and ask if he wants to break right through the shooting. The guy agrees. After all, they are dealing with a warship. Now they will accelerate, let them not bite their tongues, get closer to a huge enemy. Stupid plan. After all, the closer you get to a warship, the higher the risk of coming under fire from powerful lasers. Even a strong Krishna shield cannot withstand the impact of a large caliber laser. Therefore, to begin with, they approach him so that he cannot attack with the main cannon, and then they attack it with an anti-ship torpedo. More precisely, the guy would like to do so, but today he refrains. He holds the pen and controls the ship. The guy reports that he climbed into the dead zone of the ship. If he were alone, it would be possible to destroy it. But now they are being attacked by a whole flotilla. It must be borne in mind that they can be shot down by others, but they are behind the warship and neither he nor his comrades can attack them. The battle with the flotillas has its own rules. The girls are surprised and Alma reports that small ships are flying towards them. Then the main character destroys these small ships and says that it is most convenient for him and Krishna to fight with such opponents. He hears talk that he's not leaving, he needs to be shot down, clung to the battleship, it's more powerful than they thought. The girl is surprised that they are real military men. Hiro says that these are not just problems with weapons control. He thinks about how Uncle Chris bribed them, who he even is. The girl says that high-speed movement has been recorded in space. This is Major Selina's squad. The girl says that they are an independent anti-pirate squad. They are suspected of a serious violation of the military regulations. Let them stop the battle and stop the ships. The guy understands that they're finally taking a break, but they're not going to stop. The girl screams and repeats once again, their actions violate the laws of the Empire and the military regulations. In case of disobedience, they will have to open fire. Chris reports that it is obvious that their target is her. She does not know what means her uncle used, but they have no way back. They are informed that all types of weapons can be used. All the girls are shocked by this. Mimi observes the thermal reaction from patrol ships and destroyers. They start attacking with homing missiles, and the guy has to fly away from there. Selina orders him to leave, and Hiro informs him that he has already left. Then he flies and maneuvers in space. Then a laser passes right next to them, and the ship shakes. The shield is destroyed. The girls scream. The guy realizes that it's not the time to panic yet. He turns right on the enemy. The girls yell at the guy and he tells them that everything is according to plan, but in fact he is lying to them. The pilots of the ships notice that Selina's attacks have become tougher and they need to leave before they hit. However, they attack again, and this time they don't give the pirates a chance by destroying their ships. The guy sighs and it seems to have worked out. Alma says that now there is only one ship left in working order. The girls ask if it's okay that they're hiding. Hiro asks why he's rushing into hell. Let Selina figure it out. The outcome of the battle has already been decided. Further sacrifices are meaningless. An intergalactic ship is flying in the darkness of space. A guy with blonde hair informs the team that the Vestor has stopped. The girl behind him looks thoughtfully ahead. A voice says that the Vestor is on the line. A voice informs them that they are in touch with the senior assistant to the commander of the ship, Roman Kestrel, whose ship has been stopped and is being taken over by the ship of heroes. The girl replies that she understood the statement, but asked what happened to the commander. In response, she hears that Colonel Eugen Gerasmit died of his own free will and he, the assistant commander, assumed further command. The girl's eyebrow twitched at what she heard. She closed her eyes and relaxed her face. The girl replied that she understood and stated that they were ready to start rescuing the victims. She warned the senior assistant commander to be ready to receive them. He replied that it would be done. The wreckage of a crashed intergalactic spaceship appeared in empty, black space. The guy sitting in front of the computer asked with disdain if it was death by choice. The girl next to him replied that it sounded very suspicious. Mimi, who was standing next to them with her hands clenched into a fist, said that it was probably over now. Elma Will Rose replied to her that it was only likely. The girl was worried by such an answer. Then she continued that at least everything was settled with this ship. The guy added that as soon as Major Selina settles everything, they will immediately return to the Plan 4. Mimi stopped worrying and enthusiastically agreed with his statement. Hiro suddenly turned around and looked at the two girls behind him. Mimi asked if everything was okay, and the girl next to her replied that she was just a little nervous, but everything was fine. The hero thought to himself, he hopes that this is really the end. A huge ship similar to a bundle hung in space. The girl with glasses, who is actually an android, indifferently stated that it was time for her to leave. Elma replied to her that, if necessary, one should always protect Hiro, although she boldly declares that most likely everything will be fine. Android May bowed to them and said that they could trust her. Hiro, who was standing next to him, was surprised and asked, "It's not customized yet, is it really okay?" She told him that a standard android was equally stronger and faster than him. Her physical abilities are currently 1.5 to 2 times more powerful than those of an ordinary person. At that moment, when Hiro and May were about to leave, they were told that there was a possibility that Uncle's henchmen were hiding there on the ship. The other girl asked Mr. Hiro to be careful. The guy didn't turn around, just waved and said he understood everything. He suddenly became serious and thought to himself that after the fight, Major Selena and her squad took the rebels to the Sierra Prime colony. The independent anti-pirate squad had their own business with formal procedures and resupply, so they were also released from work. Hiro continued to think about the reward in his mind, but he was abruptly interrupted. Major Selena warned Hiro that there were no space pirates in the ship. Then the hero screamed in surprise, throwing up his hands. He concluded to himself that this was why they had not been paid a bonus, and had only been given the standard 240,000 eners for 3 days of work. He mentally exclaimed, protesting that they should not think that victory was theirs. Hiro continued to describe the order of his and May's actions. They thought that Grandpa Chris was about to contact them, so they decided to stay in the Sierra Prime colony as well. And then Hiro decided that since they had already arrived, why not upgrade May? For this reason, the two of them went to the office of Orient Industry. They found themselves in a large city with many tall buildings. Outside, something caught Hiro's attention so much that he winced in embarrassment. There were a lot of people walking in front of Hiro and May with girls on their arms who looked too open and defiant. The hero thought it was a complete nightmare. Women in revealing outfits flaunted all over the street. They were smiling and laughing. Even the showcase featured similar models of android women in revealing clothing. All the passers-by were looking at them. Looking at the people around him, Hiro thought to himself that judging by the development of the mechanical intelligence that Myro had told him about, doing such things was, so to speak, the beginning of the beginning for androids. And this place is considered for them as a real homeland. But still, Hiro has determined for himself that the more he looks at what is happening around him, the more he is surprised. May didn't pay much attention to the people around her. The android turned to the hero, asking if everything was okay. Hiro only replied that everything was not normal, she should not pay attention to him. The heroes continued walking. Hiro suddenly asked if the office was right here, but May told him that he needed to go a little further. They reached a huge building with the inscription Orient Industry on the wall. May had already gone inside the building, while Hiro stood outside and admired the huge structure in front of him. The android had told him that Orient Industries was the largest manufacturer in the Sierra star system. Hiro followed May. He was greeted at the entrance. In front of him stood a cute android girl of giant height with her eyes closed and a wide smile. She addressed the heroes, showing kindness and welcoming them to Orient Industry. Hiro stared in front of him in surprise. He stared at the android in front of him, thinking that the level of the official workshop was immediately apparent, since even the android was receiving guests. Hiro wanted to introduce himself, but the android instantly interrupted him. The girl announced that they had been waiting for him for a long time and asked if they had come to upgrade the android maid. Takahiro was a little upset and drooped. The android winked at them and pointed in the direction, asking them to pass. The guy was confused and asked out loud how this android girl knew who he was and why he had come. May calmly replied that she did not understand each other even without words. The hero replied that he understood her answer and began to think to himself, guessing that it looked like May had just shared the data with another android. He was surprised that voice conversations were really a waste of time for robots. The android led them to the cafeteria, indicating to Hiro that he could wait here while Mrs. May was being upgraded. May informed me that she was going for the procedure. Mrs. May bowed to the other android and politely asked her to take care of Mr. Takahiro. The girl replied that she would definitely take care of him. Hiro got himself a drink and decided to start a dialogue. He was looking at the android in front of him, asking how long it would take to upgrade May. The girl, after a moment's thought, replied that in the case of Mrs. May, it was more likely not modernization. She went on to explain that May's body was being replaced, so it wouldn't take long. Hiro looked at her quizzically, asking her what body replacement meant. Then she said that they usually manage with a partial upgrade, that is, they replace spare parts or worn-out joints and do it immediately on the current android body. The android continued to explain the essence of Mei's modernization, since in her case it will be necessary to replace all the parts, starting with the skeleton and ending with the central processor, so it's easier and faster to simply transfer data to a new body. Hiro made it clear to the girl that he understood everything. The hero thought to himself that it was like updating a computer. Just replace the parts or buy a new one. The android concluded that, in her opinion, everything would be ready in 2 hours. The android suggested that Hiro consult him about his future life with Mrs. Mei if that's what he wants. The guy easily agreed, saying that she would help him out that way. Hiro said that while he was waiting for Mei, he was taught how to live with a Mei droid, how to do simple maintenance work, and what he should do in case of a problem. The guy continued to listen to the android. He said that during the conversation he was offered to purchase convenient devices for technical work and various equipment. Hiro confessed that he spent a lot of money before he could blink. It turned out that meching tech is a scary thing after all. 2 hours later, Mei was taken to Hiro. At first, the guy was visibly surprised, but after looking more closely, he asked what had changed since she seemed exactly the same. The girl replied that only the internal composition had changed, but the external remained the same. Mei, having heard their conversation, asked Hiro if he really wanted her to change her appearance. The guy was a little embarrassed, but still replied that it was better to let her be the way she is. Although in general, considering that she looks the same, it seemed to him that the android began to feel more impressive. Mei defiantly showed her biceps, saying that Hiro had finally realized what kind of strength she had. The guy looked at her, only asking that apparently she really liked this pose, although he admitted to himself that she looked cute. The android girl warned that, in fact, Mrs. Mei is now stronger than even a combat robot. Then Hiro remembered that he had asked her to provide her with combat gear. At that moment, Mei calmly lifted up her dress. She pulled out a strangely shaped black ball from somewhere in the small of her back, handing it to Mr. Hiro. The guy asked what it was and was told that it was a ball of compressed metal, which is also used in the armor of warships. That is, it is a primitive throwing weapon, but in Mei's hands it can pierce the armor of even reinforcing armor. The android demonstrated the power of the ball by throwing it into a similar suit of armor. Hiro thought it was pretty scary. In addition to the ball, she took out another tool of the same material from under her dress. She showed Hiro the baton when the guy looked at her in surprise, asking how she put it there. Mei repeated the same technique on the armor, but with a club, repeating that it was a primitive weapon, but in her hands it could penetrate the armor of even reinforcing armor. Hiro stood watching Mei. He thought to himself why she was showing everything on the reinforcement armor. Did she really have any complaints about another mechanism that was useful to people? The guy said that this is not just a primitive weapon, but also everything for close combat. Mei replied to him that, for her reasons, photonic weapons are already on Krisha. The hero mentally concluded that now Mei can even be given weapons for armor, and in general she has become dexterous. Probably she wants to have more secret weapons. In the end, the android explorer turned to Hiro, saying that now it was necessary to check the functionality. Hiro didn't understand at first and asked again. The android explained that of course they did everything perfectly to order. But still, the client must check the body personally, so that later he does not claim that he imagined Mei's abilities to be completely different. And so that they both don't stay upset, the android smiled sweetly and winked at the heroes, clenching her palm into a fist. Hiro didn't like this news at all. He lowered the android's hand with a fierce look. The girl said it was necessary, but Hiro objected that he wouldn't just agree to it. Then the android thought about it, because usually people easily agree. The girl concluded that androids are just such creatures, but this statement made Hiro completely angry. He replied that this was not the reason. The android replied that he was just saying that, although he didn't really mind. Hiro turned away from her. In any case, these are the rules, the girl concluded, but Mei quickly grabbed Mr. Hiro by the arm and pulled him aside. The guy resisted as much as he could, shouting for Mei to calm down because he bought her as a combat robot, not for entertainment. He continued to resist the android's power, claiming that Mimi and Alma were still waiting for them. Then Mei stopped abruptly, addressing the owner. She asked him if he didn't love her. The heroes were still in the Oriental Industry Building. While Mei was putting on her dress, Hiro was lying under the covers, covering his face with his hands. He thought that even in such a situation, the android kept an emotionless expression on his face. The guy turned to look at her. He admitted that he liked it. The android girl thanked for the final setup and said goodbye to the heroes, wishing them to be happy. Hiro thought to himself that maybe this was a happy event for Mei in her fur life. Although the hero admits to himself that Mei does not serve as a maid for her and is needed for other purposes, combat, he felt more despondent than usual. After all, it's hard for him to take Mei to Alma and Mimi now. Suddenly, at the entrance to the ship, the guards stopped Hiro, blocking him with expensive sharp weapons. Hiro is perplexed and tells the guards that he is the owner of this ship. One of the men radioed in and replied to Hiro that they would now clarify this point. The guy doesn't understand what's going on and asks who they are. Mei calmly replies that these are Count Darrenwald's personal soldiers. The Count assigned them here to protect Mrs. Chris. Hiro clarifies, it turns out that the Count responded to their message. The android girl notifies that a message from Alma's mother has arrived on his device, but at that time they were checking their health. Therefore, she answered the message herself, saying that they would be late. Hiro looked at his device. There was indeed a message from Alma. One of the soldiers reports that they clarified the question about Hiro. The guards apologized and allowed the heroes to board the ship. As Hiro climbed the stairs to the ship, he thought that Alma must have immediately burned down what they were doing. Perhaps she initially understood the essence of Mei's modernization and therefore did not go with them. In addition, Hiro noticed that they ignored the call from the Count. He concluded that they didn't seem to be getting off with a couple of elusive phrases. The guy wilted a little disappointed. Mei followed him calmly. Entering the ship where the rest of the heroes were sitting, Hiro greeted them, saying that they had finally returned. He thought to himself that he wouldn't apologize for checking on Mei's health. Alma was sitting with her head on her hand. She looked at Hiro and Mei, who had entered, and was loudly indignant. Hiro instantly fell to his knees and bowed to the girl in front of him, begging for forgiveness. The android followed the hero, apologizing that she was a worthless servant. Alma felt embarrassed. She said that she was just joking about them. Mei asked if the girl wasn't really mad at them. Alma asked them to stand up and replied that she was not angry at all, and moreover she had nothing to blame the android for. The guy happily raised his head, glad that everything was in order. But at the same moment, Alma hit him on the back of the head and ordered him to think about his behavior. The girl told the hero that he had kept the aristocrat waiting. The guy rubbed his head and was embarrassed. He actually did so, but something suddenly caught his attention. Mimi and Chris were sitting on the couch hugging each other with sad faces. Hiro finally got up from his knees and asked what happened to them. To which Alma, putting her hands on her hips, replied that the Count's call meant that Chris should return to him. And since Mimi and Chris lived in the same room, it's hard for them to break up with each other. The guy thought to himself that they really spent a lot of time together. He turned to Alma, asking what the Count had told them. It turns out that he was interested in Chris's well-being and asked to be allowed to see her as soon as possible. He got in touch through the guild, and the guild secretary made sure through Chris that the Count was real. However, Alma admitted that she thinks the final decision should be Hiro's. He agreed. The girl ordered him to answer the Count as soon as possible because he had already kept him waiting. The guy left the room and replied that he would do it. An armored car with a weapon on top passed along the road in the city. All the heroes were sitting inside this car. Mimi was surprised at how cool and impressive the car was. Alma replied that it was a great transport to ensure Chris' safety, but Hiro suddenly thought about it. He continued by saying that he did not think that the Count would ask the heroes to accompany Chris. He assumed that they would simply hand Chris over to the right people. Alma replied to the hero that probably the Count did not want their acquaintance to be limited to a phone call. Chris added that she hoped this wasn't another trap of her uncle's, but at least she was sure that the secretary was definitely one of her grandfather's confidants. Suddenly, something caught Mimi's attention. The girl looked out the window. She pointed her finger at one of the ships, suggesting that one of them belonged to Chris' grandfather. The guy looked at it carefully. It was a spaceship riser where there were 4 ships, one of which was of impressive size, which the girl pointed out. Mimi assumed it was a warship as it carried laser cannons. Alma corrected her that since it wasn't the Imperial Navy, it wasn't exactly a military ship, but rather a military-type warship. Hiro said that such a ship immediately shows that the owner is a Count. Alma noted that he was probably just afraid of Balthazar. The hero's car pulled into the spaceship parking lot. One by one, they all got off the transport. A man approached Mrs. Christina, announcing that they were waiting for her. The man put his hand on his heart, smiled, and said he was glad to see her alive. Chris turned to the heroes, declaring that she was alive thanks to her father, mother, and Mr. Hiro's team. The girl turned to the man, asking where her grandfather was. He replied that he was waiting for her in the room. He would show her out. Turning to the other heroes, he said that he would take Mr. Hiro and his team to the guest room. The guy started to worry. Looking at Chris, Hiro wondered if it was safe to let her go alone. The girl understood his look and, turning to the hero, said that everything was in perfect order. Hiro thought that there didn't seem to be anything to worry about. Takahiro said goodbye to Chris. The heroes were taken to a guest room. Mimi looked at the room alone while the others relaxed on the couch. The girl clarified that they were on a warship. It seemed to her that they were more likely to be in a luxury hotel, even if there was a garden, albeit a holographic one. Alma replied that it was probably not only a ship from the Count's personal combat squad, but also his residence, the guest house. Hiro noticed that he now understood why they had seen maids and butlers on the ship. The guy was delighted with the Count's fantasy. Alma replied that, in her opinion, Krishna is the same, since you can live on a ship and an automatic food cook is no worse than in a restaurant, and there is also a maidroid. She concluded that this ship was an improved version of Krishna. Hiro agreed with her that the ship is really similar. If you consider it an apartment building, then large ships are even better suited for life. Such ships, of course, are not cheap, but having the citizenship of the empire, it will be much more profitable to build a house on a ship than to buy land on some planet. And most importantly, the ship's mobility makes it easier to work and earn more. Hiro thought maybe he should consider buying an aircraft carrier. The hero, watching his team, continues to reflect that Krishna has become a little crowded lately, although he did not plan to expand the crew. He's pretty sure that more people would be an overkill. Suddenly, there is a knock on the door. A maid came into the room. She apologized and announced that the master was already here. All the heroes stood up to meet the Count, except Hiro. Then Alma grabbed his elbow and forced him to get up from the couch, because this is a sign of respect for the master of the ship. The Count came into the guest room, and his two maids opened the door for him. Addressing the heroes, he apologized for the wait. His secretary and Christina were standing behind him. The man passed away, saying that he was Count Abraham Darenwald. Christina was standing next to her grandfather. The heroes said they were very happy to meet him. Hiro also introduced himself, saying that he was a captain, a member of the mercenary guild. He apologized that he did not know the rules of etiquette well, so he asked in advance to forgive him for his rudeness. The Count replied that the formalities were optional, so he forgives Hiro. The Count sat down on the sofa and invited the heroes to sit opposite him. Hiro thought to himself that the Count was a rather impressive grandfather. Apparently, this was an aristocratic dignity. Hiro collapsed onto the couch, startling Mimi. The Count thanks the heroes. He believes that Hiro's team has been excellent at protecting Ms. Christina throughout the journey, and as her grandfather and the head of the Darenwald family, he wishes to express his gratitude. Takahiro bowed to the Count and said that they were not worthy of such words. But the guy immediately changed his mind and added that, to be honest, it was really hard for them. Alma felt ashamed of his words. The girl kicked him to make him apologize for his words. Alma yelled at him, asking how dare he talk to the Count like that. Hiro only replied that he had asked to communicate without formalities. Mimi was startled by Alma's sharp cry. While Alma was scolding the guy, the Count replied that everything was fine. It turns out that Christina had told him a lot about Hiro's team and Hiro himself, but the Count wanted to hear from the squad leader himself about everything that had happened to them. Hiro and Alma were elbowing each other at that moment. After that, Takahiro began a long story about his past journey with all the details. Christina and her grandfather listened attentively to Mr. Hiro's story. As a result, the guy concluded that now they had finally met the Count himself. The Count was thinking about something, and Hiro was watching his reaction carefully. The ship's owners concluded that, judging by what he had just heard, their story did not contradict Christina's words. Hiro thought to himself that the Count, being a grandfather, was really an impressive man. The Count announced that he was going to reward the entire team handsomely and compensate for all expenses. Hiro lowered his head and thanked him. The hero was pleased with the Count's statement. He had been waiting for these very words because they had spent quite a lot of money during the entire trip. Alma suddenly asked the Count what he was trying to do next. The old man thought about it. He replied that he had brought all his free combat forces with him, but he understood that their opponent owned an official flotilla, albeit a second-class one. Then Christina suddenly said that this was the reason she wanted to hire Hiro's team as bodyguards. She was told that they, as mercenaries, were ready for anything if it was followed by an appropriate reward. Hiro and his team decided that they were taking on this case. After a while, the heroes left the Count's ship. Hiro announced out loud that the old man immediately showed that he was an influential aristocrat. He admits to me that he spent a lot on the resort, but now they are compensated for all this, plus the reward for protecting Chris and working as bodyguards. It turns out that in total they received 8 million eners. The hero also remembered but did not say out loud that he had asked to pay for some more expenses, so now he has a fortune of 24,400,000 eners in his account. Therefore, buying an aircraft carrier no longer seems impossible. Mimi interrupted his thoughts, asking what their rate was for the next assignment. The commander replied that the rate was 250,000 per day. This is the standard rate for a gold-ranked mercenary. 80,000 comes out 3 times more. Hiro admits to me that he finds this suspicious. Alma said that, it turns out, it includes a price for silence. Hiro didn't understand her and asked again. The girl added that the current events could cause such a scandal that it would not seem enough to the Darenwald family, so they hint that they should not talk to anyone. But the guy had already told Major Selena about it. The Imperial Army is not doing well either. They're clearing up a scandal with a mutinous squad. Therefore, both the army and the Count want to sort it out quietly and have paid the heroes for their silence. Alma threatened that if they told anyone, they would make enemies both in the army and in the Count's family. Mimi was visibly scared, but Hiro just exhaled heavily. The guy promised not to tell anyone anything. The hero's ship was the same. Hiro, lying on the couch, yawned loudly and declared that he was bored. Mimi and Alma went shopping because they need to get some air as they have been sitting only in Krishna lately. Thanks to the Count, they're safe now, but Hiro sent May with them anyway. Left alone on Krisha, the guy thought he had nothing to do. He was surprised that he hadn't noticed how he had turned into a man who couldn't lead a normal life without his team. Suddenly, a bell rang. Hiro picked up his phone, which was ringing with messages. He was surprised that someone could come to him without warning. After reading the notifications, he exhaled heavily. A girl with long hair appeared on the screen. Hiro said that no one was home, but she told him to stop making her angry. Hiro asked her why she came, to which she replied that she was bored on her break. But the guy was not satisfied with this answer. He clarified why it was to him, because she could go somewhere with a subordinate. Did she really have no friends? The girl objected that it wasn't about friends and she wasn't alone. However, the subordinates wouldn't be able to relax even if they were with their boss during the break. She cares about her subordinates and has a great relationship with them, so she is not alone. Hiro apologized for saying that and asked her not to cry. The girl could barely hold back her tears. Looking at her, the guy decided that now he was sorry to kick her out, so he decided to give her some time. He had nothing to do anyway. However, it is awkward for him to let the major on the ship where there is only one man. He got off the ship and greeted the girl, calling her by her rank, but Selena asked not to call her that during off-duty hours. Then Hiro clarified how he should address her. The major replied that she could just call Selena. The guy addressed the girl as Mrs. Selena and they both fell silent instantly. After a moment they left. The hero asked where they would go, but Selena looked at him questioningly, answering that usually in such situations a man leads a woman somewhere. Hiro became irritable. After a while, the heroes found themselves on a street packed with people. Takahiro suggested just walking through the streets of this colony with no obvious purpose, just to look for something interesting. There are quite a few places for tourists here, so he assumed that they should find something interesting. Selena liked this idea, even though it sounded too thoughtless. Hiro retorted that thoughtlessness was normal for her. The guy saw a huge building in front of him, where it was written that it was a VR station. Hiro suddenly got excited and stated that this VR station is in the first place, which is why the Sierra star system is known. Initially, VR stations were needed to create a pleasant atmosphere for those who are waiting for their turn to land on the resort planet, or for some reason were unable to land. But now this industry has grown to a major tourism industry. People come to enjoy high-level virtual reality. It seemed to Selena that this was not normal. She found it strange that they decided to go for a walk but choose to lock themselves in a virtual space. Hiro was surprised that for the people of that world, VR is not particularly admired. Then the girl suggested going to a restaurant with an insect chef. Sierra is one of the rare resort star systems in the entire galaxy where the best dishes and alcohol are collected, both imperial and alien. And this restaurant is famous for its dishes and alcohol for every taste and color. She showed that that's exactly what it says in the article, but Hiro was against it. The guy thinks that the major will just get very drunk, it's obvious to him. Selena objected that this would not happen, but Hiro replied that it had happened more than once. Two strange men approached the heroes, calling Selena and Hiro lovebirds, who apparently quarreled. They pushed Takahiro away from the girl, attracting her attention, but she only asked who they were and called them clingers. They suggested that she have fun with them rather than quarrel with this sad guy, pointing at Hiro. But the guy told them that it was a bad idea. He advised them not to get involved in it. The man grabbed Takahiro by the jacket and shouted at him who he was. The hero didn't say anything, but he thought to himself that he didn't really like fighting people. Before Hiro could get his weapon out, one of the clingers suddenly got scared, telling his friend that they needed to run away urgently, and pointed his finger forward. Selena immediately opened her coat and took out her sharp sword, asking the strangers what they wanted from them. The men were scared when they realized that he was an aristocrat. They immediately started running away, begging for forgiveness. Selena was surprised at how rude these strangers were. Hiro mentally concluded that the commoners were really afraid of the nobility. The girl assumed that at this rate, some weirdos would stick to them again. Therefore, deciding for Hiro, they went to the restaurant. The guy was very unhappy that they were here after all, but Selena was happy, not understanding what he didn't like. The heroes clinked glasses. Takahiro watched as the girl tasted her drink. The major said that it was not for nothing that this place was called an entertainment paradise. Selena highly appreciated the wine. Hiro took the phone to send the girls a signal for help. Because he can't handle an intoxicated Selena alone, but the girl easily guessed that the hero had secretly invited his friends. Hiro replied that these were necessary measures for their benefit. The girl noticed that he was too cold to her, as if he was building a wall between them. She confessed to him that she would be glad if he would open his soul to her at least a little. But it seemed too burdensome for Hiro. Selena got angry. She is a major in the Imperial Navy, the daughter of a marquis, and it seems quite difficult for Takahiro. He advised her not to cling to him because there are a lot of other guys around, but Selena considered this response to be a template. The hero is sure that if she is the daughter of a marquis, then she definitely has a potential suitor. But the girl asked if it really bothered him. To which Hiro replied that he didn't care. Selena got angry again because he could have agreed at least out of politeness. The guy called her a heavy person again, which made her droop. The major agreed that she was a troubled woman and would probably remain alone until old age. Hiro objected because if she is an aristocrat, then she will not remain alone until old age since there is a political marriage. He asked her if she hadn't been offered this. Selena agreed at first. But in fact, when meeting in person, the groom turned out to be either a boy who did not own a sword or even a pistol, or a jock who was unable to defeat a man with a sword or pistol, or a good swordsman but a ruthless murderer with a bad temper. Hiro sympathized with her. He mentally agreed that men weren't perfect and weren't her type, and he continued aloud that in that case he was also not suitable for her since he did not own a sword. Selene replied that she would be surprised if he wielded a sword as a commoner. She suddenly added that Hiro is brave and daring enough to defeat abnormal creatures in a single reinforcing armor. He has incredible talent, that he was able to come up with a unique plan himself and fight the entire fleet of the Berber Federation, that he took part in the formation of an independent anti-pirate squad without being an expert, and turned out to be an excellent strategist. All of this more than makes up for his lack of mastery of the sword. Hiro was very embarrassed. He was embarrassed by such praise, he was pleased. The guy replied that it was unlikely to work anyway. After all, even if they had mutual feelings, an aristocrat and a commoner would not be together. Selena replied that she understood that. She advised him to upgrade his rank to at least platinum rank, and if possible, get a gold star, but Hiro never listened to the golden star. It turns out that this is just the name of the Order of the Starry Cross of the First Degree. It is given only for outstanding services to the Empire. That is, it is the highest award a soldier can receive. Along with the order, they can grant Viscount-level privileges, but in a limited manner. Selena thinks that Hiro will only need a suitable battlefield to get it. The hero admitted that even if he receives this order, he does not guarantee that he will date her. The girl loudly called him heartless and grabbed his hand. She thought he should feel sorry for her, but Takahiro just groaned. In his mind, he begged his friends to come as soon as possible. Selena stuck to him until the very arrival of the girls. Mimi turned to Mr. Hiro, saying that the group of ships had been given permission to depart. The hero replied that they were already flying after them. He ordered to keep track of the time so as not to disrupt the formation. 3 days after Chris met with the Count, the heroes finally left the Sierra Prime colony. During these 3 days, unwanted guests broke into them, so they did not have time to complete all the preparations for the event, including installing a capsule for those. May's work. This time, their mission is to escort and protect a group of Chris and Graf ships. Almost all the ships are armed as well as the military, so it may not be Krishna's turn. The heroes are on their way to the Dexter Metropolitan Star System, which is quite far away. They will have to cross several hyper-crossings and gateways. Hiro said it would be nice if no one attacked them, then it would be an easy job. Mimi agreed, because 250,000 eners per day is an impressive amount. Alma added that it was immediately obvious that the aristocrat was paying. He probably wanted to show off. After all, if the aristocracy hires a gold-ranked mercenary at the market price, then everyone will immediately find out about it and start saying that the family has fallen low. Alma continued to say that in this sense, merchants act like aristocrats. Merchants give 1.5 times the market price. Aristocrats give twice as much. This is the trend. Mimi was surprised at what the world of the rich is like. The sums are so large that she can't even believe it. The girl replied that for ordinary people, Mimi herself works for a high price. She confessed to Alma that she was afraid to look at her account balance. May approached Hiro to say that she had received a sync request, and the guy relayed the order to Mimi. She set up a synchronous mode between the Count's ships and theirs. The hero reached out, announcing that the Count's ships were now responsible for the route. This means they can relax as they pass through the airlock. Mimi stared out the window, marveling at the airlock. Hiro agreed with her that the gateway looked pretty big. He added that in general, all gateways in Seoul are different shapes and sizes, although he had long known that this world was similar to the world of the game. Mentally, the hero was amazed at how huge this gateway was. It's hard to tell the distance between anything in space, but this thing is much bigger than a colony, and the Imperial fleets seem like rice compared to the airlock. The round part seems to be a gate. By distorting time and space, it allows you to move much faster. They say it's a masterpiece of the Empire's technology, but Hiro doesn't understand how it works, and even if they explained it to him, he probably wouldn't figure it out. Mimi noticed that they had not been attacked. She assumed that they might be waiting for them at the other end of the airlock. Hiro agreed that it was quite possible, but definitely not at the airlock exit. Alma confirmed his words. She explained that the gateway is capable of traveling several thousand light years away, which is why it is a particularly important facility for the Empire. If someone decides to damage it or take possession of it, it will cause enormous strategic and financial damage to the Empire. That's why there are especially many defensive units here. There are so many that there is no easy way to defeat them. According to Alma, they will turn even Krishna to ashes. Mimi was scared by this fact. Hiro noticed that the road after the lock would be dangerous for them. The Nipak and Melkit star systems are directly under the control of the Empire. Kamat and, in fact, Dexter, their final destination, are already the personal territories of the Count. This means that you will need to strain yourself in the interval between Ziggle and Wellick. The girl added that if the Count is on friendly terms with the aristocrats from these systems, then they can provide them with protection. Takahiro asked his friend if the aristocrats were friends with each other, but Alma herself did not know the answer to this question. However, she noticed that there was no point in asking the Count about this. He was unlikely to share such information. The guy thought about it. Then he asked May's opinion, and she thought about it. The android replied that it was most likely that they would be attacked immediately after moving to the Kamat star system. All the characters looked at her in surprise, not understanding how this was connected. The fact is that the territory of Count Darenwald is obviously his home, but at the same time for his son Balthazar, and judging by his past actions. He is good at manipulating other people, although they do not know his exact methods, but given this, it will be easier for him to gather forces in his territory and ambush at the exit of the hyper passage in the Kamat star system. Therefore, May came to the conclusion that such a probability is high. Hiro agreed with her. The guy recalled that Balthazar had previously gathered more fighting forces than they expected and attacked in a variety of ways. The hero asked his team if it was worth telling the Count about it, just in case. Alma's response was ambiguous. After all, it's like pointing out to a Count that there are bad people in his territories. But Hiro didn't understand what she was driving at. He doesn't see anything wrong with that, since his son has already framed him more than once. Alma then added that the Count was also an aristocrat and would not like to be shamed by an outsider. Chris is in his room on the Count's ship playing an online game with other heroes. Mimi says there's nothing to worry about. The girl agrees because her grandfather is seriously preparing for a possible attack by her uncle. They tell her that everything will be fine. Player 2 wins. Mimi uses the comm to tell Chris that Hiro will figure something out, but Alma adds that even Hiro has boundless strength. However, Alma agrees that they have managed somehow so far. The guy and Mimi are happy that they have Ron. The characters, relaxing, fly through hyperspace. They play together, listing their combinations. Only Alma loses. The flight is automatic, no one will attack, so the whole crew is bored from idleness. That's why they're having fun with mahjong. Hiro adds that he is surprised that mahjong exists in this world. However, Chris is on the Count's ship and he and Mei are in the cockpit just in case, so they play online. Alma is very upset that she is constantly losing. Mimi is playing for the first time, but she is doing the best. Chris is surprised that the girl mastered the game so quickly. Mimi plays without understanding the rules but manages to avoid dangerous dice and draw weak sumo. Alma, on the contrary, acts cautiously, but for some reason she is constantly unlucky. Mimi's Ron will fall out again, while Alma's will fall out. Hiro admits that for the first time he sees in person the owner of extreme luck and the owner of terrible bad luck in one place. After crossing the gateway, the heroes calmly pass through Ziggle and Wellick. Mei approaches Hiro to inform him that they will soon make an exit to the Comet star system. We need to be ready. Judging by Mei's forecasts and that there had been no previous attacks, they would be attacked immediately after leaving. Alma says this is their only chance, but Mimi isn't sure if they can really attack. After all, the Count already knows about their plans. They understand that there will be no turning back. Alma thinks that's why they'll attack. She turned to Mei to find out what it meant. Mei replied that Balthazar would not be able to avoid collapse if he attacked, but all his former ambitions would not allow him to escape and hide. The only way he has left is to get rid of the Count and Chris and take their place. He would take care of the rest later. Mimi realized that their enemy would not back down even with a death threat. Mimi's panel made a sound. She announced the beginning of the transition. Alma wondered what they were waiting for them with. Takahiro replied that he would have to act on the situation and react quickly. Many ships were flying through space. Hiro noticed something on the radar. Mimi ordered all ships to strengthen their defenses. Alma noticed that they were surrounded. They looked like ordinary warships, but their identity is unknown. Hiro's partner reports that the Count is trying to contact unknown ships, but there is no response. The guy realized that they were surrounding him, but they didn't take action. Alma is thinking out loud. It looks like they want to detain them. They are looking for the right moment. Mimi reports that something from the radar is approaching them at high speed. The enemy wants to crash right into the Count's ship. That's why they were surrounded. The heroes turned on the engines at full power. Mimi reports that there is a video of the ship. The shape of the ship seems strange and too long to the heroes. Even Hiro, an avid Soul player, had never seen such a ship. But all the same, he believes that Krishna's lasers will be able to hit even at such a distance. The heroes shoot a laser, but the enemy ship is protected by a shield. Hiro is surprised by the strength of the shield. Mimi reports that the ship is accelerating. Even Krishna couldn't keep up with him at full speed. He'd crash into Chris' ship at that rate. The guy is worried that the enemy wants to attack in such a brutal way. Krishna fires the lasers again, but no blow can pass through the enemy's shield. The heroes can't do anything. The ships are about to collide. The enemy ship passes through the shield of the Count's ship. The sharp end of the strange ship will soon strike with all its might. The whole team froze in horror and despair. The ship actually passes through the ship where the Count and Chris are. The heroes held their breath. Hiro asked Mimi to report the situation. She replied that an unknown ship had pierced the Count's ship and was stuck. But it is impossible to see the situation on the ship and temperature changes. The guy thought that the ship would blow itself up after ramming. Alma reported that the other enemy ships were also doing nothing. Hiro doesn't understand what that ship wants to do. Mei thinks it's a suppression vessel. The heroes asked her again. The suppression vessel is designed to ram an enemy vessel with a sharp nose. Then combat forces are sent through this nose to the enemy ship to suppress the enemy inside. Such ships have a powerful shield, an engine, and a shield reinforcement device, but no weapons. Hiro was outraged by this information. He has questions not only about the ship itself, but also about the situation, why the enemies decided to use it now. Balthazar doesn't seem to need the Count and Chris, but it's not clear why he used such a complicated method to eliminate them. He could have just blown up the ship. Alma agreed that it was logical, because the aristocracy loves swords. Mimi agreed, recalling the story about the violent emperor, mentioning that the series is already on season 246. It takes Hiro a long time to digest all the information. The guy realized that Balthazar himself was on the suppression ship. After all, an imperial aristocrat would probably want to resolve everything with a sword, but Hiro still doesn't understand the values of aristocrats. Alma added that the sword's decision would boost his status after the coup. The hero agreed that it didn't matter now. He asked them what was the best thing to do with the ship, since it could not be destroyed, as it could harm the Count and Chris. Takahiro suggests that they will have to land, but Alma believes that the battle on the Count's ship can also harm the allies, because disorderly fighting will begin. It can be risky, but Hiro doesn't mind sitting and waiting for something. He's worried that they might get rid of the Count and then he won't get the reward. The hero clutched a special object in his fist. At the same moment, he began issuing orders. Mimi must request permission from the Count to land. They will enter in reinforcement armor. Alma remains to control Krishna. May goes with Hiro. The hero's ship is approaching the Count's ship. As soon as they fly inside, the entrance closes. Hiro, in reinforcing armor, enters the warehouse. There are no enemies in sight. Mimi warned that the enemy forces were far from the warehouse, but he still needed to be careful. He asked them not to worry. May said she would take care of the owner. Hiro noticed how serious she was, but he still asked her to stop fiddling with the laser cannon for reinforcing armor. He upgraded May, after which she got the opportunity to use even weapons for armor. Hiro honestly says that this is a bit shocking. It should be impossible, but apparently mysterious technologies are involved here. His reinforcing armor is famous for its heavy armor and powerful firearms. Hiro assumes he can handle it without May. Alma interrupted his thoughts, warning him that he shouldn't interfere in aristocratic sword fights. Because for an aristocrat, armor is like thunder. It will easily cut through his defenses. An aristocrat can also deflect a laser with his sword. Hiro was very scared, although he remembered that Chris had said something like that. And the fact that aristocrats are able to enhance their information processing abilities with the help of cybernetics. But the hero has 2 laser weapons anyway. He and May were running around the ship. The guy asked the android if such battering ram attacks were popular in this world. She replied that such vessels can only be built by a small number of amateurs using connections, but the number of vessels created, their use and successful operations with Nikki is extremely small. They call them expensive coffins in army courts. Hiro has determined that in any world there are people with strange inclinations. He was surprised that Balthazar had successfully rammed the ship. May replied that he was a good strategist. Perhaps if not for an unforeseen element, his plan would not have worked. Hiro noticed that they hadn't met anyone yet. Mimi reported that there was fighting going on around the left corner. Hiro and May entered the room where there was a terrible struggle. People were shooting weapons while others were hiding behind the table. In this ship, all the crew members look like maids and butlers. Takahiro found it funny. However, he agreed that they were no better. The crew was delighted to see Hiro and May. The enemies were surprised by the reinforcing armor, which should not have been on the ship. Hiro ordered the crew to trust him, and May asked them to retreat. The guy jumped on the enemies. They shot at him unsuccessfully, but the bullets wouldn't go through. Takahiro stated that conventional weapons are not a hindrance to armor, and he himself used weapons against enemies. The enemies could hardly hold their own. Hiro moved on, but his path was blocked again. The hero was surprised that they also have a warrior in armor. May added that this is a medium-weight military model. The guy realized that they had relied on mobility in a battle with simple infantry. He attacked the enemy from a jump. The enemy tried to attack Hiro, but the shield wouldn't let the blows pass. Hiro approached the enemy, standing in front of him face to face. The guy pushed his opponent with all his might so that he flew away. The enemy's armor was badly dented after such a blow. The opponent flew into the wall with a crash and fell to the floor. Hiro menacingly declared that mobility would not help in an indoor battle. Unlike his overwhelming strength and defense, the enemies cursed and pointed their weapons at Hiro. Mei noticed that her master was being targeted and decided to participate in the battle too. With the help of a powerful laser, she defeated all the enemies. The guy ordered us to move on after everyone was defeated. The two of them fought in the Count's ship. Mei was supporting Hiro from behind. The guy pushed everyone around with his weight. The two of them moved further into the depths of the ship. Takahiro asked if anyone was still in the ship. Mimi replied that she was still in the large hall ahead along the corridor. The guy ordered the android to move faster. He didn't want to waste time, so he sent her ahead. She instantly ran away with a big gap. The hero said that she was pretty fast and probably couldn't beat her even in armor. Something caught Hiro's attention off to the side. He saw that the android's wounds weren't from lasers or explosions, they looked more like cuts. The hero thought that it was about this power of the sword of the aristocrats that he was told even the armor does not save. He saw the entrance near it and thought he should go there. Hiro appeared in the doorway. The people in front of him were hiding from something. He looked at their faces. Chris was standing surrounded by guards, but as soon as she realized that Hiro was in front of him, she was overjoyed and shouted his name. He reported that Chris was alive and was trying to find the Count. Grandpa Chris was sitting on one leg, tired and drooping. The hero saw that he was badly battered, but alive. Suddenly, Mei burst through the door. She asked her master to move away, but he did not understand what this was about. Hiro was watching Mei. Then the guy looked up and saw the same Balthazar Darenwald in front of him. Balthazar took a stance with his swords in front of him. Hiro was also ready for battle. The enemy moved towards the guy with lightning speed. Mei was surprised by his speed. Balthazar swung his sword, almost touching the girl, but she managed to dodge. In flight, the android grabbed a laser weapon and fired in the direction where the opponent was standing. But the beam missed and ricocheted into the ceiling. What Hiro saw took his breath away. The android returned to its owner. The guy was surprised that Balthazar had actually deflected the attack with his sword. Uncle Chris swore at Mei, saying she was too slick. The android replied that she did not deny his statements, but he should have spoken more respectfully, given that he was a representative of the aristocracy. Balthazar realized that they were the ones who had thwarted his plan and intervened in the aristocrats' duel. Hiro realizes that he has cybernetic elements in his body, but fighting on equal terms with an armed Mei is too much. He realized that it wasn't going to be easy for them. The guy ordered her to get up from behind to hit him with crossfire. The heroes scattered in different directions. Hiro thought that it didn't matter how strong the enemy was. It is unlikely that he will be able to withstand a double attack. But everything didn't go according to plan. Uncle Chris managed to dodge and run to another place he had already swung at Hiro. The guy only managed to substitute his weapon to avoid being attacked. The sword slid across Hiro's weapon and there was a clink. Hiro's laser almost flew out of his hands. Balthazar cut the hero's weapon in half. The guy suddenly screamed in surprise and anger. He got angry and shouted how the enemy dared to break his weapon. Then Hiro fired a laser, but not a single blow fell on Balthazar. He deftly dodged each beam. Uncle Chris declared that Hiro had not only desecrated the duel, but had also pointed a barbaric weapon at the aristocrat. The guy replied that he didn't care about the rules of the aristocracy and fired again in his direction. One of the beams still touched the enemy, but bounced off his head. The guy noticed it. He shared the remark with Mei, to which she replied that it looked like he had a portable shield. In this case, Hiro asked Mei to switch the weapon to convergence mode and aim, since the portable shield has very little charge. This means that a powerful laser can discharge it. They began to direct laser beams at the enemy without interruption. But Balthazar successfully repelled all the attacks that were directed at him. Over time, the enemy weakened a little from the constant attacks. Suddenly, a huge cloud of smoke appeared, into which Balthazar disappeared. Hiro initially thought it was an explosion, but Mei corrected him that it was a smoke screen. The hero thought that in this way he wanted to reduce the power of the lasers. He was not satisfied with the vile methods of the enemy. Something rang on Hiro's screen. Using the built-in radar, the hero tracked down the enemy's location and pointed his weapon at him. He hit Balthazar squarely, hitting him hard. The enemy flew off and fell straight to the floor. Hiro admitted that his strategy might have worked for an ordinary person, but the armor has thermal imaging sensors. The guy really spent a lot of effort fighting Balthazar. He thought that even a cyberneticist would no longer be able to move after such a blow. But at the same moment, the enemy stood up, picked up his sword, and stabbed Hiro. Chris and May froze in horror. However, Balthazar still miscalculated something. Uncle Chris' punch didn't work, as even an aristocratic sword couldn't cut through a shield of armor. Then Hiro grabbed Balthazar with his hand. But he screamed in rage so that he wouldn't dare touch him. This made the hero smile. The guy slammed his armored hand against the enemy's back. Balthazar fell to the ground, then Hiro finally won. He admitted that he was prepared for the fact that the enemy could cut through his shield, but fortunately it did not come to that. Hiro, standing over the enemy, asked what to do with him now that he was still alive. The count ordered him to be captured. Balthazar was put on a collar and handcuffed for safety. The butlers carried him out into the hallway. Suddenly, someone addressed Hiro. The maid presented the aristocratic sword to the guy. The count admitted that the guy had indeed desecrated the duel, but since he was the one who won the battle, he should be gifted with an aristocratic sword. Hiro asked May what that meant. The android replied that there were different variations of duels between aristocrats, but specifically the count and his son decided to end with a sword duel. Hiro intervened and won, thus helping the count. It turns out that he has won and now has the right to decide whether to let the loser live. Also, giving away a sword is a symbol of an aristocrat's pride. Count Darenwald did not want to interfere, but he wants to hand over Balthazar's sword because it was he who won. Hiro didn't understand anything anyway, but he took the sword. He grabbed the sword with his armored hand. After the arrest of the main instigator, the enemy troops on the ship and the ships surrounding them either retreated or surrendered. However, after this attack, the ships of the Count and his men were seriously damaged. Therefore, it was decided to stop at the colony of the Comet star system for repairs and replenishment of food. The heroes were told to continue their work as bodyguards, but in fact they left Krishna in the hangar of the Count's flagship. And they began to wait for further instructions. In other words, they had a weekend off. Hiro was lying on the bed in the ship, holding the device in his hands. Suddenly, Mrs. Christina came to visit him. He was surprised how she managed to dodge to him. He assumed that the ship's crew was on edge. It turns out that the girl just asked her grandfather to let her go, as he speaks very flatteringly about Hiro and was not against it. Although it seems to the guy that the Count always walks around frowning and was clearly unhappy that they interfered in their duel. But Chris admitted that her grandfather thinks Hiro is strong. Then he remembered the thing he wanted to give Chris. He took out a special object from his jacket and handed it to the girl. She stared at the diamond in front of her for a long time. Once Balthazar is captured, the root of the problem is no longer there. Then Chris is not being pursued, so his work as a knight has come to an end. She took the object from the guy's hand. Chris put it to her heart and closed her eyes. At the same moment, the girl confessed that she loved the hero. He didn't answer, but he thought he'd noticed it himself a long time ago. After all, from the outside, he looks to her like a prince on a white horse who saved her from death. It's more like a passing fling. However, if he tells her about it, then everything will end, and for Chris this confession is a very serious and courageous step. So he decided to tell the girl that he was glad. Her eyes lit up immediately. But he can't accept her feelings. Hiro decided to be serious too. Christina was very upset and started crying on the spot. He reminded her that she had the life of an aristocrat and he was a man from nowhere and had no right to interfere in her life. The Count would not allow it either. Besides, he likes the free life of a mercenary more than the life of an aristocrat. Chris rushed into Hiro's arms. She said she could leave the Count's family, but the guy replied that you can't do that. Since she is the sole heiress of the Darenwald family, no one else will inherit her parents' will. Does she really consider aristocratic status to be a meaningless thing? If she does that, then Hiro will become an enemy to the Count. He apologized to her that he would not be able to choose a path that would endanger the people he loved. Hiro apologized to her once more, listening to her cry. May came into Hiro's room. The guy apologized to her, but the android only asked him to rely on her. The girl touched Chris's shoulder, who was crying. She led her mistress down the corridor. Hiro watched them go. He fell face down on the bed. It's too difficult for him to comfort a girl he rejected. He doesn't have such abilities and experience. So he dumped all the work on May. He thought he felt guilty and closed his eyes. It's much easier for him to fight space pirates. While he was sleeping in his room, suddenly someone intruded. The girl went into Hiro's bedroom and abruptly jumped on him. The guy looked at her. It was Mimi, who was hiding her face. She ran even closer, falling on his chest. At first, he started to worry, but then he realized that everything was fine and calmed down. Mimi was sobbing and trying to look at Hiro, but she didn't dare. She looked up, a big smile on her face. This greatly confused the hero. He did not understand what was happening to her. Suddenly, a tear rolled down. After a moment, Mimi's eyes filled with tears, but she continued to look at the guy, smiling and not looking away. Hiro began to worry. A second later, Mimi's smile completely disappeared from her face, and she burst into tears. The girl blew her nose on a handkerchief. She apologized to him for the trouble, and he replied that he considered her a hassle but still asked what had happened. Mei told Mimi what happened between him and Chris, that Hiro chose not the mistress but not Alma. When Mimi found out, she was very happy about this news. But Hiro's joy doesn't match the crying he found. The girl admitted that she was actually glad that he hadn't chosen Chris. Because of this, Mimi was upset that she was a bad person. At the same time, she thought that Hiro was having an even harder time right now, so she came to calm him down. But it seemed to the girl that he gently asked what had happened, which completely confused everything in her head. She fell back into his arms. Hiro asked her to stop crying. He himself thought that Mimi was happy about what was happening, despite the fact that her friend Chris was suffering, and eventually began to blame herself for it. He was hooked that it was her style. On the other hand, it allowed her to vent her accumulated feelings. Hiro concluded that everything was simple for him. He stroked Mimi's head and smiled at her. He told her that he seemed to be most comfortable with her. Alma was sitting in another room. Mei was standing next to him. The girl was surprised that Mimi coped quickly. Alma asked what was wrong with Mimi's eyes, that they were so red. Mimi didn't say anything, but she was very embarrassed. Mei pulled out a chair for the girl and asked her to sit down. The android took care of Mimi, while Hiro and Alma watched them from the side. Hiro told Alma that she was calm. The girl replied that the Count would never have recognized their relationship and Chris would not have had time for him. She became the sole heir of the Count's family. If something happens to the current head of the family, she will have to take his place, being inexperienced. This means that the Count's family will now urgently take care of her education. She will have no one to even take a walk. This is the share of the imperial aristocracy. Power is also a duty. Alma looked at Mimi and Mei. She thought something was wrong with the girl. She hopes Mimi will be okay. Hiro replied that her wording made him worried. Alma added that for the imperial mezashite, happy love is something like the greatest goal, the main desire, regardless of the established character. Mei suddenly declared that love saves the galaxy. The android was looking straight into Hiro's eyes, and it began to bother him. The guy realized something and shouted, asking what Mei had said to Chris. The android replied that it was nothing special. But after all, Chris is an aristocrat. She must devote herself to her studies and grow physically and spiritually. Once she gets the full power of the Countess of Darenwald, she can take the master under her wing. Upset, Chris instantly transformed and sparkled with happiness. No one would dare to contradict her. Mei replied that she was just giving Chris some advice. But Hiro was not satisfied with this, since he does not want to become an aristocrat. The android replied that she knew. However, something can always be done about it. Mei's creepy smile scared Hiro. The Count's ship was under repair. Hiro was looking for something in the pan in front of him. Alma came up to him from behind and asked what he was thinking about. Hiro was worried about the reward he received. It seemed to him that now was the time to buy a carrier ship. The girl was surprised that he finally decided to do it. Everyone crowded around him. The guy decided to show the options for ships that he is considering for purchase. The first is the Nighthawk, which is the fastest high-speed ship in its class. At the same time, it is inferior to other ships in terms of shield strength, armor, and storage capacity. Alma liked the streamlined shape, and the speed is also not bad. The second one is Skidblindir. Unlike the Hawk, he specializes in defense. He has a powerful shield and strong armor. The huge storage and the ship itself are designed so that it will be easy to customize. But because of the heavy weight, I had to sacrifice speed and mobility. Mei agreed that the speed of control is indeed a weak point, but it is quite suitable for using all the abilities of Krishna. Hiro is thinking about which of the two ships he should choose. Alma scored for the Night Rage as she believed that speed was important. She was very attracted to the ability to dodge attacks and, if necessary, quickly leave the battlefield. Hiro agreed with her. Mei votes for Skidblindir. Since the main purpose of buying a carrier ship is to increase storage, but the Nighthawk is not able to meet this request. In addition, in the event of a battle, Krishna will take over all military duties. Therefore, it is better for the carrier ship to be reliably protected than dexterous. The guy replied that, in a practical sense, the android was right, but he was concerned about the safety of the crew, and the ability to quickly leave the battle if necessary was very important. And the main thing is that Alma will manage it. A slow ship is not for her, she agreed. May asked if Mrs. Alma would really manage the ship because she thought that this duty would be given to her. Both heroes were surprised by her answer. Messrs. Alma and Messrs. Mimi are Krishna's irreplaceable crew, so by way of elimination, Mi is the only option. As an artificial life form, she will be able to take more risks than ordinary people if necessary. In the moment of danger, they can always rely on her and escape to Krishna. Even if, in the worst-case scenario, the carrier ship is defeated, May can handle the problem on her own. The heroes looked at her strangely, saying nothing. In that case, they decided to choose Skibladnir. In the parking lot of the Count's ships, the heroes were sitting opposite the man and Chris. He called them without warning, but informed them that they had nothing to worry about. He's not going to burden them with anything, he just wanted to thank them, albeit belatedly, as they've been dealing with the aftermath of the battle for a long time. The Count is very annoyed by the sight of what happened. He knew that the man was quite ambitious, but he could not figure out his intentions in time. It seems he has aged too much. Anyway, without the help of the heroes, he might have lost Christina. He sincerely thanked the heroes for their efforts and decided that now was the time to reward them handsomely. The Count wanted to appoint Hiro as a knight of his family, but he learned from Chris that he was not interested in such a thing. Hiro repeated his words. In this case, the Graf's capabilities are limited. He offered to add a bonus to the initial monetary reward and asked Takahiro's opinion. He was not against it. The guy said he would be happy if the Count would buy them a carrier ship. Chris did not understand his offer. Hiro added that in order to use Krishna's abilities to the maximum, and most importantly, to earn even more, they need another ship. The guy asked if it was inappropriate to speak so familiarly to the lady in the presence of the Count. She asked him not to say that. Chris informed me that she would pay. In this situation, the Count was not going to tell Hiro off for being familiar. After all, he also has friends from other classes. However, there was one, but Chris wants changes in their relationship, but the Count did not want to allow this, although he sees that he knows this very well, so they will do with one warning. Hiro was scared. The Count asked what it turns out the hero wants to buy a carrier ship. The Brad star system is nearby and there is a shipbuilding company there. Alma added that they were just heading there. In that case, the Count said he had something they could use. He took out a black coin, but Hiro didn't quite understand what it was. It was the coat of arms of the Darenwald family. A person with such a metal is under the protection of the Count. They export minerals to the Brad star system, so the metal will be useful to the heroes in negotiations. The hero thought that such a metal could greatly burden him and did not immediately take it, but the Count threw the metal. Hiro caught her. The Count, paying attention to the hero's reaction, said that he should not worry about something threatening him, since the metal would not limit his actions in any way. The guy noticed that the Count was quite persistent. He replied that otherwise he would not become the head of the Count's family. He stated that their conversation was over. He needed to go as he was waiting for a meeting with the Space Army. And he advised the heroes to enjoy the victory with Christina. Suddenly, the Count looked at Mimi, who was sitting next to him, looked closely at her face and asked if they had definitely not seen each other anywhere. The girl replied that probably not. The Count apologized for his strange question. The other characters looked at Mimi with interest. A couple of days later, the heroes were on board the Krishna. Christina asked Hiro via video if he really didn't want to rest a little more, to which the guy replied that it wouldn't do. After that incident, there are no good jobs for mercenaries nearby anymore. Chris understood him. So the guy said it was time for them to say goodbye, but the girl did not agree and replied that they would see each other again. She asked him to come to her, made him promise, and named him her knight. Hiro noticed that Chris had become much more persistent. The girl replied that she could not always remain weak. The hero's ship flew out of the parking lot. The guy concluded that they would see each other again. She watched through the window as her lover's ship disappeared into the darkness of space. Mr. Hiro is not someone who can be kept in one place for a long time. He's like a bird flying freely through space, and Chris is too powerless to become a cage for him. She adjusted her collar. Chris wondered if, after a certain number of years, when she was strong enough to be on par with him, she would be able to become, if not a cage, then a place where the wings could rest. It seems to her that she will go through anything for this, as Mrs. May told her. Chris believed that a girl in love was invincible. The hero ship was flying through space. Hiro was stretching. Mimi informed him that they had finally reached the Brad star system. The guy replied that they had been flying for a long time. He decided that it would be better to go straight to the main port, but noticed a strange thing on the panel and asked what it was. Alma came up to him. She looked at the screen and stated that they were being scanned. Mimi was worried if everything was all right. The girl replied that scanning was not considered illegal. It was not the army or the police. You could ignore it. They didn't even have an ID hidden. Hiro felt uncomfortable, as if they were scanning his healthy stomach, although it didn't look like they were going to attack. Suddenly, the panel began to emit more signals. Now there are more ships scanning them. In general, they do not harm the heroes, but it scares them a lot. Hiro immediately stepped on the gas to escape from the strange ships and ordered the crew to take their seats. They approached the space city. The guy asked Mimi to send a boarding request. Signals from the panel sounded from all sides. Mimi was worried that she was sitting behind these ships and why they were chasing them. May replied that it looked like they were all Spaceworg ships, the same ship manufacturer they were flying in, but Mimi didn't understand why they were scanning them. The android explained that Krishna was a novelty to them. Many residents of Blood were very curious. The unknown Krishna became interesting to them, but the girl thought it was somehow too much. They are very curious about technology. They test their developments even on pirate ships. That is, the manufacturer hunts pirates himself. That's why pirates avoid areas with shipbuilders. Hiro replied that nevertheless it was somehow unpleasant, although legal but at least indecent. He asked the android to clarify the ID of the ships. She had already written everything down. The heroes were flying up to the landing site. They found themselves on a busy street. They were met by an android. She greeted Hiro and asked if he had come to purchase a carrier ship. The android led me out of the room. The heroes were glad to have May with them, who makes everything easier. They were walking down a long corridor. The girl showed them that there was a meeting room and a manager was waiting for them inside. Hiro peered into the room, but something seemed very strange to him. Inside, he saw a child in a formal suit. Mimi corrected the hero that it was most likely a dwarf in front of him. Since the company is called Space Door, it's obvious that dwarves work here. Hiro thought about it. Alma, understanding his expression, explained that Dverg was another name for dwarves. The guy remembered that he had once read Scandinavian myths and had seen this word. If there are elves in this world, then dwarves are also commonplace. Alma asked why he looked like he realized something. The girl invited the heroes into the room. She introduced herself, saying that her name was Sarah and that she would be speaking to them today. The girl bowed. Sarah asked which carrier ship they wanted to purchase. Hiro enthusiastically replied that he already understood about what he wanted. He said he was thinking of buying a skidblandir, but the girl immediately jumped up and interrupted him. She said he had great taste since he wanted to purchase the SDMS-020. Since this particular ship has not lost its popularity for a long time, it was built according to old drawings, but it is highly reliable and spacious. In addition, it has been modified more than once, and most importantly, they recently received the latest model. Now is the best time to get him a ship. Hiro said that this ship is too expensive. She replied that it was still the latest version. Sarah suggested choosing the main option of the ship, otherwise they would never agree on a price. The heroes and the girl discussed a lot of details and options necessary for the ship. Hiro wanted maximum functionality without reducing the function of the shield, armor, and generator. He didn't care about the other options. Sarah asked if he was going to install weapons, but the guy replied that it was unnecessary and equipment should be kept to a minimum. May put her hand on Hiro's shoulder. He turned to the android and she whispered a suggestion to him, if he had the budget for it, of course. He replied that he would think about it. Sarah calculated how much the amount for the ship would be, taking into account all the wishes of the heroes. The price tag that the girl showed exceeded Hiro's budget by 6 million. Then she thought for a while. She has a business proposal for him. If Hiro signs a contract with their company, they will make a big discount and sell the ship at the right price. The heroes fell silent. Hiro thanked them but didn't understand why they were offering it specifically to him. Sarah replied that he had risen from the bronze to the gold rank in a short time and he was an incredibly skilled mercenary. The hero asked what the contract was. Hiro was required to use their company's ship, use their company's equipment, periodically transmit data about their company's ship, and actively advertise the company in the process. The guy was most confused by the last 2 points. He asked for Alma's opinion. She replied that if the data does not relate to their personal lives, then this is not a bad offer. But if the company's advertising somehow restrains them, it may interfere with them. Mei agreed that it would be extremely difficult to coordinate their actions with the company each time. Mimi asked how advertising through mercenary activities could work. Sarah accepted her question with pleasure. Of course, they will only receive data about the condition of the ship as far as advertising is concerned. They will add data on the hero's activities to the catalog as the right priority material. It turns out that in addition to shipbuilding, their company does business in various fields, including entertainment media and documentaries about how mercenaries fight pirates are especially popular. Hiro thought that he was not well versed in the entertainment of this world. Usually citizens are interested in this. Hiro looked at Mimi, who was beaming with joy. She said that when she lived in the colony, she often watched programs about traders, hunters, and mercenaries. It would be great if their activities were shown on that program. But Hiro wasn't thrilled about it. Sarah confirmed that for a resident of the colony, the activity of space heroes is a very impressive sight, and therefore popular. Alma was also against such a deal, because people will know everything about the crew and their relationship will spread all over the galaxy. Hiro thought that in this world, if a man and a woman spend time on the same ship, everyone assumes that they are dating, even though this is a stereotype of those times when interstellar travel was longer. Mimi didn't understand what the problem was. After all, they have nothing to hide. They have met many people who already know everything about them. There is nothing to hide anymore. Sarah added that they would give a separate fee for the materials for the broadcasts. Hiro didn't mind, so he wouldn't be forced to do anything, and that's the priority material. Alma will agree on condition that her face and voice are not shown. Mei has another condition. She will check the ship's data before transmitting it. Sarah was upset that they didn't trust her. Mei replied that her task was to protect her master and she was relentless in this. The girl accepted all their demands and finally asked to discuss the armament of the ship. Since this carrier has a large number of weapon slots, Hiro said that the minimum number of weapons needed to be installed. Mei asked for an EMP. She added that they also needed large-caliber laser weapons and rocket holders in the compartments. Hiro was worried why they needed a huge EMP. He explained that this rail weapon, unlike a laser, uses large projectiles and slow ones, so it's difficult to shoot them at a moving target, but if hit, the impact power exceeds the laser. Sarah left to discuss everything with the management and asked them to wait. Hiro asked if Mei had planned to install the weapon from the very beginning, even at the selection stage. Alma said that Mei had slightly overstepped the boundaries of the robot servant's work, whatever the purpose, but this was no reason to incline Hiro to extra costs. Mei replied that the meaning of her existence was to serve her master. Hiro wanted to know the reason for Mei's efforts. She said that the conditions in which she serves them all are ideal for a maid. At the moment, 98.8% of its potential remains untapped, at a rate that would take 1,200 years for its value to pay off, and she persuaded Hiro to buy it. But the battle in space will become easier and the risk of death of the crew will decrease. Sarah returned to the heroes. He announced that the assembly of the goods would take about 2 weeks. Hori wanted to leave, but the girl stopped him. She offered to fix their ship. Hiro remembered that he had never sent a ship for major repairs before, and since they were offering a discount for buying a ship, he decided to agree to the repair. He asked how much they would pay. The guy realized that they were just interested in Krishna, as he was atypical and a treasure trove for engineers, but he could let them take a look at him. Sarah forced out that they would agree to do the repairs for free, but the guy wasn't satisfied with that and he was about to leave. Then the girl threw herself at his feet, begging him not to leave. She promised a 3 million discount and added more equipment and weapons. Mei offered a discount of as much as 11 million, considering it fair. But for Sarah, a 30% discount sounds too much. Hiro agreed with her. Then Mei offered her a bonus. The flask contained all the working data about Krishna. Sarah instantly agreed to Mei's suggestion. Hiro was worried when she managed to do this, to which the android replied that this was a normal risk management, but something bothered Hiro anyway. The guy was angry that Mei offered to use the data about Krishna as a deal, but she got them without asking his opinion. Hiro noticed that she was silent. He wanted to put her down a little, that she stopped complaining. The hero said that Mei was being punished. After the words of the owner, the android began to look joyful. The other girls were afraid of Hiro's severity. Mimi asked where they would stay while their ship was under repair, and Alma replied that they would stay at a hotel. Krishna is due to be picked up at noon tomorrow, so they still have plenty of time to pick up their things. The workers jostled to see Krishna with their own eyes. The dwarves were screaming and hitting each other. The heroes watched as the engineers shouted at each other, even interfering with the policeman's work. Mimi was worried that they couldn't get into their ship. Then Alma decided to act. She shouted that the Space Door Company would receive this ship tomorrow. Alma said that they were giving them the ship for repairs, so there was no point in fighting. She advised them to find a way to blend in among the workers. It would be better for them. All the dwarves ran into the company. The heroes did not understand what had just happened. The next day, they checked into a hotel. When they entered, they saw a luxurious atmosphere. Mimi was worried that they looked different from everyone else in the hotel, as if they didn't belong here. Hiro thought that before he didn't care how much a mercenary had to earn because he perceived everything as a game, but such luxury scares even him. Alma drew his attention to herself. She reminded him that he spent as much in a day in Sierra as they would spend in a week here. Hiro agreed with her, but Mimi was still worried about the hotel's price tag. Alma then added that a gold-ranked mercenary would not stay in a cheap hotel. Mimi replied that she was probably used to luxury. But these words confused her. Alma replied that she was an elf, so she lived longer than them. Therefore, it is obvious that she has extensive knowledge. She was rushing the guys to the room. The heroes entered a luxurious room. Hiro said it was bigger than he thought. Mimi listed that this room has a living room, 4 bedrooms, a study, a storage room, a locker room, a bathroom, and 2 toilets. An android maid came into the room, announcing that their things were already here and if they needed her, they could call her. Hiro thanked her for her hard work. The heroes began to sort things out of their suitcases. Suddenly, Mei caught Takahiro's attention. She asked him to come to his senses. He replied that she had been punished, that she had gone too far even though she had tried for Hiro's sake, so she should be punished and think about her actions. Mimi was worried about the android. Right now this is Mei's punishment. That is, to do nothing. It is forbidden to take care of Hiro. The exception is protection from danger. For Mei, caring for the owner is one of the pillars of her existence, so the ban makes her unbearably painful. Hiro admitted that he learned about this method of punishment from an android at the counter in the company. She told the hero that especially loyal young AI often overreact for the sake of the master, so he asked her about ways to punish. But he didn't expect it to be such a powerful method. Mei said out loud that she was sorry about what had happened. Therefore, he asks to forgive her. Alma told Hiro that the android was already repenting. He thought about it. He agreed to forgive her this time because the girls asked him to. The guy admitted that Mei really helped them out in the negotiations, but ordered her not to do anything under the guise without him anymore. The android was delighted and promised that this would not happen again. The girl, having lowered herself to the suitcase, happily announced that she would unpack everything right away, and the second one clarified that she needed to put the kettle on first. It was stated by a girl with glasses that a large production facility, namely a factory, had received a request from the organization to appear. The young man suggested that on his part, performing certain actions was enough for clients to appear on their own. The girl, addressing the man on the couch, confirmed that she had stated the relevant position. The man reflected that despite his personal plans, including a long-awaited vacation with the company, they were urgently required to appear, which clearly annoyed him. The girl wondered about the possible sending of a protest note to Sarah. Then, after a short pause for thought, the guy replied that okay, he would go anyway and asked to tell them that he would arrive soon. The guy gave instructions to install navigation equipment on his terminal device. When the woman objected to her intention to accompany him, he refused, citing his desire to take a walk in solitude. Additionally, he instructed her to be in charge and ensure the safety of the women. After the guy was inside the room, he saw the large devices and was surprised. It was noticed that this is how Krishna looks from the inside, under the skin. The guy admitted that he did not know this, but added that he would not have understood anything anyway. Still, he expressed surprise when he noticed a large crowd, a whole bunch of dwarves. The guy, watching the work of several men, thought that these were technicians and wondered why there were so many of them. One of the men, upon hearing the guy's remark, stated that they were not technicians and the guy himself was a pilot, and gave the order to capture him, as he did not like the way the guy expressed himself about them, which led to the guy's fright. Someone stomped resolutely behind the group of men, to which the latter reacted with an exclamation expressing annoyance at their lateness. One of the girls asked the other what to do, addressing her as a sister. In response, it was said that it was necessary to act, calling for "go ahead, Vi." The young man was confused by the current situation, reflecting on the need for immediate care. At the same time, a group of men moving towards him loudly warned about the danger. At the same moment, the guy started screaming, expressing incomprehension of what was happening, while one of the girls flew at him. Swiftly approaching, the girl pushed him away with both hands, to which he reacted with a cry of pain and fell to the floor. The girl uttered an exclamation of horror, and the men present watched with obvious incomprehension. One girl tried to support the gentleman, and the second girl made a comment emphasizing that what had happened was excessive. The girl was sitting remorsefully on her lap, and all the other people were behind her. The guy looked at her in silence. He immediately expressed his indignation, shouting about whether it was the tradition of their company to injure partners, and stated that he was lucky that the blow was not strong, or perhaps it was just the manners of the dwarves. In response, the girl categorically rejected such an assumption, saying that they would never do such a thing. The young man continued, indignant that he had been summoned, and then tried to grab him and demanded an explanation. He categorically stated that, although he had endured their boorish behavior for a long time, even such a good-natured person like him would not be able to ignore such an incident. The frightened girl started to stop him, urging him to stop. The girl, taking off her glasses, meanwhile sobbed and said that they were very, very sorry. The guy replied that he didn't need tears. The man continued his thought, explaining that the current situation creates the appearance that he is the cause of the girl's tears. He stressed that, despite the rational justification of his actions, it looks extremely unsightly from the outside. After a short reflection, the man stated that the repair work on the Krishna could be continued, but the purchase of the Skidbladnir was temporarily cancelled. He emphasized that the final decision on the purchase would be made based on the results of their next steps. The young man asked if everything was clear. The girl confirmed, after which he thought about the strategic importance of the situation. He mentally noted that, despite the fact that the plant is a large carrier ship located in a warehouse, its maintenance is associated with enormous costs. Therefore, he is convinced that the representatives of the organization will make every effort to please. The guy additionally said that now, in conclusion, they would have to discuss their punishment, which was announced as an order. The young man said that he was entrusting this to them, frankly admitting that he personally did not want to be involved in coming up with a solution. Nevertheless, he warned that he would evaluate how they would cope with this task and how much honesty and gratitude they would show. Entering the building, the girl made a suggestion to kill them while loading the gun. The guy immediately objected, asked to remove the weapon. Then the other girls asked a question about the nature of the conflict that had occurred with the capture of the pilot. He asked if she had any suggestions. The woman suggested that perhaps their interest was aroused by his skills, but information about piloting is confidential to outsiders, and she herself does not have this information. The girl added that dwarves can read metals. She assumed that they had disassembled the Krishna, studied the engine and drives. She went on to explain that dwarves determine the degree of metal deterioration and determine the intensity of its operation, which therefore allows them to understand the specifics of using a ship by a pilot. Then one of the girls asked the others about the possibility of such a scenario. The guy expressed the opinion that his need for them was the role of a test pilot, and such an obvious obsession testified to significant competition. However, he questioned the expediency of injuring the pilot, as this precluded the possibility of them achieving any goal. The young man stated that they could only wait for further actions, expressing confidence that it would not get worse. The girl objected, stressing that it was uncertain since they were interacting with dwarves. When the guy asked about the problems with them, she began to think about the answer. It was clarified that their actions are not dictated by intuitive insights, but by pragmatic logic and rational instincts, which can lead to inappropriate decisions. The guy expressed concern, asked how serious it was, and admitted that he suddenly felt anxious. Suddenly, everyone present caught an unusual sound and took an alert position. The man asked who it was, adding that he had not called anyone. The girl, turning her gaze towards the source of the sound, replied, hinting at the inappropriate time of the visit. It turned out that there were two strangers in front of her who introduced themselves sequentially. One of them, Tina, declared her intention to take care and naively waved her hand. The second, feeling obvious fear, introduced herself under the name of Viska. Next, the girls were strongly asked to show them tenderness during the upcoming night. The man, in turn, was in a state of complete bewilderment. After the man carefully looked at the girls who had come, whose smile looked nervous, he suddenly exclaimed loudly, chasing them away. As a result, the girls were scared. The girls persistently demanded to stop the actions and listen to them, expressing a request. The girls begged, explaining that if they just left, they would lose their home and job. At that time, the guy was typing something on his phone. There were words in the corridor about the undesirability of calling security because of the noise. Someone timidly approached Mr. Hiro with an offer to listen. The girls, in a panic, loudly begged him to let them in and promised to do whatever was needed. The young man expressed his doubts about the expediency of listening, asking about further consequences. He stressed that although he had requested expressions of gratitude and honesty, this way of expressing them was unacceptable. He suggested that they might have mistakenly concluded about his penchant for women based on the presence of two girls on the ship, and decided to add more to him, believing that this would calm him down. He also expressed indignation, asking if this was an attempt at bullying. The girls, with a smile, persistently asked the guy if he confirms his love for women. The man gave a short affirmative answer. He also noted that, despite their guilt in the incident, he was not satisfied with the impression that the company was taking steps to eliminate them. The guy asked the woman the reason for her so active protection of others. The lady stated that it was absolutely clear to her what feelings a person feels after losing financial resources and housing. He turned his gaze to them, noticing that they were on their knees and were absorbed in crying. The guy asked the girls if it was true that their names were Tina and Viska. The guy announced his intention to listen to them, but clarified that this was done solely for Mimi's sake. He stressed that the true reason for their arrival was already clear to him. The company had sent them using threats of dismissal or eviction from the dormitory. They smiled slightly and explained that the reason was not because of the above, but because of their own decision, believing that such a course of action was necessary. The young man held out his hand and asked for attention. He clarified whether it was their own decision and not the company's initiative. The girl confirmed it. The man, in turn, looked questioningly at the girls, making a short question. The guy let go of his head in his hands. The girls, not understanding what was going on, replied when he asked if they understood why he was angry. They said it was because they had wounded him. He agreed that the injury was a problem, but stressed that the issue was different. He stated that in this case, the problem lies in the sole actions of the company's employees, which resulted in his injury. He summarized that his indignation was caused by the irresponsible management of the space door company, as its employees have freedom of action, which leads to problems for customers. The guy continued, demanding that they report on their actions. The girls, with wide-open eyes, listened attentively to him. Then they plunged into thought, trying to realize their actions, and as a result, they experienced great horror. He gestured at them, informing Mimi of their hopelessness. The woman objected, stressing in their defense that they had made an attempt to take responsibility. It was suggested that praise should be given for the diligence shown. The girl commented on this as some kind of offensive interpretation. The man, in turn, sighed. The main character stated that his anger towards them had faded. The girls asked if this meant that they had been granted forgiveness. The guy explained his position, saying that he did not want to be perceived as a heartless person. He also stated that he had no further questions. He asked May about the waiting time, to which he received an answer that this would happen in the near future. Hearing a certain sound, the man turned his head in the appropriate direction. There were two men in the indicated place, accompanied by a woman carrying a basket filled with fruits and gifts. After offering sincere apologies for the incident, the man exclaimed in surprise, identifying one of the arrivals as the sales manager of the Blade Hotel. Then he asked a clarifying question about the presence of the plant manager. The guy expressed surprise, noting that he did not expect such important people to visit some mercenary, and admitted that he felt awkward. The man sitting opposite said comforting words in response. It was stated that mercenaries represent an extremely valuable category of clients for their company, and Mr. Hiro, being a gold-ranked mercenary, is particularly significant. However, the man responded by expressing the opinion that, judging by his feelings, the attitude towards his person leaves much to be desired. He continued, expressing outrage that the staff had arrived on their own initiative for a purpose bordering on prostitution. He asked a direct question about the normality of such a state of affairs and about the state of management in their company. The man sitting across from them replied that they had certainly issued warnings to their employees, but they had ignored their instructions. The guy countered this, wondering if the management thereby absolves itself of responsibility. The man abruptly interrupted him, disagreeing. He also stressed his need for the accurate and prompt performance of their duties and the absence of additional difficulties to be important to him. In response, the seated man confirmed his readiness. The young man exhaled and turned to his interlocutor, stating that a major conflict had been avoided. He stated that he was not inclined to pettiness, so he would not be offended by such a thing, and this time, perhaps, he was ready to forgive them. It was important to him that they did their job quickly and did not cause unnecessary problems. The guy added that, however, if they really want to express their sincerity, he would gladly accept it. After the man's promise, the guy mentally wondered, what's so wrong with requesting compensation? The guy who was called suddenly remembered that he had not asked a clarifying question about the purpose of his invitation. In response, the company's representative explained that their engineers, while repairing his ship, had shown considerable interest in his polishing technology. He further clarified that they currently have a shortage of test pilots to develop the next generation of ships, which is why there is an urgent need to turn to him for assistance. They came to the conclusion that the process of individual invitation to each development team is irrational and costly. It was decided that a more effective approach would be to gather all the key managers and then make a proposal for cooperation. He showed indignation, retorting that the proposed efficiency serves solely their convenience, ignoring his interests. This was followed by worship from the other man, accompanied by expressions of deep regret. Then the man asked the girl about her thoughts on the matter. The guy stated that they would not be able to leave the colony until the repair work was completed. He explained that it was originally planned for them to stay here until the time of collecting the carrier, while time is not a limiting factor. Therefore, in his opinion, the whole issue boils down to the amount of remuneration. The main character demanded to send the task through the guild, specifying that his consent to become a probationer would depend on whether the conditions met his requirements. The interlocutor expressed his deep gratitude to him. The man then turned to the two women, emphasizing the need to make a decision on further actions in relation to them. He stated that he had already forgiven them for the incident and therefore they should not be severely punished. The women looked at him in surprise. The two women exchanged glances and looked at each other speechlessly. Hiro continued, expressing his concern that if they hurt their lives because of such absurdity, it would be difficult for him to find peace. The next day, the man expressed the hope that he would be able to make purchases without incident during the current day. The girls, smiling, asked him about his intention to make purchases and offered to give him a tour of the colony. After a pause, the guy asked the reason for their presence. The woman started to give an explanation but was interrupted. Another girl grabbed her by the head and apologized for the morning noise. One of the girls explained that the two intended to personally apologize. She also added that, anticipating the possible inconveniences they might cause, she decided to accompany them. The girl said that in case of his displeasure, she would immediately take them away and put them in cages. The man objected, urging her to let go, and added that he was completely satisfied. He then asked to clarify how they themselves intend to resolve this situation. She explained that as punishment, a serious reprimand was announced, a 2-week alcohol ban was imposed, and wages were reduced for a 3-month period. She clarified that she and the entire leadership were also punished by taking responsibility. The woman added with a smile that, fortunately, she managed to avoid the ban on alcohol. He asked about the nature of the alcohol ban, explaining that since he does not drink alcohol, it is difficult for him to assess whether this measure is a serious punishment. The girls immediately began to express their opinions loudly, stating that this was not just a punishment but a true execution, and that it was extremely difficult. The third girl made an attempt to speak out by starting a phrase, "I even." to which the guy noted to himself that another one had intervened. The guy realized that therefore in this world dwarves also have alcohol consumption. The girl further stated her desire to discuss a certain topic with him as compensation for her earlier rudeness. He looked at her carefully and cautiously. The girl, gesturing to her two companions, presented an offer to hire them as personal mechanics provided by their company. The woman expressed the hope that he would consider their proposal. In response, the man looked at her strangely. The young man expressed his disbelief, asking why they were the ones. The girl urged him not to rush into anger, stressing that the named individuals, by the way, have significant skills. The woman stated with a smile that their company provides guarantees of their experience as engineers. In response, the man clarified the meaning of the proposal, asking if this meant hiring these specialists to his crew. The woman explained that these individuals will retain the status of Spaceberg employees. Therefore, the payment of wages and other expenses will be carried out by their organization. It was clarified that the only requirement for him is to provide them with living quarters. The man was lost in thought, then turned to Mimi, noting that from a financial point of view, this offer is extremely profitable. In addition, it was emphasized that despite the unconventionality of the Krishna ship, it would still require regular maintenance. In this regard, highly skilled mechanics are valued as an undeniable treasure. It was noted that the work of a mercenary is very dangerous. They may be afraid to fly with them, and in the worst case, they may even die. The girls said that in return they will get the opportunity to visit many places, which is exciting, and perhaps even discover high-quality alcohol. They admitted that they felt a little fear and anxiety, but they were motivated by a desire to express their gratitude to him for his kind attitude. This issue has already been discussed with my sister. In summary, it was stated that they personally have no objections. The main character, however, noted that he could not give an immediate answer, as there was a possibility that they would not be able to adapt as a team. To this, one of the girls confirmed his correctness, and the other exclaimed in full agreement. One of the girls happily gave a thumbs up, announcing that she had an excellent idea. Turning around, the girl asked a clarifying question, implying the need for reinforcement armor equipment. She informed me that she had in mind an excellent old store specializing in laser weapons and suggested that we go there first. The man expressed his agreement. She offered to show him the colony, assuring him that she would spend the whole day with him and demonstrate everything. One of her companions commented approvingly, calling it a good idea. It was suggested to check several options, whether they were suitable for him during a walk, and then decide whether to take them. The guy thought, that's it. It was reported that he and May, accompanied by the elder Tina, went in search of components for reinforcing armor. Meanwhile, Alma and Mimi spent time enjoying shopping and tourist activities with their younger sister. The woman apologized again for what had happened the day before, and the man replied that he had already received enough apologies. The man expressed concern that her approach to action was characterized by a predominance of actions over deliberation. The girl laughed and confirmed that he often makes this remark to her. The man clarified whether this regularity meant that there were no changes. The girl replied, acknowledging his insight. Ms. Tina took the girl aside and warned that in case of problems for the owner, she would immediately inform the company about it. She stressed that this would undoubtedly have a negative impact on her and her salary, and recommended that she be prepared for this. In response, another girl voiced her concern. She also noted that she had not yet inquired about his budget and the approximate income level of a gold-ranked mercenary. The man was lost in thought, suggesting that he would announce the amount of 100,000 if things were going well. However, the girl, gesturing with her fingers, expressed that this could not be and she would not be fooled like that. Then the girl suddenly realized something and clarified if the man had not previously given the answer to this question. The guy, in turn, explained that without such high incomes, he could not easily pay 20 million for the ship, adding that his remuneration increases significantly for performing special or especially large missions. The girl was in a state of shock, her mouth was open. The woman suddenly grabbed the man's arm. He turned his gaze to her in response. She turned to the man with a smile, inviting him to marry her, using affectionate treatment. She suggested that he also get her younger Vi as a bonus. The man, thinking and chuckling, replied that he would prefer to take only the youngest. The girl began to get angry, asking about the reason for such a choice and doubting her attractiveness. She continued, claiming that she and the other girl even have identical facial features. The man smiled and noted that they were twins, but their characters did not match at all. The man continued to explain his choice, starting with the statement that the children did not match his preferences. The girl reacted indignantly, asking if she was considered a child and clarifying that she was actually 27 years old. The man paused, then, realizing something, pointed at her with his finger and asked a question expressing disbelief. The woman confirmed affirmatively. The woman pointed at herself and declared that she was a well-fed lady, after which she smiled and let out a light laugh. The man expressed surprise, admitting that he thought she was younger than Mimi and noted that she was almost his age. The girl retorted that she had a feeling that she was being tactfully called old. A third girl joined the conversation, saying that she was the youngest here, only 2 months old from the moment of birth. Upon entering the building, the man was very surprised, which was expressed in the fact that he opened his mouth. He saw a large gun store, inside which the seller was actively providing comprehensive information to everyone present. The man expressed surprise at the liveliness of the place than he had expected. The girl, in turn, noted that the high concentration of mercenaries in this colony ensures the availability of almost any type of firearms. She further reported on the possibility of custom-made weapons. The man reacted enthusiastically, stating his need to purchase a laser cannon due to the breakdown of his current one. At the same time, he added that the general atmosphere of the place, of course, causes great excitement for any man. The man, carefully studying a certain object, confessed to a spontaneous desire to purchase something useless. The girl called out to him, saying, "Master." The man turned around. May, demonstrating the object she was holding in her hands, asked about the possibility of acquiring it. The man responded by identifying the object as a knife. The woman stated that the specified object is a dart made of heavy-duty metal. The man, in turn, looked at him and asked about her need for him. The girl gave an affirmative answer. She explained that these items can be used as effective throwing weapons even in battles, dealing damage to the enemy that can overcome his armor. It was also pointed out that they are extremely convenient for concealed carrying of several units at the same time. The young man asked if such a simple weapon was suitable for her. The woman gave a positive response, explaining that due to its simplicity, it is reliable and highly effective in dangerous situations. He agreed, recognizing it as reasonable, and concluded that it was necessary to purchase darts. After receiving thanks from the girl, the man mentally noted that Mimi and Alma had never addressed him with such requests, recalling their previous words. This led him to the conclusion that such sincere requests to purchase something were an unusual experience for him. He also came to the conclusion that in May's perception, this is not a request or begging, but represents mandatory expenses aimed at improving their equipment. Picking up the acquired dart, the girl carefully examined it, showing a smile at the same time. The man mentally noted that the object looked very decent. He also concluded that the acquisition was probably the result of her request. However, while he was still thinking, his thoughts were abruptly interrupted by one of the girls who addressed him. The girl gestured to an object and expressed a desire to purchase it. The man resumed his thoughts and came to the conclusion that it was extremely simple to understand her desires. The man replied with a question expressing perplexity about his duty to purchase something for her. The woman responded by nonchalantly asking what was wrong with that. The guy mentally noted that this was an exemplary display of begging, completely devoid of modesty. Soon after, another girl called out to him, distracting him. The girl, showing him an object, said that Tinochka wanted it. The man exhaled, rated the attempt at 3 points, and suggested starting over. The girl expressed anger, asking about such a low score and the reason for the deduction of 7 points. The main character asked the question again, wondering if she rated it above 10 points. The girl expressed shock about why there are so few balls because she is cute. The guy explained that if you make a choice between cute and unlovely, then she is more likely to be cute, but only by appearance. Admiring and slightly embarrassed, she acknowledged his words. However, the man categorically suppressed her words, saying that it did not matter in this matter, and therefore he would not gain anything by instructing her to return the item to the shelf. She, being in a state of perplexity, asked a question, expressing indignation and emphasizing his financial capabilities, which, in her opinion, should have offset his refusal. At this point, her speech was interrupted by another woman calling her Ms. Tina. The girl sternly asked if she had forgotten the reason for her presence next to the owner. Tina stated that she had not forgotten. The strict girl explained that Tina was assigned to escort her around the colony in order to assess her compliance for inclusion in the host's team. Tina, feeling ashamed, acknowledged the full truth of her words. The girl harshly continued to reproach Tina, asking how it was possible, realizing the task assigned to her, to beg for something from the owner and demanded an explanation for such behavior. Tina replied with an apology. The guy came up and put his hands on the girl's shoulders, protecting her and saying that May would not put pressure on Tina. She was not so begging. The guy, addressing Tina with a smile, uttered a phrase expressing agreement with her position. However, the strict girl replied that if he thought so. Tina, on the other hand, was deeply afraid in her own thoughts, believing that both the master and his maid were malevolent individuals. The maid asked the owner if he had found the desired object. The man replied that he had only found similar products but not what he really needed. He also casually mentioned the possibility of placing individual orders at this location. Tina, in turn, asked if this opportunity was of interest to him. He said that after the battle with the aristocrat, he thought about it and came to the conclusion that it would be difficult to find the necessary product among the current assortment. The girl asked what exactly he was looking for. The guy formulated his requirements, indicating that he needed a laser cannon for reinforcing armor which should be comfortable in cramped conditions and in close combat, as well as have strength sufficient so that it could not be cut even by an aristocrat's sword. The girl clarified if it was an aristocrat's sword and explained that it was a high-quality blade made of reinforced particles. She added that only heavy compressed material, which is extremely durable but extremely bulky, can withstand such an impact. Anam warned that controlling a laser cannon made of such a material would be overwhelming, even in reinforcement armor. The man plunged into thought, recognizing the complexity of the situation, and decided that nothing else was available. The girl objected to his words. The girl said, "Wait a minute," while typing on her phone. She thought aloud, going over the options but coming to the conclusion that they were not suitable. The man suddenly addressed the girl, calling her Tina, and asked if he could ask her to design a laser cannon. Tina looked up from her phone and looked at the guy questioningly. The guy explained that he himself is an amateur in this matter and his ideas are unlikely to be outstanding. He stressed that Tina, having a specialty related to ships, is undoubtedly competent in the field of materials. After that, he turned to Tina with an offer to try his hand. Tina asked with a smile if he thought the requested specifications were too high and if he was demanding too much. The main character offered a reward in the range of 100,000, asking about the possibility of completing the task. The girl was lost in thought, but her expression reflected fear and uncertainty, which, in turn, scared the guy himself. Tina, with confidence and a smile on her face, declared her readiness to complete the task. The man smiled in response to the girl's consent and stated that he would provide her with May as an assistant. He instructed me to share information about the armor with May, as well as use this collaboration to improve their relationship. The girl's eyes bulged in disbelief, and May answered, obeying Hiro. He made a mental note that if conflicts arose between them and the old crew, their journey together would become impossible. He reflected that although the assignment he had given seemed like a joke, it was strategically crucial. Hiro announced his intention to go to Mimi and Alma and instructed them to negotiate with the store staff, expressing his hope for their actions. After that, he waved at them. May calmly confirmed her agreement, while Tina, with a smile and joy, stated that she understood everything, would complete the task and receive a reward. The man mentally questioned the reality of her performance. He read the message that they were looking for everything necessary for the life of whiskey and mud on the ship, so they would not return immediately. He also noted to himself that it wasn't really a fact that they would fly with them, but he would write down what he understood. The main character reflected that, although there was a possibility to join them, he, given the circumstances, would prefer to walk around the shopping district, and then went down the street. The guy moved around the sales area, studying the range of products offered. Studying the figure, he mentally noted that it was obvious that he was in a colony populated by many dwarf masters. He concluded that the place was full of antique items. The guy saw the shoulder pads with spikes and, to his surprise, asked himself a mental question. The man was thinking when he saw a shoulder pad with spikes, which reminded him of the equipment of some hooligans from a post-apocalyptic world. His thoughts were interrupted by the salesman, who greeted him and noted that it was an excellent item, a thermal raincoat. Doubtfully pointing his finger at the object, he asked a clarifying question about whether it was a cloak. The seller replied in the affirmative and explained that he had made considerable efforts to make the product as different as possible from a traditional raincoat. It was noted that the basic functionality of the product remained the same. It is enough to put it on your shoulders, activate it, and then a comfortable existence is ensured even at extreme external temperatures from -50 to +50 degrees. This was assessed as an impressive fact. He asked about the cost. The seller explained that due to the efforts expended, the price is 3,000, but then offered a discount of up to 2,500. The buyer mentally noted that this amount was excessive for purchasing an item solely for fun. Hiro further asked about the availability of larger thermal models. The seller confirmed this. He explained that there is a modification worth 800, the only drawback of which is the appearance resembling a cloak, but its effectiveness remains high. He reflected that the product perfectly hides the figure and provides thermal insulation, but its design stands out excessively. At the same time, the seller said that he had other options. The seller showed a new item, Chameleon 1200 thermal cloak, and offered to rate it. The man responded with delight, noting the presence of optical camouflage and calling it cool. The guy was happy to announce his choice of this product, adding that he would probably buy 5 units in stock at once. The seller expressed surprise at the quantity, to which an affirmative confirmation was received. Hiro pondered, remembering the game events where such cloaks turned out to be indispensable. As examples, he cited the need to land on planets with hostile conditions or conduct search operations in colonies where the life support system had failed. He mentally noted that these acquisitions would undoubtedly be useful to him in the future. At that moment, the salesman called out to him, and the guy turned around. One of the girls approached the seller, pointing out the wide range of high-quality products available from them, and demanded that he not try to get ahead of her. Representatives of the outlets suddenly surrounded him, starting to shout loudly. First of all, there was a call for him to inspect the products. Then there was a fierce argument between the sellers themselves, during which everyone insisted on the best quality of their goods and invited them to their place. The man, terrified, began to loudly urge them to stop and stop pushing. At the same time, he was forcibly pushed towards the front door. The guy said it was terrible and that he didn't think dwarves were such passionate merchants. The girl praised him. Accompanied by 2 female companions, the girl greeted him amiably, waving her hand. He asked the girls if they had witnessed the incident. They confirmed that they could see everything. One of them further expressed surprise, noting that she assumed that he would be forced to purchase many additional goods, but he skillfully defended his interests. She noticed that, as she predicted, Mr. Hiro had to refuse. However, he nevertheless acquired 1 item. The guy, specifying that we are talking about a compact cooking kit, expressed his opinion that this is a curious object that will find use if necessary. One of the women expressed the opinion that he, apparently, realizes the inexpediency of this expense. Another girl asked a question about the intended user of the set. She was told that the gentleman had cooking skills. The man denied the claim about his outstanding culinary skills, saying that his cooking is ordinary, coarse male food. She noted that it was unusual to see anyone other than dwarves cooking. Culinary craft is common among dwarves, and in the catering establishments of this colony, manual cooking is usually preferred. At the same time, it was clarified that machine technologies are also used. Due to the high cost of fresh food, they are often replaced with semi-finished products from automatic systems, which are then refined by the cook. The main character asked if this was unnecessary labor. The girl, hesitating a little, agreed, explaining that the dishes fully prepared by automated systems do not have sufficient appetite, and clarified his understanding. Hiro replied that he understood that. One woman asked a question, expressing doubt about the completeness of the taste of the food prepared in their way, despite its obvious deliciousness. The second girl replied that she had no complaints about this. He looked at the women, asking them an indirect question. One of them explained that this phenomenon is probably understandable only to dwarves. The girl replied that it seemed they would agree on this with him, and that was very good. The girl gladly offered to dine on dwarven dishes today, specifying that she had a suitable place in mind. They entered the cafe building, where a significant number of visitors were present during the day. The walls were decorated with paintings that created a special atmosphere. The woman, examining the interior of the cafe, noticed its interesting atmosphere. Information was provided that dvorsky fried meat is served in this institution. The man and his companion looked at each other in disbelief and clarified whether this meant dwarf meat. It was explained that this meat is immediately fried and consumed, which makes it very popular among tourists. After that, there was an exclamation expressing the impression of what he had heard. The young people asked about the appearance of the dish. The girl, looking forward to it, said that they would find out soon. Tina turned around as another girl called out to her, who announced her arrival and apologized for the delay. It was stated that given the gentleman's dwarf-style meat, a more expensive establishment should have been chosen since the current location is too low-level. The other girl cut off any further speech by rebuking Tina. He suggested postponing this proposal for the future. One of the girls expressed her interest in their expensive dishes, arguing that she was competent in this matter. The man delegated the order to them, expressing his willingness to trust their choice. He stated his preference for water or tea as a drink. The girl, in turn, asked about the availability of alcoholic beverages suitable for meat. The girl explained that beer is traditionally consumed, but her preference is for creative alcohol, either diluted with water or whiskey and soda. Her companion, in turn, added that she liked the drink mixed with tea. As a result, the first girl made the final decision to choose whiskey. The interlocutors were asked if they also intended to drink alcohol, to which the answer was in the affirmative. Tina took the girl aside and touched her shoulder, which provoked a reaction from the girl. Tina said it was just a joke and asked for tea. At the same time, it was mentioned that she had forgotten about the ban on drinking alcoholic beverages. After they were served drinks, the girl took a glass, cleared her throat, and began, expressing her intention to voice the proposal. She raised her hand with a glass and continued her sentence, offering a drink to their meeting. In response, someone shouted from behind the table. There were active calls from the audience for unlimited consumption of food and drink. Meanwhile, the man internally stated his lack of desire to participate in such a toast, given the nature of their meeting. Hiro took the cutlery and started to set the food, but the food slipped out and fell. The man internally admitted that he was experiencing nervous tension. His interlocutor appreciated him as a first-class cook, addressing him as Mr. Hiro. To this, Hiro replied that everyone could do it. The guy thought that dwarf meat was very similar to okonomiyaki. Then he mentally explained that okonomiyaki is a Japanese pizza, a fried flatbread with a variety of ingredients, smeared with a special sauce and sprinkled with very thinly sliced dried tuna. He tasted it and realized that it tasted like okonomiyaki, but unlike okonomiyaki, the ingredients were different. He thought that the cabbage was not cabbage, but something similar to it. Pork was also somehow different. There was something like nari missing, but the sauce and mayonnaise were just like from his world. It was almost okonomiyaki. The man mentally came to the conclusion that, although the dish was different, it was quite acceptable. The girl was lost in thought, to which the guy turned a questioning look at her. The girl said she couldn't do it the way he did. The guy looked at her, smiled, and asked if he could try it. She confirmed her agreement with a smile. The girl brought the spoon to the guy. He tried it and said, "Not bad." The girl asked if it was true. The guy continued, saying that it was cooked well and appearance was not so important. He declared her undoubted talent in cooking. The girl asked doubtfully. At that moment, another girl greeted him as the boss. One of the women stated that despite the virtues of the meat in the Drofer style, she offered to evaluate the results of her own efforts. The man reacted enthusiastically, asking to be shown, and at the same time performed some kind of action on her phone screen. A large and powerful weapon appeared from the phone screen, clearly projected in the air. This sight threw everyone into a state of shock. The guy was delighted with what he saw. Everyone present expressed their approval, calling it cool, and one of the girls asked what it was. He explained that he had asked her to design a cannon designed for reinforcing armor. The girl explained that she was not satisfied with the parameters of the finished samples, and for him, it remains something incomprehensible. One of the girls laconically explained in response that this was the boss wish. The characteristics of the cannon were presented. It is convenient for use in confined spaces. Its weight and dimensions have been optimized, which allows you to hold it with one hand. The use of super heavy compressed materials is limited only by the blade, which ensures its resistance to the aristocrat's sword while maintaining a relatively light weight. It was added that on its own, it is quite capable of resisting other reinforcing armor, so it was named. The woman announced the name of the weapon. The axe is a gun. The man confirmed the understanding. After that, May asked a question, turning to the boss to get his opinion. May explained that the reduced weight of the weapon results in lower power compared to a separate laser pistol, but increases its accuracy. She also stated that the product meets all the specified requirements and its cost fits into the allocated budget. Based on this, she considers it a good combination. The guy responded by expressing confidence in her words. The man announced his intention to present the award later. One of the girls agreed. The second girl clarified, asking again about the reward. She replied in the affirmative, then explained that this assignment was an order from the boss. They entered into an agreement according to which, if she successfully completed the canon project according to his requirements, he would provide her with a reward. After that, the girl turned to the guy. She looked at him piteously and asked if the reward concerned her alone. Hiro, perplexed, made a questioning sound. He began to justify himself, expressing regret and promising Visca that he would contact her immediately if necessary. Visca, obviously delighted, requested confirmation of this promise. He repeatedly replied in the affirmative. The woman mentally noted that this promise meant their continued stay with them. She also felt that the process of their joining was developing gradually but steadily. The guy said he knows, he's just asking. The girl confirmed that they were really twins, and the other one agreed. The guy asked how they became so different. The girl clarified, interesting, right? She added that it was a long story and asked if everything was okay. Two main types of dwarven organizations were classified: companies and guilds. The companies were described as large corporate entities such as Spaceberg and other related organizations. Guilds are associations of artisans, miners, and other similar professionals. Tina explained that there was an incident in their family, as a result of which Vi was raised in a company environment, and she herself was raised in a guild. They started living together only 2 years ago. The man concluded that their differences were due to their upbringing in different conditions. The girl confirmed it. He pondered, after which he expressed bewilderment as to why Tina had sided with corporate structures such as Spaceberg. The girls, in turn, began to answer, but their answer remained incomplete. He then watched them thoughtfully. It was emphasized that there are significant differences between them, even without taking into account the organizational structure and cultural aspects. The general rule is that corporations are associated with wealthy and well-educated people, while guilds are associations of poor and rude individuals. The guy asked if it was unsafe in the guild areas. The girl replied, sort of, adding that's why many in the guild are kind of scared. She quoted information about herself, stating that, as a mechanic, she avoided direct involvement in bad actions, but at the same time was involved in shady matters. The woman noted that this memory does not cause her positive emotions. She further reported that she subsequently met with Vi again, who left the guild and ended up in this place. Hiro clarified whether her departure meant a complete lack of communication with them. The girl confirmed, stating that she had completely distanced herself from them, and added that it was one of the poor colonies located hundreds of light years away. The woman said they wouldn't be able to reach that far. The man clarified whether this was really the case. The girl explained that pirates pose a separate threat, but the inhabitants of the colonies usually do not leave their star system. She concluded her story by concluding that the events that had occurred explained their individual differences. The man expressed understanding of the situation. He then apologized, stating that his curiosity had led to an unwelcome intrusion into their private sphere, which caused him some nervous anxiety. She urged him not to worry, saying that she did not want secrets between them, given the possibility of their inclusion in his team. The girl uttered an exclamation that the squid was ready, after which the man looked in her direction, carefully watching her further actions. The guy turned his gaze to the side, focusing on the source of the sound. The girl said goodbye, waving to them. One of them expressed gratitude for the invitation, addressing the guys. They smiled back and waved at them as well. The guy asked what they thought of them after a day together. The girl said she wouldn't call them bad, although when someone is constantly distracted, it can make them mad, but they don't do it out of spite, so she thinks they'll get along. He agreed. He turned to May with a question about the assessment of Tina's work in the workshop in terms of mechanics. May replied, expressing her firm belief that her level of skills and knowledge corresponded to the status of a first-class mechanic. It was stated that their value is really very high, even according to Spaceberg. As for design, Tina tends to prefer reliable solutions over spontaneous creative ideas. The man expressed his amazement. The guy stated that they are absolute opposites. He noticed that despite the exotic appearance of the axe gun, its performance characteristics are stable. He admitted that maybe Sarah was right about the usefulness of these two to them. He came to the conclusion that since the salary would be fully paid by the company and such a lucrative opportunity should not be rejected, they would probably have to be accepted into the team. However, when he started to say something, the girl interrupted him, asking urgently. The main character expressed his concern about their status as Spaceberg employees. One of the girls clarified whether it was true that he was afraid of a possible leak of information about them and Krishna to the company's management. The man confirmed, "Exactly." However, another girl then asked what the danger of such a leak was. The man was lost in thought. After that, he turned to the girl, expressing the assumption that there was probably no danger. The girl, picking up his thought, happily asked if this meant hurrah. It was noted that Sarah was already aware of the rumors concerning him and Krishna. This means that all information about their actions will be known as long as they have something unique, such as a special roof. May stated that the presence of the twins would not change the situation, but there was a risk of extracting Krishna's data or disrupting external relations. However, she also assured that she was able to monitor all their activities both inside the Krishna and on the mothership, ensuring that there were no information leaks or unauthorized external access. One of the girls drew attention to the situation, expressing her belief that there was no particular cause for concern. Her companion agreed with this. The man replied that the main issues had been more or less resolved, and then he intended to tell something about himself. He voiced his belief that they should include Tina and Viska. The guy asked for an opinion. One girl saw no objections. The second agreed, thinking that they would become friends. The guy smiled and offered to prepare for their boarding. The next day, the guy was asked a clarifying question about whether he intended to give permission for their escort. He announced his decision to take them under his care. The girl on the screen replied that in that case she would take care of the entire organization and instructed them to prepare rooms for them near the hangar of the mothership. She also announced her intention to request additional living quarters in addition to the bedrooms and is sending the relevant data. The woman confirmed receipt and informed about sending the estimate. The man further explained that he had discussed the issue with the team and they had jointly come to the conclusion that it was advisable to have several living quarters. The girl present stated that it was clear that repairs were necessary and it was not difficult in itself and it had to be done quickly. However, the guy looked at her seriously. He expressed his concern that it would cost a lot. The girl replied that she had given him a discount compared to the market price. The man reassured her, saying that everything was fine. The guy explained that although he has significant funds accumulated after the recent incident, repairs will still be a significant expense for him, and he seeks to avoid unjustified expenses. He expressed doubts about the inclusion of internal repairs in the list of mandatory expenses. After that, the girl rubbed her hands uncertainly, looked at the man, and said that she had a definite offer. Looking around with nervous eyes, the girls wanted to say something. Looking at their clothes, they said it was impressive. The man confirmed it with a smile. The girl, feeling ashamed, invited them to board. He expressed doubt, noting that it seemed excessively profitable to neglect the reconstruction costs of $1.5 million while inviting him to pilot for only 5 days. The girl confirmed it. It was assumed that since we are talking about working with a classified prototype, payments for non-disclosure of information are also taken into account. This seems reasonable, given the likelihood of unforeseen incidents, even with the stated guarantees of complete security. The woman summed up that all this only demonstrates the exceptional value of this test and the high expectations placed on Mr. Hiro. It was assumed that regardless of the circumstances, Spaceberg needed data about the prototype and its personal expert opinion. The girl turned to the gentleman, clarifying the possibility of moving to the safety compartment. The man confirmed it. He warned about the need to be careful, as this place is significantly different from Krinshi. The girl confirmed her understanding by putting on her helmet. Although its power is relatively lower than that of the Krishna, it has exceptional characteristics. This small ship is equipped with a generator whose power is comparable to that of a cruise ship. Apparently, even the Spaceberg specialists have not been able to fully explore it. The guy stated that after getting Krishna in the game, he made sure 3 times that it was not a software error or bug. The girl informed them that they would soon have to pass through the gate. The man gave an affirmative answer, simultaneously pressing the lever. The command was given to launch a prototype called Hammer 7. The girl asked the guy why he was. The guy turned to her. The girl asked why they hadn't assigned it to their test pilots. The guy replied that they had already conducted tests, but no matter how much they tried, they could not achieve half of the expected performance. The man noted that Spaceberg is known for creating reliable ships with high protection and firepower. However, he continued, this time the focus was on mobility to create a fast warship, and he clarified whether it was true that the development was not progressing very well. The girl said that it seemed that after a lot of trial and error, they were at their peak and eventually decided to hire the best pilot, Mr. Hiro. It was suggested that, although the degree of optimality of the situation is unknown, the new pilot, unlike the regular one, is able to solve a specific problem. Then the control center gave the command to start testing with targets, ordering them to move into position and wait. The pilot of the Malat 7 confirmed receiving the order and taking up a position. The man, Mr. Hiro, confirmed receiving the information. Yes, I understand. He also noted that for a long time he had not managed any other facility except Krishna. It was suggested that it was interesting to see what this brand new ship was capable of, and an offer was made to have fun. After they took off, the man felt a sense of wariness for some reason. The guy reflected that the test was carried out successfully without detecting any significant problems and the task was successfully completed. He regarded this as a success, but he had a premonition that there was some difficulty in this success. It was confirmed that this machine meets the stated performance parameters, and the difficulties encountered were caused by software control errors. The men, however, insisted on the ideality of the program, arguing that the real cause of the problems were flaws in the calculations of weight balance. He turned to the girl, asking about what was happening. Plunging into thought, he concluded that the test demonstrated values that strictly meet the specifications, and this is the main problem. He also noted that programmers and engineers seem to shift responsibility to each other. The girl clarified whether it is true that programmers and engineers at Spaceberg do not get along with each other. The man replied in the affirmative, prompting him to wonder if this was the cause of their development problems. Giving his assessment to the Hammer 7, he noted that despite the emphasis on mobility and, as a result, good acceleration, the massive armor makes the ship unnecessarily heavy, which leads to skidding. He added that the cause of the problems is unclear, and there is a slight delay in management. It has been confirmed that this is possible, which explains their inability so far to demonstrate their full potential. At the same time, it seemed that the ship had a significant number of unresolved problems. The woman drew attention to his calm management, expressing surprise at this. Hiro replied that it was just a result of skills. The girl was in a state of bewilderment. He explained that despite the ship's drifts, the control system has sufficient power. His piloting style made it possible to effectively capture targets even in orbit, where gliding was felt. He added that the delay can be compensated if all actions are performed in advance. The guy said with a smile that it was difficult to get used to, but the ship's characteristics were excellent. One of the girls asked if it was really that simple. The second confirmed it. The first one then clarified that of course not, and that it was just Hiro who was crazy. He, in turn, noticed that this was rather rude, pointing out her words. Those present looked at the group of men, coming to the conclusion that this ordeal had only exacerbated their difficulties. The man replied by saying, "Well, that's fine," emphasizing that he had completed his task. The next day, the twins greeted him with a smile, saying that they had been waiting for him. The guy turned around and asked in amazement about their origin. The girls replied with perplexity that their presence here was mandatory. The women said that today he will pilot the prototype number 13, in the development of which they were directly involved. Terrified, he stated his understanding, recognizing the design as stylish enough for Spaceberg. After that, he asked if this prototype was a high-speed and maneuverable modification. The girls gave an affirmative answer, clarifying that, unlike the previous model which was equipped with heavy armor and weapons, this one was created with an emphasis on high speed and maneuverable characteristics. He confirmed the understanding of the situation. While the girl was busy with her gadget, he announced the expected readiness of everything. Then he announced his intention to check the ship and put on a protective helmet. At the time of the ship's takeoff, the girls were closely watching the process through computer devices, while one of them was talking on the phone. The completion of the tests, which included standard maneuvering, shooting, and combat maneuvering, was reported. After that, a question was asked about the results achieved by the prototype 13. The guy stated that the facility was functioning properly without any surprises and the management was showing good responsiveness. The girl, in turn, noted that he is able to compete with Krishna in terms of mobility. It was explained that in order to achieve mobility, firepower, and defensive systems had to be sacrificed, which makes it significantly inferior to the Krishna in direct combat. However, it is equipped with missiles, missile blocks, and rocket launchers, presumably designed for short-term missile exchanges. One of the women offered to return as the tests were apparently completed. Someone answered affirmatively with a smile. However, at the same time, he had a feeling of anxiety. The smile disappeared from his face, and he mentally analyzed the situation, after which he made a call to stop the action. A woman sitting at a computer terminal suddenly offered to test the full potential of Prototype 13. Her twin sister responded with a question clarifying the essence of the proposal. Hiro pointed to a button in the corner of the control console. Her visibility was confirmed to him. He also explained that he deliberately ignored her. He voiced his hesitation. The woman exclaimed and asked a question, further clarifying whether he had a reluctance to turn off the restriction systems. The woman stated that the Prototype 13 is characterized by high mobility and asked if he would like to test its potential. The man turned to her and informed her that he had not formed the most favorable impressions about this class of ships. The guy continued his speech, saying that there were no problems. He said that the inertia control device is set up perfectly and everything is absolutely safe. He then expressed his admiration for the thoroughness of the thoughtfulness. The woman stated that she relies on his skills and is confident in his ability to fully realize the potential of the prototype while expressing an urgent request. He was lost in thought. He stated that given her persistence, he would probably make an attempt. The girl exclaimed with joy whether this was really the case. The guy said he would change the position of the targets. The girl asked if he was sure. Hiro replied that they should just trust them. Visual contact with the targets was reported. The guy gave the order to deactivate the limiters, accompanied by a warning about potentially unpredictable consequences. He brought his hand to the corresponding button, activated it, thereby deactivating the limiters. The prototype immediately gained extremely high flight speed. He began to express his opinion loudly, claiming excessive speed. Another woman, screaming, confirmed that they were being pushed hard into the seats. She suddenly realized the situation and informed Mr. Hiro that they had missed their target. The guy was scared at the time. The guy expressed his annoyance, then declared his intention to go all the way. He made some taps on the screen, disabling auto-balancing, and exclaimed that his gold rank should not be underestimated. His eyes widened, expressing surprise or fright. The rocket rapidly increased its flight speed. At the same time, some round objects were thrown out of it, through which the flame emitted by the prototype broke through. Watching the route on her gadget, the woman asked about the unusual trajectory and wondered how such a movement was possible at such a high speed. Her companion also showed amazement. It was explained that this phenomenon is not limited to the function of the orientation engines. The pilots continue to ensure hitting targets using manual control of the main engines for maneuvering. Another woman expressed absolute disbelief, calling it pure madness. She emphasized the exclusivity of the data received and the need to record it fully. The guy objected, saying it was tough. He has enabled constraints and auto-balancing. Then he turned to the girls and asked. The girl, holding her head, replied that she seemed to be fine but felt unwell and had circles under her eyes. The guy was scared for her condition. The second girl fell to her knees, expressing remorse and apologizing. Hiro replied that they were impressed by the ship they saw. The girl said Mimi was feeling bad because of her stubbornness and she didn't need to apologize. The girl replied that she assured him that she was safe. Another added that the problems were not due to piloting, but because Hiro overdid it. One of the girls turned to Mimi, urging her not to worry. Mimi replied that everything was fine. The third girl asked if he was really that overzealous. It was noted that the development department had not previously encountered such data, which caused their obsession with analysis. The question arose about the possibility of their practical application. The girl said that the result is secondary since there is never too much data. She then urged V to stop whining, stressing that everyone was alive, which in itself was a success, and mentioned that inertia control had not been up to par last time. She concluded her speech by saying that the examiner had almost died. The twins laughed in response. The guy, addressing them, expressed his disagreement, noting that he should have reported this earlier. The girl was in an institution, eating with musical accompaniment. The young man across the street asked her opinion about the food in this colony. The woman said that everything was very tasty. The man agreed with a nod. In his thoughts, he then noted that after the recent incident, all events had developed without incident. He continued his reflections, noting that on the 5th day the tests were completed successfully, and subsequently their services became unclaimed, which led to their inactivity. The girl turned to him with a question about his opinion. He said that, in my opinion, it's not bad. Dwarven culinary art deserves respect. However, those noodles weren't too good. The girl said she liked it. He reflected that they were currently on a mini-gastronomic tour, and this was not the first such experience. He noted that they often organize such tour when they arrive in a new colony and have free time. The girl noted that they had already tasted the food in many places and there was still much to see. She added that watching people in streets is always a pleasure. Hiro responded by saying that he sees a lot of things here for the first time, even despite his gaming experience. She said that being among a large crowd of people, she gets into the habit of always looking for her grandmother there. The guy asked if she had a grandmother because she didn't say. The girl replied, apologizing that they were not communicating. The girl explained that her parents hadn't told her much about her, so she didn't know much either, but she met her once when she was little. She looked very young to her grandmother and she was impressed. The guy stated his lack of knowledge in the field of bionics and cybernetics but found this impossible. The girl confirmed the probability but pointed out the high cost. She also suggested that if Grandma is a fickle resident of the colony like him, then she is a mercenary. He stated that, however, this option cannot be ruled out. The woman explained that it was this circumstance that led her to the idea of the possibility of detecting her through regular visits to various colonies. The girl explained that she had been secretly looking for her, citing the example of requests to the mercenary guild and attempts to find out her family history through her ID, but these efforts had not yet yielded results. Hiro then suggested that they search together. The girl asked if it was true. The guy said that he was interested in it too, and he would do it in his breaks from work. The girl was in a state of ecstasy. She expressed her deep gratitude by saying, meanwhile, the guy was busy entering information into his gadget. It was announced that the Krishna's major repairs had been completed, as well as plans to load their belongings for tomorrow. In this regard, they decided only to observe. At that moment, a crowd caught their attention. The guy looked into the crowd, asking the men what was going on. One commander of the military detachment turned to him. The guy was at a loss, his eyes widened. Hiro pushed through the crowd, finding a woman lying there. He asked her about the incident. The woman, noticing him, loudly pronounced his name and with tears in her eyes, begged for help. At the same time, she was holding onto the arm she had injured. This girl said the name Vi and wanted to say something. The guy began to loudly express his bewilderment about what had happened, requesting information about what had happened. The guy asked how to help. Another girl informed him, addressing him as Mr. Hiro, that they needed to put her in the medical bay. The guy was scared. He confirmed that the girl was right. Then he started to give instructions, but his sentence was interrupted when a hand reached out and grabbed his wrist. He looked at the girl questioningly. Tina grabbed the guy's wrist, telling him not to worry about her. She said the name of the temple as if she wanted to continue. The man gave Mimi an order to establish contact with Alma and Spaceberg. Mimi, feeling scared, confirmed the execution. He urged her to tell about the incident and name the culprit. The crying girl called the name Kharkov. He asked about the identity of this Kharkov. Tina stated that it was one of her old acquaintances, whom she described as exceptionally self-satisfied and prone to rash actions, adding that she had never met anyone worse than him. The man clarified whether this acquaintance belonged to the guild where she was previously located. The girl confirmed it. The girl reported that they had been attacked in the city, as a result of which Vi was abducted. The guy, reflecting, considered such an act committed during the day to be very careless. He asked the girl the reason for their actions. The girl replied laconically that they needed data. She stated that she did not know the source of his information, but he was aware of their tests and demanded to provide all experimental data, as well as drawings of the tested machines. The main character asked if Visca was in a hostage situation. He also asked about receiving instructions regarding the place of delivery. The girl replied that this was the second service area. He was terrified. Hiro stated that he understood the situation. He ordered Mimi to take Tina to the medical bay. Tina screamed his name in desperation. She persistently begged him to help V. The main character touched the girl's shoulder and advised her to take care of her well-being first. Mimi urged Tina to go. The guy was thinking about what now. He thought it was even worse than he had imagined. He also wondered why new problems always arise. Turning around, the guy saw the girls, and everything became clear to him. The girl said that she had said from the second service area that it was bad. Another asked what was wrong. The insignificance of numerical indicators was noted, after which a question was raised about their significance. It was explained that we are talking about the old zone, where a large number of people who create problems live. Someone asked clarifying questions about the nature of these problematic individuals and their identification. The answer was that they were illegals. She explained that these are categories of people rejected by society, as well as those who voluntarily left it. The girl clarified that these are heterogeneous individuals who do not find a place in the standard social structure, giving the example of criminals. The main character summarized that we are talking, therefore, about outcasts. The girl further described this territory as a really problematic area which is a hotbed of gangs and mafia structures. She clarified that there you can find criminals for every taste and color. It has been suggested that Visca is an employee of Spaceberg and she will not be abandoned. At that moment, there was some noise and someone came in. The guy thought about what she had gone through when he saw the girl. The girl shouted indignantly, asking if they would throw away the temple. The girl paused and said that it would be extremely difficult for the company to quickly organize a second rescue operation. Another girl, expressing bewilderment, exclaimed why. She stated that as she thought it was all about money. It was noted that they were stationed in the service area where the colony's critical life support facilities are concentrated. In other words, these individuals have taken up the strategic positions necessary to maintain a stable colony environment. In case of direct contact with them, there is a possibility of mutual destruction. Under normal conditions, they would certainly have rejected any demands that could disrupt the ideal existence of the colony. However, perhaps this time they decided to ignore this insignificant aspect. It was explained that data theft would cause great damage, and a large-scale rescue operation would result in the donation of the colony's maintenance systems. On the other hand, introducing a small team into the bandits' lair would just result in a lot of casualties. The young man noticed that when the life of one employee was in the balance, the company's losses. The main character realized that things were going badly and linked it to Kharkov, given what Tina was saying. He suggested that he was unlikely to be able to create such a plan, and therefore there was someone pulling the strings, perhaps a competitor of Dverg. The main character claimed that they would become richer if the data was transferred to them, and if they tried to solve this problem by force and damage was caused, then the responsibility would fall entirely on the door. He suggested that if the hostage was abandoned, rumors would spread, and then the company's reputation would suffer, expressing admiration for their cunning. The young man realized that they had missed one important detail. The young man smiled slyly and asked Sarah what her willingness to pay was. The men were talking to each other about how the new guy had already started work, and one of them added that he had abducted a girl from a doorway. The guy asked if he was talking about the one with the blue hair, and the interlocutor said that she was a hostage and could not be touched. A stranger approached the men and asked if they would tell them more about this blue-haired girl. It turned out that this stranger was Hiro and May. The men started asking who he was, where he came from, and whether he had come to negotiate for a hostage. One of them asked. The young man noticed how the man started talking, and at that moment the sun began to burn him, and the man jumped up and said that he did not have time for this. Hiro pointed the gun at the man and ordered him to respond, warning that otherwise the next shots would be aimed at his ear. The man started to get indignant, but suddenly there was a click behind his back. It turned out that the girl had put a gun to his head, and the man wondered when she could do it. The main character, showing the maps on the gadget, pointed out that they were here, asked the girl to mark this place, to which she responded, saying that it was ready. She said that in gratitude for the information provided, they would simply leave if the men did not want to contact them, to which the men remained silent. The main character heard the men start to run away, and one of them shouted to the other, offering to call for help, but his interlocutor called him names in response. The man continued to ask if he had seen their equipment. The maid had items for power armor. they were abnormal, and hurried the interlocutor if he did not want to die. The girl said it was a good thing they hadn't brought power armor because it was a little cramped and it was a transition, but at a fairly low level, and asked them to be careful since the maintenance area was used exclusively by dwarves, and the guy replied that now it was clear and it was finally getting more spacious. Hiro and Mei were walking through some streets and the girl said it was a bad place and the guy confirmed her words. The guy noticed that people were looking out of the windows and counters. He stated that this was apparently a residential area and therefore there were settlements even in such a place, and it seemed that some people were struggling to survive, regardless of whether they were right or wrong. The guy talked about unwanted people, said that he had mixed feelings when he thought about what could have been waiting for Mimi. The girl stated that Termin Prime was a new colony, so they most likely had countermeasures, and she doubted that lawlessness had reached such an extent, but Mimi could get into a similar situation, and the guy speculated that this was a new colony. They learned from others and put their unwanted people in certain areas, and they have appropriate measures so that they cannot stay in important areas. That's why even mafia-type organizations and bandits don't get too big. The girl says that if she does, then there is also some kind of elimination, and she would never have fallen to such a level. The main character assumes that some kind of elimination is nothing more than the use of military might without the slightest concern for other people's lives. He found out that in general, this work is also done by mercenaries, some of whom do it specifically to test new power armor. The guy said that the sight alone unsettled him, then he got scared when he stepped on something, and the girl looked at him carefully. The girl told the guy that this job was not suitable for him. The main character heard a squeaking sound near the door. The guy said it was over there, and the girl confirmed that it looked like it. He said that they would explore everything first and took the cube, and the girl said that she was taking control of the balls, and at that moment the balls all began to fly apart with a crash. The balls first rolled on the floor, and then abruptly began to hit the walls. The guy asked to display the image. The girl replied in the affirmative, and video surveillance images hung in the air from her gadget, after which the guy said he hoped his temple was fine. The girl said that she had found where she was. The guy asked her to enlarge the image, and she clicked on the screen, after which an image appeared with her temple sitting on the floor, pressing her legs to her chest. The guy reacted sharply to the image, after which the girl tried to calm him down. She explained that she was not injured at all and there was no evidence that she had been harmed. The guy apologized for his lack of restraint and mentally noted that since Whiskey's life was at stake, he needed to concentrate. The main character asked his companion for information about the possibility of imperceptible movement, but was refused. In response, he announced the decision to follow the previously set plan, emphasizing the need for rapid execution. As he moved along the corridor, he quietly expressed his wish for the task to be completed flawlessly. The main character and Mei are standing near the door and Hiro asks her if everything is ready. The location of the targets has been detected using drones, to which the girl gives a positive answer. Hiro orders the girl to act, and after that she swings her foot and makes a kick. She hits the door, causing it to fly out, and everyone inside is shocked by this turn. Someone asks about the noise and what's going on. The main character presses a button on the device and throws it forward on the floor. The device stops right in front of the people and they look at it in horror and disbelief, while Hiro and Mei hid behind the doorway. After the explosion, they hold their hands over their eyes and scream. They don't see anything and don't understand what it was. Hiro and Mei go inside. The main character orders the girl to figure it out, and she points guns at the enemies and fires shots, killing everyone who stands in her way. The remaining ones point their weapons at her, hoping to kill her. The main character runs forward at this time. He thinks that while Mei is taking them away, he should go after the temple. The device on the guy's cheek beeps and he realizes that there is someone in front of him. Suddenly, someone kicks down the door in front of him and demands silence. The bearded man shouts that he can't even take a nap because of all this farce. He doesn't know what kind of people did it, but Kharkov is solving them now. Suddenly, he stops and looks at the main character, thinking that it is a flying cannon. Suddenly, Hiro makes a shot and kills the man, leaving a hole in him. He falls off his feet. Mei informs the guy that she is done with the cleaning of the zone. The guy agrees. But everything is just beginning for him. He asks her to make some noise. The girl agrees to continue the diversion. Suddenly, someone shoots directly over the guy's head and he is surprised. He hides behind a wall. People shoot, thinking that someone is there. The main character thinks that a real shootout is scary. He presses the button on the device again. The main character throws it higher, and after that the device strikes several people at once with an electric discharge. They scream from the impact, and Hiro says with a smile that the stun grenade really makes everything easier. The two guys are still barely standing on their feet. After that, the main character takes a breath and runs out from behind the wall directly at his enemies, shooting them all with weapons. Then he walks calmly and stops at the turn. He tells Mei to figure it out here. He looks around the corner. Some kind of explosion and someone's screams are heard from behind the door. The girl reports that everything is ready. The main character goes ahead and thanks the girl. The guy opens the door and looks ahead, seeing inside the body of a dead man and Mei, who says that everything worked out. If you combine several reconnaissance drones, they can create a high voltage that can knock out a person, and Mei took advantage of this to remove the guard, but this drains the drone's battery, so this can only be done once. Then the guy walks forward and finds a room where a sad girl is behind the cage. He informs her that she is here. After that, the girl is surprised and crawls towards him, addressing the guy by name. She asks the guy why he's here. Hiro replies that he came to save her. The guy pulls out a gun and asks the girl to move away. She gets scared at the sight of a weapon. The main character uses a laser to melt the lock of the cage and invites the girl to come over. He will carry her. She is surprised. The main character asks Whiskey if it's not difficult for her to walk like that, and it's dangerous. She agrees, and the guy grabs her in his arms and asks her to hold on tight. A guy with a girl in his arms goes out into the corridor. The guy sees a live man who reaches for a weapon and asks for help. Visca notices this and is surprised. Then Hiro pulls out his gun, and the girl is startled by the sound. However, the main character tells the girl not to worry. Everything is fine. He thinks that he is a coward. His life is in danger now too, and he doesn't want a moment of compassion to set him up. He reports that he has a temple and he's coming back. Mei points her gun forward and reports that the resistance has become fierce here. Will they be able to leave along Route B? The guy understands this and pulls out another device with a button, asks what it is. The main character throws the device from behind the box. It starts to glow in flight and a bright flash occurs. They look out from behind the box and see a huge hole in the wall. The main character informs them that this is their escape route.